A Man Rides Through by Stephen R. Donaldson. Mordant's Need, Volume 2. Copyright 1987 by Stephen R. Donaldson. Narrated by Sally Darling.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Volume 2 of the fantasy epic Mordant's Needs continues the story of Teresa Morgan, who is seduced into the fantasy land of Mordant, where conjurers use mirrors to bend forces and beings to their wills. Sequel to Mirror of Her Dreams. RC 25182. Descriptions of Sex. 1987. From the book jacket. "Someone will stop you," she said, as if she were accustomed to defiance. "If Garradon doesn't do it, I will. You're going to be stopped." "Garradon?" spat Gilber. "You? How are you going to stop me?" How? Like this. She didn't need to say it aloud. He was still bearing down on her with his bloody hands when he seemed to run into a wall. Surprise wiped the violence from his face. His eyes sprang wide as he saw what was happening to the mirror behind her. She didn't look. The last time she had done this, she had done it entirely by accident, without knowing what she was doing. She didn't try to coerce it now. In any case, at the moment she didn't care whether she lived or died. She only cared about escape. Still astonished, but recovering his wits, Master Gilber reached for her. Gently, Teresa closed her eyes and drifted backward into the dark. Teresa Morgan desperately needed to escape. Gilber was trying to kill her. Castellan Levick wanted to torture her, and she needed to find Garradon. Arrazin was being attacked by the Alland army poised at the gates. Aramis, the traitor, was working with Gilber, in league with the hated Cadwalls and the arch-imager Vagel. King Joyce's actions could not be explained. Everything that Garradon loved was about to be destroyed, unless the two of them could find a way to prevent it by using the talent for mirrors and imagery that Teresa now knew they both possessed. A talent that made them extremely powerful and extremely dangerous to Aramis. And Teresa knew that Aramis would use all the evil means at his disposal to ensure the success of his master plan, which meant that the kingdom would be lost, and she and Garradon would surely die. A Man Rides Through is the stunning conclusion to the compelling saga that began with The Mirror of Her Dreams. It is a thrilling, action-packed, and complex novel that will delight readers everywhere, and reaffirm Stephen R. Donaldson's position as the foremost practitioner of the epic fantasy form in the world today. About the author. Born in 1947 in Cleveland, Ohio, Stephen R. Donaldson made his publishing debut with the first Covenant trilogy in 1977. Shortly thereafter, he was named Best New Writer of the Year and given the prestigious John W. Campbell Award. He graduated from the College of Worcester, Ohio, in 1968, served 2 years as a conscientious objector, doing hospital work in Akron, then attended Kent State University, where he received his M.A. in English in 1971. Donaldson now lives in New Mexico. Other books by Stephen R. Donaldson. The Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. Book 1, Lord Fowl's Bane. Book 2, The Ill Earth War. Book 3, The Power That Preserves. The Second Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. Book 1, The Wounded Land. Book 2, The One Tree. Book 3, White Gold Wielder. Daughter of Regals and Other Tales. Contents. Book 3, Chapter 27, The Prince's Siege, Side 1. Chapter 28, A Day of Trouble, Side 1. Chapter 29, Teresa Has Visitors, Side 2. Chapter 30, Odd Choices, Side 2. Chapter 31, Hopboard, Side 3. Chapter 32, The Benefit of Sons, Side 4. Chapter 33, Peace in Houseldon, Side 5. Chapter 34, Frustrated States, Side 6. Chapter 35, An Old Ally of the King, Side 7. Chapter 36, Gathering Support, Side 8. Chapter 37, Poised for Victory, Side 9. Chapter 38, Conflict at the Gates, Side 10. Chapter 39, The Final Piece of Bait, Side 11. Book 4. Chapter 40, The Lord of Last Resort, Side 11. Chapter 41, The Uses of Talent, Side 12. Chapter 42, Unexpected Translations, Side 12. Chapter 43, The Only Reasonable Thing to Do, Side 13. Chapter 44, Men Go Forth, Side 14. Chapter 45, The Alland Monarch's Gamble, Side 15. Chapter 46, A Place of Death, Side 16. Chapter 47, On the Verge, Side 17. Chapter 48, The Conjurer at Work, Side 18. Chapter 49, The King's Last Hopes, Side 18. Chapter 50, Careful Risks, Side 19. Chapter 51, The Things Men Do with Mirrors, Side 20. Chapter 52, No More Fighting, Side 21. Epilogue, Crowning the Pieces, Side 22. To Perrin Laura Donaldson, for sunshine and flowers whenever you need them, and love whenever you want it. A man rides through. Steeped in the vacuum of her dreams, a mirror's empty till a man rides through it. John Myers Myers, Silverlock. Book 3. Chapter 27, The Prince's Siege. Early the next morning, the siege of Orosin began. The huge rectangular pile of the castle stood on slightly lower ground, surrounded by bare dirt and straggling grass, and surrounded too by the Alland army, with its supporting horde of servants and camp-followers. From Prince Cragan's perspective, Orosin looked too massive, and the ring of attackers around it too thin, for the siege to succeed. He understood sieges, however. He knew his force was strong enough to take the castle. Nevertheless, the prince didn't risk any men. He felt the pressure of time, of course. He could almost taste High King Feston's army marching out of Cadwal against him, a sensation as disturbing as a stench borne along on the edges of the raw wind. And that army was large. The prince knew this, because he had captured a number of the Purdon's wounded men on their way to Orosin, and had taken the information from them. Composed half of mercenaries, half of his own troops, the High King's troops numbered at least 20,000. And of the Alland monarch's men there were barely 10,000. So Cragan had to hurry. He needed to take Orosin and fortify it before those 20,000 Cadwals crossed the Broadwyne into the domain. Otherwise, when the High King came, he would have no choice but to retreat ignominiously, unless he was willing to lose his entire force in an effort to help Joyce keep the conjurer out of Cadwal's hands. The Lady Elaga's plan to paralyze Orosin from within had failed, and now time was not on the Alland contender's side. Still, he didn't risk any men. He was going to need them soon enough. Instead, he ordered his catapults into position to heave rocks at the scant curtain wall which protected the hole in the side of the castle. He had seen that wound from a similar vantage point the day after the conjurer's mad champion had blasted his way to freedom, the day when, as the Alland monarch's ambassador, he had formally departed Orozen. A smoking breech, with a look of death about it, torn in one face of the blunt stone. The damage had been impressive then, seen against a background of cold and snow, like a fatal hurt that steamed because the corpse was still warm. The sight of it had simultaneously lifted and chilled Prince Cragan's heart, promising, as it did, that Orozen could be taken, that a power which had once ruled Mordant and controlled the ancient conflict between Aland and Cadwal was doomed. In some ways, however, King Joyce's seat looked more vulnerable now. The inadequacies of the curtain wall were so simple that a child could measure them. Considering his circumstances, Castellan Levick had done well, quite well, in fact. But circumstantial excuses wouldn't help the wall stand against siege engines. The prince's captain of catapults was privately taking bets as to whether the curtain wall could survive more than one good hit. No, the obvious question facing Prince Cragan was not whether he could break into Orozen, but rather how hard the castle would defend itself. The Lady Elliga had failed to poison Levick's guards, but she had poisoned the reservoir, putting the badly overcrowded castle into a state of severe rationing. And as for King Joyce, he wasn't just the leader of his people, he was their hero, the man who had given them identity as well as ideals. Now he had lost his mind. Leaderless and desperate, how fiercely would the Mordants fight? They might find it in themselves to fight very fiercely, if Joyce kept his word. He had certainly lost his mind, there was no doubt about that. Yet he had met Alan's demand for surrender with the one threat which might give heart to his followers. King Joyce intends to unleash the full force of the conjurer against you, and rout you from the earth. Elliga didn't believe that, but the prince lacked her confidence. If Joyce did indeed unleash the conjurer, then what happened to Alan's army might be worse than a rout. It might be complete ruin. So Prince Cragan held his troops back from the walls of Orozen. Wearing his spiked helmet over his curly black hair, with his moustache waxed to a bold gloss that matched his eyes, and his long sword and breastplate exposed by the negligent way he wore his white fur robe, he was the image of assurance and vitality as he readied his forces, warned back the army's camp followers, discussed weights and trajectories with his captain of catapults. Nevertheless, every thought in his head was hedged with doubts. He didn't intend to risk any men until he had to. He was afraid that he might soon need them all. The terrain suited catapults. For one thing, it was clear. Except for the trees edging the roads, the ground was uncluttered. Virtually all the natural brush had been cut away, and even the grass struggling to come out for the spring was having a hard time because of the chill and the lack of rain. And the roads weren't in Cragan's way. They met some distance outside Orozen's gates to the northeast of the castle, and the wound in the wall faced more toward the northwest. For another, Orozen's immediate setting was either level with or slightly lower than the positions of Alan's army. As Prince Cragan's military teachers and advisers had drummed into him for years, it was exceptionally difficult to aim catapults uphill. Here, however, the shot which actually presented itself to his siege engines was an easy one. The Lady Elliga came to his side while the most powerful of the catapults was being loaded. His mind was preoccupied, but she had the capacity to get his attention at any time, and he greeted her with a smile that was warmer than his distracted words. "My lady, we are about to begin." Clutching her robe about her, she looked hard at her home. "What will happen, my Lord Prince?" she murmured, as if she didn't expect an answer. "Will the curtain wall hold?" The Castellan is a cunning old veteran. Surely he had done his best for Orozen. Prince Cragan studied her face while she studied the castle. Because he loved her, even admired her, and because he was reluctant to acknowledge that he didn't entirely trust a woman who had tried so hard to betray her own father. It was difficult for him to admit that she wasn't at her best under these conditions. Cold and wind took the spark out of her vivid eyes, turning them sore and puffy. Stark sunlight made her look wan, bloodless, like a woman with no heart. She was only lovely when she was within doors, seen by the light of candles and intrigue. Yet her present lack of beauty only caused the prince to love her more. He knew that she did indeed have a heart. The fingers that held her robe closed were pale and urgent. Every word she said, and every line of her stance, told him that she was mourning. "Oh, the wall will fall," he replied in the same distracted tone. "We will have it down before sunset, perhaps before noon. It was raised in winter. Let Levick be as cunning and experienced as you wish." Cregan didn't much like the dour castellan. "He has had nothing to use for mortar. If he took all the sand of the conjury, and then butchered every imager for blood, he would still be unable to seal those stones against us." The lady winced slightly. "And when it comes down?" she asked, pursuing an unspoken worry. "What then?" "When this blow is struck," he said, suddenly harsh, "there will be no turning back. Aland will be at war with Mordant, and we cannot wait for thirst and fear to do our work for us. The Purdon is all that stands between us and High King Feston. We will make the breach as large as we can. Then we will fight our way in." A moment later, however, he took pity on her and added, "Urizen will be given every conceivable opportunity to surrender. I want no slaughter. Every man, woman, and child there will be needed against Cadwal." Elliker looked at him, mute gratitude on her chafed and swollen face. She thought for a while, then nodded. "Castellan Levick will never surrender. My father has never surrendered in his life." "Then they must begin here," snapped the prince. He believed that. He believed that the curtain wall couldn't hold, that apart from imagery, Urizen didn't have the resources to withstand his assault. Yet doubts he could hardly name tightened their grip on his stomach as he ordered the captain to throw the first stone. In unison, two brawny men swung mallets against the hooks on either side of the catapult. The great arm leaped forward and slammed against its stops. A boulder as heavy as a man arced out of the cup. The throw raised a shout of anticipation from the army, but Prince Cregan watched it go grimly. The flat smack of the mallets, the groan of stress in the timbers, the thud of the stops, and the protest of the wheels. He seemed to feel them in his chest, as if they were blows struck against him, as if he could tell simply by the sound that the stone was going to miss. It did. Not entirely, of course. Urizen was too big a target for that. But the boulder hit high and to the left, away from the curtain wall. The impact left a scar on the face of the castle. That was trivial, however. The projectile itself shattered. The plain purple swath of the king's personal banner continued to snap and flutter, untouched, unconcerned. Under his breath, Cregan cursed the wind, although he knew it had nothing to do with the miss. In fact, a miss was normal. A hit would have been uncommon. The captain of catapults needed a few throws to adjust his engine, get the range. Yet Prince Cregan felt an irrational pang, as if the miss were an omen. Perhaps it was. Before the captain's men could start hauling on the tackle which pulled back the arm of the catapult, the entire besieging force heard the cry of a trumpet. It wasn't one of the familiar fanfares, announcing messengers or defiance. It was a high, shrill wail on one note, as if the trumpeter himself didn't know what he was doing, but had simply been instructed to attract attention. Cregan glanced at the Lady Elliger, implicitly asking for an explanation. She shrugged and nodded toward Urizen. From his present position, the prince couldn't see the castle gates. They must have been opened, however, because a man on a horse came around the corner of the wall, riding in the direction of the catapult. He was a small man, too small for his mount, Prince Cregan gauged automatically, and not accustomed to horses, judging by the precarious way he kept his seat. If he carried any weapons or armor, they were hidden under his thick mantle. But over his shoulders, outside his mantle, he wore the yellow chasuble of a master. The wind made the ends of the chasuble flap so that they couldn't be missed. The prince cocked a black eyebrow, but didn't let anything else show. Conscious that everything he said would be heard and reported throughout the army, he murmured calmly, "Interesting. An imager, a master of the conjury. Do you know him, my lady?" She waited until there was no possibility of mistake. Then she responded softly, "Quillen, my lord prince." She was frowning hard. Why him? He has never been important, either to the conjury or to my father. Prince Cregan smiled toward the approaching master. So that only Elliger could hear him, he commented, "I suspect we will learn the answer shortly." Master Quillen came forward, red-faced and laughable on his oversized mount. His eyes watered as if he were weeping, though there was no sorrow in his expression. His nose twitched like a rabbit's. His lips exposed his protruding teeth. But as the master brought his horse to a halt in front of Prince Cregan and the Lady Elliger, as Quillen dismounted almost as if he were falling, blown out of his seat by the wind, the Alland contender had no difficulty suppressing his mirth. Regardless of what Quillen looked like, he was an imager. If he had a mirror with him, he might be able to do considerable damage before he was taken prisoner or killed. "My lord prince," he said without preamble, without a glance at King Joyce's daughter, or a bow for the Alland monarch's son, "I have come to warn you." The men around the prince stiffened. The captain of catapults put his hand on his sword. But Prince Cregan's demeanor gave no hint of offense. "To warn us, Master Quillen?" His tone was smooth, despite the piercing glitter of his gaze. "That is an unexpected courtesy. I distinctly heard Castellan Lebec threaten to unleash the conjury against us. Have I misunderstood your king's intent? Have I not already been warned? Or," he held Quillen's eyes sharply, "is your warning different in some way? Does your presence here imply that the conjury is no longer under Joyce's rule?" "No, my lord prince." The imager had such an appearance of being frightened that the assertion in his voice sounded unnatural, unexpectedly ominous. "You rush to conclusions. That is a dangerous weakness in a leader of men. If you wish to survive this war, you must show greater care." "Must I?" replied the prince, still smoothly. "I beg your pardon. You have misled me. Your own incaution in coming to speak to me inspired my incautious speculations. If you mean merely to repeat the castellan's threats, you could have spared yourself an uncomfortable ride." "I mean nothing of the kind. I came to warn you that we will destroy this catapult. If you remain near it, you may be injured, perhaps killed. King Joyce does not wish you killed. This war is not of his doing, and he has no interest in your death." A cold, unfamiliar tingle ran across Cregan's scalp and down the back of his neck. "We will destroy." Like everyone else he had ever known, he was afraid of imagers, afraid of the strange power to produce atrocities out of nothing more than glass and talent. One consequence of this was that he had distorted the shape of his siege to avoid the crossroads, because he knew from Elliger that the Purdon had once been attacked by imagery there. And Quillen's manner made his words seem mad, unpredictable, and therefore perilous. King Joyce does not wish you killed. At the same time, Marganul's son was the Allan contender. He occupied a position and carried a responsibility which no one had forced on him. In other lands, other princes might become kings whether they deserved the place or not, but the Aland monarch's seat in Scarab could only be earned, never inherited, and Cregan wanted that seat, both because he trusted his father and because he trusted himself. More than anyone else who desired to rule Aland, he believed in what his father was doing, and he felt sure that none of his competitors was better qualified than himself. So there was no fear in the way he looked at Quillan, or in the way he stood, or in the way he spoke. There was only watchfulness, and a superficial amusement which wasn't intended to fool anybody. "What, no interest at all?" he asked easily, "even though I have taken his daughter from him, and brought the full strength of the Aland monarch to the gates of Orozen? Forgive me if I seem skeptical, Master Quillan. Your king's concern for my life appears to be, I mean no offense, a little eccentric." As if he were bowing, he nodded his head, but his men understood him, and closed around Quillan, blocking the image's retreat. "And you risk much to make me aware of his regard for me." Master Quillan's gaze flicked from side to side, trying to watch everything at once. "Not so much," he commented, as if he hadn't noticed his own anxiety. "Only my life. I prefer to live, but nothing of importance will be lost if I am killed. This catapult will still be destroyed. Every catapult which you presume to aim against us will be destroyed. As I say, King Joyce has no interest in your death. If you insist on dying, however, he will not prohibit you. The risk to my life is your assurance that I speak the truth." "Fascinating," drawled the prince. "From this distance you will destroy my siege engines? What new horror has the conjurer devised that you are now able to project destruction so far from your glass?" The master didn't answer that question. "Withdraw or not, as you choose," he said. "Kill me or not." The twitching of his nose was unmistakably rabbit-like. "But do not make the error of believing that you will be permitted to enter or occupy Orozen. Rather than surrender his seat and his strength, King Joyce will allow you to be crushed between the hammer of Cadwal and the anvil of the conjurer." The Lady Eliga couldn't restrain herself. "Quillan, this is madness." Her protest sounded at once angry and forlorn. "You are a minor imager, a lesser member of the conjurer. You admit that your life has no importance, yet you dare threaten the Aland monarch and his son. How have you gained such stature that you claim to speak with my father's voice?" For the first time Master Quillan looked at her. Suddenly his face nodded, and an incongruous note of ferocity sharpened his tone. "My lady, I have been given my stature by the king's command. I am the mediator of the conjurer." Without moving, he confronted her as if he had abruptly become taller. "Unlike his daughter, I have not betrayed him." Loyal to their prince, the Aland soldiers tensed. A number of them put their hands on their swords. But Eliga met the master's reply squarely. She had a king's daughter's pride, as well as a king's daughter's commitment to what she was doing. "That is unjust," she snapped. "He has betrayed all Mordant. You cannot be blind to the truth. You cannot—" Deliberately, Master Quillan turned away as if she had ceased to exist for him. Unheeded, her protest trailed into silence. In the chill spring wind she looked like she might weep. With difficulty Prince Cregan checked his anger. The master's attitude infuriated him because he understood it too well. Nevertheless, he resisted the impulse to have Quillan struck down. Instead, he murmured through his teeth, "You risk more than you realize, Master Quillan. Perhaps you do not consider death to be of great importance, but I assure you that you will attach more significance to pain." At that, Eliga's head jerked, and her gaze widened, as if she was shocked. The prince and the imager faced each other, however, ignoring her reaction. Master Quillan's eyes flicked. His nose twitched. He might have been on the verge of panic, but his tone contradicted that impression. It cut fearlessly. "Is that your answer to what you do not understand, my Lord Prince? Torture? Or do you inflict pain for the simple pleasure of it? Be warned again, son of the Alland monarch. You are being tested here, as surely as you were tested in Orison, at the hopboard table, and elsewhere. I do not advise you to prove unworthy." Without Prince Cregan's permission, Quillen left. He mounted his horse awkwardly, gathered up the reins. He was surrounded by Allans, yet when he pulled his mount's head toward Orison, the soldiers seemed to open a path for him involuntarily, without instructions from their captain or their prince, as if they were ruled by the imager's peculiar dignity. Looking slightly ridiculous, or perhaps valiant, on his big horse, he rode back the way he had come. In a short time he rounded the corner of Orison and disappeared from sight. Cregan chewed his lips under his moustache as he turned to the lady. "You are being tested here." He would have asked, what was the meaning of that? But the darkness in her eyes stopped him. "Elida?" he inquired softly. Her jaw tightened as she met his gaze. "Pain, my Lord Prince?" Her indignation made him want to shout at her. "We are at war here, my lady. Do you believe that we can fight a war without hurting anyone?" He restrained himself, however, because he was also a little ashamed of having threatened Master Quillen. It was certainly true that in the old days of the constant struggle between Alland and Cadwal, no supporter or adherent of the Alland monarch would have hesitated to twist a few screams out of any Mordant or Cadwal. And the barons of the lieges still tended to be a bloodthirsty lot. But since his defeat at King Joyce's hands, Margenal hadn't failed to notice that his opponent was able to rule Mordant with considerable ease by winning loyalty rather than extorting it. Never a stupid man, the Alland monarch had experimented with techniques of kingship other than those which hinged upon fear, violence, and pain, and had been pleased with the results. Even the barons were becoming easier to command. That was one of the things Margenal had done which Prince Cregan believed in. He wanted to make more such experiments himself. So, despite the fact that he was angry and alarmed and full of doubt, he lowered his guard enough to offer Elliga a piece of difficult honesty. "I said more than I meant. The imager affronted you, my lady. I do not like it when you are affronted." His explanation seemed to give her what she needed. Slowly her expression cleared. Moisture softened her gaze until it looked like a promise. "I should not be so easily offended," she replied. "Surely it is obvious that anyone who still trusts my father will be unable to trust me." Then, as if she were trying to match his candor, she added, "Yet I thank you for your anger, my Lord Prince. It is a comfort that you consider me worth defending." For a moment Prince Cregan studied her, measuring his hunger for her against the exigencies of the situation. Then he bowed and turned away. The wind seemed to be getting colder. Spring had come early, therefore it was possible that winter would return. That, the prince thought bitterly, would be just what he and his army needed, to be encamped and paralyzed by winter outside Orison like curs outside a village, cold and hungry, and helpless to do anything except hope for table scraps. Yes, that would be perfect. But he kept his bile to himself. To his captain of catapults he said briskly, as if he were sure of what he was doing, "We will heed the imager's warning, I think. Withdraw all who are unnecessary, and prepare the rest to retreat. Then resume the attack." The captain saluted, began to issue orders. Men obeyed with nervous alacrity, artificially quick to demonstrate that they weren't concerned. Taking Elliga with him, Prince Cregan walked in the direction of his father's tents, until he had put nearly 100 yards between himself and the catapult. There he turned to watch. he didn't have to wait long for Master Quillen's threat to be carried out. The mediator of the conjury must have given the signal almost as soon as he entered the courtyard of the castle. Moments after, the prince began to study Urizen's heavy grey profile for some hint of what was coming. He saw a brown shape, as imprecise as a puff of smoke, lift off the ramparts of the northwest wall. It looked like it would dissipate like smoke, yet it held together. It looked like it was no bigger than a large dog, no more than twice the size of a buzzard. Yet the way it rose, seething and shifting into the sky, made it seem as dangerous as a thunderbolt. A bit of brown smoke. Like nearly 10,000 other men, and virtually all his army's adherents, Prince Cregan craned his neck and squinted his eyes to trace the shape's movement against the dull background of the clouds. So high that it was almost certainly beyond arrow range, even for the iron-trussed crossbows some of the Allans carried. The brown shape sailed out toward the catapult, and over it, and away again, back in the direction of the castle. The prince thought he heard a faint, thin cry, like the wail of a sea-bird. And from out of the smoke, as it passed overhead, came plummeting a rock as big as the one which the catapult had pitched at Urizen. Powerful with the force of its fall, the rock struck the catapult and shattered the wood as easily as if the engine had been built of kindling. Splinters and bolts burst loose on all sides. Chunks of timber arced away from the impact and hit the ground like rubble. 2 of the men fleeing from the catapult went down, one with a ragged stave driven through his leg, the other with his skull crushed by a bit of the engine's iron. The rest were luckier. The vague brown shape had already dropped out of sight beyond the parapets of the castle. A shout went up from the army, anger and fear demanding an outlet, calling for blood. But Prince Cregan stood still, his face impassive, as if he had never been surprised in his life. Only the white lines of his mouth, hidden under his moustache, betrayed what he felt. "My lady," he said to Eliga, in a tone of grim nonchalance, "you have lived for years in the proximity of imagers. Surely Urizen has always been full of rumors concerning the conjury. Have you ever heard of or seen such a thing before?" She shook her head dumbly, and studied the wreckage of the catapult as if she couldn't believe her eyes. "It is possible," he muttered for her ears alone, "that during King Joyce's peace we have forgotten too much of the abomination of imagery. Clearly the masters have not been inactive under his rule. My lady—" He closed his eyes just for a moment and allowed himself to be appalled. The conjury must not fall into the hands of High King Feston. Then the prince took command of himself again and left her. First he ordered the captain of catapults to bring forward another siege engine and try again, taking whatever precautions were necessary to protect the men. After that he went to talk to his father. The Alland monarch's tents were sumptuous by his standards. Margenal liked to travel in comfort. Also he knew that upon occasion a grand public display was good for morale. Nevertheless, High King Feston would have considered the monarch's quarters a hovel. Alland lacked the seaports, and hence the trade of Cadwal. Compared to Feston, Margenal was no wealthier than one of his lieges. If Mordant hadn't lain between Cadwal and Alland, and if the cares of Mordant hadn't been so contentious, so difficult to rule, a quality which made them an effective buffer, the High King and the forces which his wealth could procure would long since have swallowed up his ancient enemy. Prince Cregan was conscious of this, not because he was jealous of the High King's riches, but because he felt acutely vulnerable to Cadwal, as he pushed the canvas door-flap aside and was admitted to his father's presence. He could feel Alland's peril in the cold wind that curled about his neck like a garrote. The Alland monarch sat in the foretent, where he held councils and consultations. The prince could see him well enough. Braziers intended for warmth gave off a flickering illumination that danced among the tent poles and around the meeting chairs. But there was no other light. The seams of the tent were sealed with flaps, and Margenal didn't permit lamps or torches or even candles in his presence. Privately, Prince Cregan considered this arbitrary prohibition a vestige of the tyranny to which his father had formerly been accustomed. Nevertheless, he accepted it without question. As anyone who looked on the Alland monarch's face in good light could see, Margenal was stone blind. It was unimaginable that any vision could penetrate the white film which covered his eyes like curtains. Obviously, his battles with King Joyce hadn't been his only losses in life, and it had been when he had begun to lose his sight that he had first started to search for surer ways to rule, safer means of preserving the kingship for himself and his successor. As he had repeated until everyone near him was sick of it, "Loss teaches many things." Again privately, however, and without any disrespect, Prince Cregan dropped loss and substituted fear. A man who couldn't see his enemies couldn't strike at them. For that reason, he had to find new ways to protect himself. Cregan understood his father's fear and honored it. A lesser man than Margenal would have retreated into terror and violence. Old and no longer strong, the Alland monarch sprawled in the most comfortable of the meeting chairs and turned his head toward the sound of his son's entrance. Because he was punctilious, he didn't speak until the Alland contender had been announced, and had greeted him in the formal manner prescribed by custom. Then he sighed as if he were especially tired. "Well, my son, my guards have already been here, whispering lurid reports which they were unable to explain. Perhaps you will tell me something comprehensible." "My lord," Prince Cregan replied, "I fear I can only increase the range of your incomprehension." Succinctly, he described Master Quillen's visit and the destruction of the catapult. When he was done, he told his father what he was thinking. "The Imager's actions were strange, unquestionably, but to my mind the great mystery is that King Joyce behaves as if he had not made himself weak, as if we were nothing more than an annoyance to a sovereign in an invulnerable position. And he is able to command men such as Castellan Levick and Master Quillen to preserve that illusion. Yet we know it is an illusion. Cadwal marches against him. He has a hole in his wall, few men to defend it, and no water for them to drink. Despite his control over the conjury, the Imagers who serve his enemies are more powerful. They are able to strike him at will anywhere in Mordant or Orison, passing through flat glass as if they were immune to madness. In addition, there are masters on the conjury who would abandon his cause if they could. Men such as Aramis may be loyal to Mordant, but they are no longer committed to their king. His lords will not help him. The Armiget is a coward. The Termagant values nothing but his own affairs, and the Purdon resists Cadwal, not for King Joyce, but for his own survival. Of the Cares, only Domney, Tor, and Fail are truly loyal. Yet the Domney does not fight. The Tor is old, sodden with wine, and here, where he is unable to muster his people. And the Fail cannot come to Orison's aid because we stand in his way. And still King Joyce treats us as if we lack the means to harm him." The more he thought about it, the more unsure the prince became. For a moment he chewed on his moustache while his doubts chewed on him. Then he concluded, "In truth, my lord, I cannot decide in my own mind whether his audacity constitutes raving or deep policy." Again the Alland monarch sighed. With apparent irrelevance, he murmured, "I suffered an uncomfortable night. The loss of sight has sharpened my powers of recollection. Instead of sleeping, I saw every trick and subterfuge he has ever practiced against me. I felt every blow of our battles. Such memories would curdle the blood of a young sovereign with his eyes clear in his head. For me, they are fatal." Facing his son as if he could see, Marginal asked in a husky voice, "Can you think of anything at all, that a king such as Joyce might gain by feigning weakness, by allowing images to bring atrocities down on the heads of his people, by permitting us to invest him when his defenses are so poor?" "No." Prince Craigen shook his head for his own benefit. "It is madness. It must be madness." "And the Lady Elegar? She is his daughter. Her knowledge of him is greater than yours, greater even than mine. Can she think of anything that he might gain?" Again the prince said, "No." He trusted her, didn't he? He believed what she believed about her father, didn't he? Abruptly the Alland monarch raised his voice. "Then he is a madman! A madman! He must be rooted out of his stronghold and made to pay for this. Do you hear me? It is insufferable!" As if he didn't know what they were doing, his fists began to beat on the arms of his chair. "I understand his desire to take Mordant from us and rule it as his own. He was able to do it, therefore he did it. Who would not? And I understand his desire to gather all the resources of imagery for himself. Again, he was able to do it, therefore he did it. Who would not? And perhaps I understand also his restraint when he had created the conjurer, his refusal to use his power for conquest. That is not what Festin would have done. It is not what I would have done. But perhaps in that he was saner than we. But this! To create all he has created, and then abandon it to destruction!" Now the Alland monarch was shouting. "To forge such a weapon as the conjurer, and then make himself vulnerable to attack, neglect responsibility, turn his back on those who serve and trust him, so that his enemies have no choice but to attempt to wrest his weapon from him for their own survival." Marginal half rose from his seat, as if he intended to go to demand sense from King Joyce in person. "I say it is insufferable! It must not continue!" As quickly as it had come up, however, his passion subsided. Sinking back, he wiped his hands across his face. "My son," he whispered hoarsely, "when I received your message asking us to march, a chill went into my heart. I cannot warm it away. I know that man. He has beaten me too often. I fear that he has lured us here to destroy us, that his weakness is a pose to bring us and Cadwal within reach, so we can be crushed at his ease instead of met in honest battle. You say this cannot be true. The Lady Elegar says it cannot be true. My own reason says it cannot be true, if only because in 50 years he has never shown any desire to crush us. And yet I fear it. He has witched me. We have come here to our doom." Prince Craigen stared at what his father was saying, and tried not to shudder. Fear teaches many things, he thought. Have all the rest of us been blind? Why have we never believed that Joyce is malign? Softly he answered, "My lord, say the word, and we will retreat. You are the Alland monarch, and I trust your wisdom. We will—" "No!" Marginal's refusal sounded more like pain than anger or protest. "No," he repeated almost at once in a steadier tone. "He has witched me, I say. I am certain of only one thing. I cannot make decisions where he is concerned. No, my son, this siege is yours. You are the Alland contender. I have given our doom into your hands." A moment later he added in warning, "If you choose retreat, be very certain that you can answer for your decision to the others who seek my seat." Mutely the prince nodded. He had caught Marganol's chill much earlier. Long before this conversation, the cold of the wind had crept into his vitals. But the Alland monarch had named his doubt for him, and the name seemed to make the doubt more palpable, more potent. "We have come here to our doom." When his father asked, "What will you do?" he chewed his lip and replied, "I do not know." "Choose soon." Now Marganol spoke to him harshly, as he himself had spoken harshly to the Lady Elliga. "Feston will not be patient with your uncertainty." In response, Cregan stiffened his spine. "Perhaps not, my lord. Nevertheless, our doom will be Cadwal's as well. Until the issue is proven, I will do my best to teach the High King better uses for his impatience." Slowly the Alland monarch relaxed until he was sprawling in his chair once again. Unexpectedly he smiled. "Feston, I have heard, has many sons. I have only one. I am inclined to think, however, that I have already bested him in the matter." Because he didn't know what else to do, Prince Cregan bowed deeply. Then he withdrew from his father's presence, and went to watch a vague brown shape rise above the walls of Orozen, and wreck another of his best catapults. Fortunately his men escaped without injury this time. His face showed nothing but confidence as he went to consult with all his captains. Chapter 28. A Day of Trouble. Castellan Levick stood with the 3 imagers on the ramparts of the northwest wall and watched as the brown shape which Adept Havelock had translated reduced the second Alland catapult to firewood and splinters. At this elevation, behind the defensive parapet built into Orozen's outward face, he had a good view despite the distance. Judging by the old scowl cut into the lines of his face, the knot of his jaw muscles, the bleak glare in his eyes, he wasn't impressed. He ought to have been impressed. He had had no idea that this mirror existed, or that a creature with no more definition than dense smoke could be translated and controlled, could be made to carry rocks as heavy as a man anywhere the adept commanded. And that wasn't all. In plain fact, he had had no idea that Havelock was still sane enough to cooperate in Orozen's defense, that plans could be designed on the assumption that the adept would carry out his part in them. In some way, the Castellan's warrior spirit probably was impressed. Unquestionably, he ought to have been. He wasn't conscious of it, however. He certainly didn't show it. The truth was that only a harsh act of will enabled him to keep his mind on what he was doing, pay any attention to the situation at all. "Well done," Master Quillen breathed, as the airborne shape returned to Havelock's glass, gusting easily across the wind. "You surpass yourself. Indeed you do." And he actually patted the adept's shoulder like an old friend, which would have surprised Levick under other circumstances, since Havelock's lunacy had made friendship with him impossible for everyone except King Joyce, who was himself, the Castellan thought sourly, no longer particularly sane. "Fornication," Adept Havelock replied negligently, as if he normally performed such feats of imagery standing on his head. "Piss on the slut." In spite of his tone, however, he was concentrating so hard that his misaimed eyes bulged slightly. "Of course," murmured Master Aramis. "My thought exactly." He was the only other man near the mirror, although a number of guards and several apts were clustered a short distance away, watching raptly. "Yet it occurs to me that you have been a bit too coy with your talents, Adept Havelock." Nominally, Aramis was here only because the Castellan wasn't done with him. Too many questions remained to be answered. Nevertheless, his interest in what happened was intense, His wedge-shaped head followed everything, studied every movement. His eyes gleamed as if he were having a wonderful time. "If the conjurer had known of your resources, we might have made different decisions entirely." Master Quillen glanced rapidly at the taller imager. "Is that so? Such as?" In response, Master Aramis smiled distinctly at the castellan. "We might have decided to defend Mordant ourselves, rather than waiting politely for our beloved king to fall off the precarious perch of his reason." Levick really should have replied to that jibe. Aramis intended to provoke him, and provocation was his bread and meat. It fed the fires of dedication and outrage which kept him going, sustained him so that he could continue to serve his king past the point where his own common sense rebelled, and his instinct for fidelity turned against him. In addition, he had work to do where Master Aramis was concerned, issues to resolve, explanations to obtain. But this time the master's sarcasm didn't touch him. His heart was elsewhere, and without it he wasn't able to think clearly. His heart was in the dungeon, where he had left that woman. Curse her anyway. Curse her! She was the source of all the trouble, all the harm. He was even starting to think that she was the reason for King Joyce's weakness, even though the king had been walking that path for years before her first appearance. But now Levick would get the truth out of her. He would tear her limbs off if necessary to get the truth out of her. He would take the soft flesh of her body in his hands. He would do anything he wanted to her. He had permission. "Now you've done it, woman. You've done something so heinous that nobody is going to protect you." That was true. The Tor had tried, and failed. You've helped a murderer escape. Now you are mine. Even though he had been warned. Mine. If only he could control the way he trembled whenever he thought of her. He answered Master Aramis for no reason at all except to mask what was happening to him, disguise the tremors in his muscles. But he wasn't thinking about what he said. He couldn't. He was too busy remembering the way her arms felt when he ground his fingers into them. "No," he heard her whisper. Her protest was like the horror in her soft brown eyes, like the quivering of her delicately cleft chin. She was afraid of him, deeply afraid. His anger touched a sore place in her. He could see that vividly, even though she had stood up to him in the past, had lied to him, forced him to swallow his passion against her time and again. She feared him as if she deserved to be terrified, as if she already knew that anything he might do to her was justified. "No," she whispered. But it wasn't his accusation she denied. It was him, the castellan himself, his violence and authority. "Yes," he replied through his teeth, smiling at her fiercely, as if she made him happy for the last time in his life. Holding her as hard as he wished, without regard for her pain, or for the way the masters and guards looked at him, despite the chaos of Niall's murder and Garridan's disappearance, he escorted her to the dungeon himself. Along the way she babbled. "No, you don't understand. It's a trick. Garridan didn't kill Niall. Please listen to me. Listen to me. Aramis did this somehow. It's a trick." He liked that. He liked her fear. He wanted her prostrate in front of him. At the same time, however, her reaction disturbed him. For some reason, it reminded him of his wife. For no good reason, obviously, since his wife hadn't been a babbler. In fact, she hadn't been afraid of anything. Not since King Joyce had rescued them from the Alland garrison commander, who was having her raped so imaginatively. Not since he, Levick, had ripped that dog-shit Alland apart with his teeth. But before that she had been afraid. Yes, he remembered her fear as well. She babbled. Yes, he heard her, watched her, was forced to watch her, and couldn't do anything about it, anything at all. He heard and saw her do every desperate and terrible thing she could think of to try to make those men stop. Castellan Levick wasn't going to stop. Never. Let her babble to her heart's content, cry out, scream if she wanted to. She was his. Yet it disturbed him. When he thrust her into her cell so that she nearly sprawled on the cot against the far wall, he had no intention of stopping. But he didn't start right away. Instead, he closed the iron door behind him without bothering to lock it, folded his arms across his chest to keep them from shaking, and faced her past the light of the single lamp. Its wick needed trimming. The flame guttered wildly, making shadows dance fright over her pale features. Still smiling through his teeth, he demanded, "How?" "I don't know," babbling. "Somehow. To get rid of Garrison. Garrison is the only one who doesn't trust him." Terrified. "Aramis and Gilbert are working together. And Vagel. He lied to the conjurer." Trying to distract him. "Aramis brought Niall to the meeting of the conjurer. He said Niall would prove Garrison as a traitor, but that was a lie. They set this up together. They planned it." Trying to create the illusion that she made sense. "It's a fake. They staged it. They must have." Deaf to the illogic of her own defense, she insisted, "Niall is still alive." Watching her, the castellan wanted to crow for joy. "No, woman." His jaws throbbed with the effort of not sinking his teeth into her. "Tell me how. How did he escape? How did you help him escape?" Finally she caught hold of herself, closed her mouth on her panic. Shadows flickered in and out of her eyes. She looked as desirable as an immolation. "He's no imager," Levick went on, "and there isn't any way he could have left those rooms except by imagery. So you did it. You translated him somewhere. Where is he, woman? I want him." She stared at him. Her dismay seemed to become a kind of calm. She was less frantic simply because she was so afraid. "You've gone crazy," she whispered. "You've snapped. It's been too much for you." "I won't hurt him." The castellan's face felt like it was being split apart by the stress of restraint. "It isn't really his fault. I know that. You seduced him into it. Until you arrived, he was just another son of the Domni, too clumsy for his own good, but a decent boy. Everybody liked him, even though he couldn't do anything right. You changed that. You involved him in treachery. When I get my hands on him, I won't even punish him. I just want him to tell me the truth." Suddenly, like dry brush on a smoldering blaze, Levick yelled at her, "Where is he?" She flinched, cowered. Just for a second he believed that she was going to answer. But then something inside her stiffened. She raised her head and faced him squarely. "Go to hell." At that he laughed. He couldn't help himself. He laughed as if his heart were breaking. "You little whore," he chortled. "Don't try to defy me. You aren't strong enough." At once he began to speak more precisely, more formally, tapping words into her fear like coffin nails. "I'm going to start by taking off your clothes. I might do it gently, just for fun. Women are especially vulnerable when they don't have any clothes on. Then I'll begin to hurt you." He took a step toward her, but didn't release his arms from his chest. "Just a little at first. One breast or the other. Or perhaps a few barbs across your belly. A rough piece of wood between your legs. Just to get your attention." He wished she could see what he saw. His wife being stretched out in the dirt by those Allens, her limbs spread-eagled and staked so that she couldn't move. The delicate things the garrison commander had done to her with small knives. "Then I'll begin to hurt you in earnest. You'll beg me to stop. You'll tell me everything I desire, and you'll beg me to stop. But it will be too late. Your chance will be lost. Once I begin to hurt you, I will never stop. I will never stop." She was so vividly appalled, the fright on her face was so stark, that the sight of it cost him his grip on himself. His arms burst out of his control. His hands caught her shoulders. Snatching her to him, he covered her mouth with his and kissed her as hard as a blow, aching to consume her with his passion before it tore him to pieces. Then he hugged her so urgently that the muscles in his shoulders stood out like iron. "Tell me the truth!" His voice shook, feverish with distress. "Don't make me hurt you!" She had her arms between them, her hands against his chest, but she didn't struggle. She surrendered to his embrace as if the resistance had been squeezed out of her. If he had released her without warning, she would have fallen. Nevertheless, when she spoke, all she said was, "Please don't do this. Please." The way he held her muffled her words in his shoulder, but he could still hear them. "I'll beg now, if that's what you want. Please don't do this to me." For a moment the gloom in the cell grew unexpectedly darker. It rose up around the castellan, swept over his head. It made a roaring noise like a black torrent in his ears. Then it cleared, and the back of his hand hurt. The woman was slumped on the floor. The wall barely braced her up in a sitting position. Blood oozed like midnight from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes seemed glazed, as if she was scarcely conscious. "The Lady Teresa is too polite," someone else said. "I will not speak so courteously. The next blow will be your last. If you strike her again, I will not rest until you are sent to the gallows." Staggering, Castellan Levick turned and saw the Tor at the entrance of the cell. "My Lord Tor," the castellan croaked as if he were choking, "this isn't your concern. Crimes committed in Orizon are my responsibility." The old lord was as fat as a holiday goose, and as pasty-faced as poorly kneaded dough. Yet his small eyes glinted in the lamplight as if he were capable of murder. Under his fat there was strength which enabled him to support his immense weight. "Then," he shot back, "you will be especially responsible for crimes you commit yourself. What if she is innocent?" "Innocent!" Levick was ashamed to hear himself cry out the word like a man who was about to start weeping. With a savage effort he regained control of himself. "Innocent?" he repeated more steadily. "You weren't there, my lord. You didn't see Garradon kill his brother. I caught her helping him escape, helping a murderer escape, my Lord Tor. You have strange ideas of innocence. And your ideas of guilt have cost you your reason, Castellan." The Tor's outrage sounded as acute as Levick's own. "You accuse her of helping a murderer escape, not of shedding blood herself. When I heard that you had brought her here, I could hardly believe my ears. You have no right and no reason to punish her until King Joyce has judged her guilt for himself and given you his consent." "Do you think he'll refuse me?" countered Castellan Levick, fighting to shore up his self-command. "Now, when Orizon is besieged, and all his enemies are conspiring against him? My lord, you misjudge him. This," he made a slapping gesture in that woman's direction, "is one problem he'll leave to me." Without hesitation, the Tor snapped, "Shall we ask him?" The castellan had no choice. He couldn't refuse. In spite of the way his bones ached and his guts shook, so that he seemed to be dying on his feet, he turned his back on that woman and went with the Tor to talk to King Joyce. When Levick demanded an audience, the king answered in his nightshirt. Instead of admitting the castellan and the Tor to his presence, he opened the door of his formal rooms and stood there between the guards, blinking his watery old eyes at the lamplight as if he had become timid, as if he feared he might not be safe in his own castle in the middle of the night. He hadn't been asleep. He had come to the door too promptly for that, and he neglected or forgot to close it behind him. The castellan saw that King Joyce already had company. 2 men sat in front of his hearth, looking over their shoulders toward the door. Adept Havelock, of course, and Master Quillen, the recently designated mediator of the conjury. Master Quillen, who had accidentally contrived to help Garridan escape by tripping Levick. Master Quillen, who had mistakenly given that woman time to help Garridan by sending the guards away from the rooms where the mirrors were kept. The castellan ground curses between his teeth. King Joyce gaped at Castellan Levick and then the Tor with a foolish expression on his face. His beard was tangled in all directions. His white hair jutted wildly around the rim of his tattered and lumpy nightcap, a cap, Levick happened to know, which Queen Madden had given him nearly 20 years ago. His hands were swollen with arthritis, and his back stooped for the same reason. The result was that he looked small and a little silly, too much reduced in physical and mental stature to be a credible ruler for his people. And yet the castellan loved him. Looking at him now, Levick found that what he missed most wasn't Joyce's former leadership or his former trust. It was the Queen, blunt, beautiful, pragmatic Madden. She had done everything in her power to keep King Joyce from becoming so much less than he was. She wouldn't have let anybody see him in this condition. That recognition surprised Castellan Levick out of the fierce speech he was primed to make. Instead of spitting his bitter demands in Joyce's face, he muttered almost gently, "Forgive the intrusion, my Lord King. Couldn't you sleep?" "No," King Joyce assented, in a vague tone. "I meant what I told you to tell Cregan. I want to use the conjury, but I didn't know how. It was keeping me awake. So I sent for Quillen." As if he believed this to be the reason Castellan Levick had come to him, he asked distractedly, "If you were them, what would you do tomorrow?" Involuntarily, Levick exchanged a glance of incomprehension with the Tor. "Them, my Lord King? The masters?" "The Allens," King Joyce explained without impatience. "Prince Cregan. What's he going to do tomorrow?" That question didn't require thought. "Catapults. He'll try to break down the curtain wall." King Joyce nodded. "That's what I thought." He seemed too sleepy to concentrate well. "Quillen and Havelock are going to do something about it." As an afterthought he added, "They'll need advice, and you need to know what they're doing. Meet Quillen at dawn. Good night." He turned back toward his rooms. "My Lord King." It was the Tor who spoke. The King raised his eyebrows tiredly. "Was there something else?" "Yes," the Tor said sharply before Castellan Levick could break in. "Yes, my Lord King. Levick has put the Lady Teresa of Morgan in the dungeon. He struck her. He means to question her with pain, and he may—" the Tor looked at Levick and fought to contain his anger—"may have other intentions as well. He must be stopped." The castellan started to protest, then caught himself. To his astonishment, King Joyce was glaring at the Tor, as if the old lord had begun to stink in some way. "What difference does it make to you, my Lord Tor?" retorted the king. "Niall was killed. Maybe you didn't realize that. The son of the Domney, my Lord Tor. The son of a friend." He spoke as if he had forgotten why the old lord had come to Orozen in the first place. "Levick is just doing his job." In response, the Tor's expression turned to nausea. His mouth opened and closed stupidly. He was so appalled that a moment passed before he was able to breathe. Then he said, as if he were suppressing an attack of apoplexy, "Do I understand you, my Lord King?" His lips stretched tight, baring his wine-stained teeth. Does Castellan Levick have your permission to torture and rape the Lady Teresa of Morgan?" A muscle in King Joyce's cheek twitched. Suddenly his eyes were no longer watery. They flashed blue fire. "That's enough!" Echoes of the man he used to be rang off the walls as he articulated distinctly, "You fat, old, useless sot! You've interfered with me enough! I'm sick of your self-righteousness. I'm sick of being judged. Castellan Levick has my permission to do his job." Behind his constant scowl, inside his clenched heart, Levick felt like cheering. The Tor's face swelled purple. His eyes bulged. His fists came up trembling, as if he were in the throes of a seizure, as if he had finally been provoked to strike his king. When he lowered them again, the act cost him a supreme effort. As the blood left his face, his skin became waxen. "I do not believe you. You are my king, my friend." His voice rattled in his throat. His gaze was no longer focused on anything. "I, too, have lost a son. I will not believe you. Be warned, Castellan. You will suffer for it if you believe him." His flesh seemed to slump on his bones as he moved away and went slowly down the stairs, carrying himself as if his years had caught up with him without warning and made him frail. Softly, so that he wouldn't betray his jubilation, Castellan Levick murmured, "My Lord King." At once King Joyce turned on him. The king's blue eyes continued to burn, but now they were unexpectedly rimmed with red. "That woman must be pushed," he rasped under his breath. "She must be made to declare herself, or to discover herself." Then he thrust a crooked finger into Levick's face and snarled, "Be ready to answer for everything you do." Without allowing Levick time to reply, he re-entered his rooms and slammed the door. Since the guards were studiously not looking at him, Castellan Levick glowered at them to conceal his satisfaction. He hadn't forgotten the rest of his job: Master Quillen, Master Aramis, Niall, the organization and defense of Orozen. But those things carried no emotional weight with him now. He would deal with them simply to get them out of his way. King Joyce had given him permission. His king trusted him to discover that woman's secrets. His king's trust was the only answer he needed, the answer for everything. Deliberately postponing the pleasure he desired most, he didn't return to the dungeon. Instead, he went looking for Master Aramis and Niall's body. Niall is still alive. He had time before dawn to give himself the luxury of confirming that that woman had lied. He found the Imager in the corridor leading away from the section of Orozen, where all the masters had their quarters. Aramis was striding purposefully in Levick's direction, and he greeted the Castellan by saying, without preamble, "Niall is still alive." Castellan Levick halted, braced his fists on his hips, faced the Imager fiercely. Now that Aramis had his attention, he remembered why he hated the tall, lean master so much. He hated the lively and sardonic superiority in Aramis's gaze, the combination of intelligence and ridicule in Aramis's manner. Most of all, however, he hated Aramis's success with women. Women whose faces bore an implicit sneer for the Castellan spread their legs for Aramis whenever the master simply lifted an eyebrow at them. It probably wasn't surprising that the sluttish maid Sadith was eager for the prestige she could get from a master, but it knotted the Castellan's guts to recollect the mute yearning he had occasionally seen in his prisoner's expression at the mere mention of Master Aramis. Levick himself would have been tempted to kill any woman who acquiesced to him without being his wife. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to hate Aramis at the moment. Too much was happening. The master's words seemed to open an abyss under his feet. "Alive?" he snapped. "What are you talking about?" "I hoped this was possible," replied Master Aramis, as if the castellan had asked his question politely. "That is why I rushed him to my rooms. I have never seen Garradon do anything well, so I hoped that he might find it impossible to murder his brother successfully. Apparently his knife missed Niall's heart." At once relief reeled through Lebic's head. That woman was lying. She still belonged to him. For a moment he was so giddy that he couldn't pull his thoughts together enough to speak. "Underwell is with him," continued Aramis. Underwell was one of the best physicians in Orozen. In fact, he was the physician Castellan Lebic himself would have chosen to take care of Niall. If he can be saved, Underwell will do it. In addition, I took the liberty of making a few demands on your guards." The master's eyes glittered with mirth or malice, as if he could read Lebic's confusion plainly. "If Garradon wants his brother dead badly enough, he may try again. It seems clear that he is in league with Gilber as well as God, and almost certainly with the Arch-Imager also. You may recall that they are apparently able to come and go in Orozen as they wish, so I insisted on being obeyed by 4 of your men. 2 of them are with Underwell and Niall. The other 2 guard my door. Do you approve of my arrangements?" Master Aramis smiled amiably. "Good castellan?" With some difficulty the castellan imposed a bit of order on his inner riot. He did approve of Aramis's arrangements. They were right. No, more than that. They were so right that they made that woman's accusations against Master Aramis look ridiculous. Just for a second he found himself wondering whether Aramis had jilted her, whether her behavior could be explained by jealousy. But speculations like that only led him back into turmoil. What he needed at the moment was to forget about her for a while. "They'll do for now," he replied, speaking roughly because he resented the necessity of giving Aramis even that much satisfaction. "In the meantime, I want you to come with me. I want some answers, but I haven't got time to stand here talking." Master Aramis frowned, although his eyes continued smiling. With a hint of acid he said, "My time is valuable also, castellan. Our brave king threatened the Aland army with the strength of the conjurer, did he not? And yet we have made no plans to back up his threat. It seems likely that our new mediator will call a second meeting of the conjurer before this night ends." The image's tone gave nothing away. "If he does, I must attend." Levick consulted his mental hourglass and retorted, "I don't think so. There isn't time." His anger matched Aramis's. "I've been commanded to meet Quillen at dawn. You can talk to him then. Come on." He almost hoped that Aramis would refuse. The castellan would have enjoyed having the insolent imager tied up and dragged along behind him. On the other hand, he had too much else on his mind, and wouldn't be able to give an experience like that the attention it deserved. So he waited until Master Aramis succeeded. Then he strode away. His questions were the same ones which had come up during that ill-fated meeting of the conjurer earlier in the evening. How did Aramis account for the fact that he was the only man in Orozen who had been consistently able to know where that woman was when the High King's monomach attacked her? And why was Gart trying to kill her anyway, if he and Garradon were plotting together, and Garradon loved her? And what had the Lords of the Cares and Prince Cragan said to each other when they had treacherously met at Aramis's instigation? And what was that story about an attack of imagery on Garradon, translated insects trying to kill him? With or without Aramis's knowledge? Of course, Master Aramis had replied to all those questions during the meeting, but Castellan Lebic hadn't liked the answers. Taken together, they all contained one fatal flaw. They all presupposed that Garradon was a smooth and expert traitor, that he not only possessed but concealed unprecedented talents, that he had allied himself with Gart and Cadwell long before that woman's translation into Orosin, that all his clumsiness, his appearance of being a confused puppy, was a sham. Levick found the whole idea incredible. He believed that Garridan had tried to kill Niall. He had seen it with his own eyes. But Garridan secretly plotting Mordant's downfall? Artegal's brother in league with Gart? The son of the Domney seducing that woman to crimes she wouldn't otherwise have committed? Those things Castellan Levick didn't believe. No, the crimes and the plotting and the seduction were hers, not Garridan's, and Aramis was a fool for blaming him, or else the master hadn't started to tell the truth yet. So while he went about readying Orosin to meet the dawn, Castellan Levick made Master Aramis go through all his explanations again, with more care, in greater detail. After a day without water, the castle was already experiencing considerable distress. Strict rationing created hundreds of hardships. Dozens of people cheated, or tried to cheat, and had to be dealt with. On the other hand, the difficulties were much less now than they would be soon. Severity was Orosin's only hope. Therefore Levick dispensed severity everywhere he went. And Aramis watched him, answered his questions, betrayed nothing. Perhaps that was why Castellan Levick couldn't think of a good retort when Aramis goaded him about his loyalty to the king on the ramparts of Orosin after Adept Havelock had demonstrated the effectiveness of his defense against catapults. The master had betrayed nothing. We might have decided to defend Mordant ourselves, rather than waiting politely for our beloved king to fall off the precarious perch of his reason. Some reply was essential. Levick knew that. But he couldn't seem to pull his yearning spirit this far away from the dungeon. Without paying much attention to what he said, he muttered, "Prove it. Get me water." Then he didn't want to look at Aramis any more. The tall master's smile had become abruptly intolerable. It was too bemused, too secretly triumphant. Instead, he did his best to concentrate on what Havelock and Quillen were doing. At first glance, the adept seemed to be in a state of unnatural self-possession, even though the obscenities he muttered as he worked were so extravagant that they would have earned him a round of applause from any squad of the Castellan's guard. Levick wasn't used to seeing him do what was asked of him. The mad, wall-eyed old goat who capered and jeered in the Hall of Audiences, or who incinerated important prisoners before they could be questioned, was the Havelock Levick knew. The man working with Master Quillen was a relative stranger, a throwback to the potent and cunning imager who had helped King Joyce found and secure Mordant. Only the adept's appearance seemed unchanged. He wore nothing but an ancient, unclean surcoat. What was left of his hair stuck out from his skull in wild tufts. Between the craziness of his imperfectly focused eyes and the trembling, sybaritic flesh of his lips, his nose jutted fiercely. But a closer look showed the cost of Adept Havelock's self-possession. He was sweating, despite the chill of the breeze. His whole body shook as if he were in the grip of a fever, as if he stood where he was and worked his imagery by an act of will so harsh that his entire frame rebelled against it. With an unexpected pang, Levick noticed that there was blood running down Havelock's chin. The adept had chewed on his lower lip until he had torn it to shreds. For all practical purposes, he was Orosin's only defense against catapults. Master Quillen had made it clear that the conjurer possessed no other mirrors which could meet this particular need. Everything the Castellan had ever served or cared about depended on Havelock, and Havelock obviously wasn't going to last much longer. "Dog's water." Roughly, Castellan Levick took hold of Quillen's arm, demanded the master's attention. "How much longer can he keep going?" Before Quillen could answer, the adept swung away from his glass, cackling like a demented crone. "Long enough! Long enough!" Havelock brandished a mouthful of bloody teeth toward Levick, but neither of his eyes succeeded at aiming itself at the castellan. His voice scaled higher, tittering on the verge of hysteria. "They're throwing rocks at him! Rocks! Rocks, 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 rocks! And we're the only friends he has left! We're the only friends he has left!" Moving too quickly to be stopped, he wiped blood from his chin onto his hands and slapped them across Levick's cheeks, smearing red into the grizzled stubble of the castellan's whiskers. "And you've lost your mind!" Suddenly wild, Castellan Levick knocked Havelock's arms away. He snatched at his sword, barely stopping himself from sweeping it out and gutting the adept where he stood. Trembling as badly as Havelock, he jammed his blade back into its scabbard, then clamped his arms across his chest. "Whelp of a slut," he muttered through his teeth. "You should have been locked up years ago." For a moment, Adept Havelock grinned blood at the castellan. Then he turned to Master Quillen. Jerking a thumb at Levick, he whispered, as if no one but Quillen could hear him, "Did you ever know his wife?" Havelock stressed the word "no" suggestively. "I did." Without warning, he started to cackle again. "She was a better man than he'll ever be." Still laughing, he returned to his mirror. Master Aramis also was laughing. His eyes sparkled with mirth. "Master Quillen," he chuckled, to the pained consternation in Quillen's face, "we are well and truly fortunate that only one of the king's last friends has lost his mind." The Alland forces wheeled a third catapult into position. Adept Havelock, the king's dastard, caused it to be destroyed also. After that, no more catapults were advanced against the castle for a while. Prince Cragan had apparently decided to reconsider his options. But Castellan Levick didn't stay to watch. The mention of his wife made him so angry that he could barely endure it. And in any case, his guards were perfectly capable of reporting whatever happened to him. While the blood dried on his cheeks, he stormed back into Houseldon and headed toward the dungeon, taking Master Aramis with him. After a moment, of course, he realized that the last thing he wanted was to have the leering imager with him when he confronted that woman again. Luckily, he was able to deflect his course before Aramis could guess where he was going. Instead of exposing his obsession, he led Aramis toward the master's quarters to check on Niall. "A good thought," Master Aramis commented when it became clear where Levick was headed. "I wish for news of Niall's condition myself." "Sure you do," rasped the castellan. "He's the one who was going to prove your innocence. He was going to prove his own brother is the real traitor. Isn't that what you said?" "Indeed." Obviously, Aramis wasn't afraid of Levick at all. "You find it impossible to believe that I am concerned about him for his own sake. I understand perfectly. Considering your attitude toward me, I am gratified that you believe I wish him well for my own reasons." The master's sarcasm seemed to contain an undercurrent of hilarity. He sounded like he was trying to conceal his enjoyment of a good joke. "As I said, he is my proof that I am innocent of Garridan's accusations." Levick kept on walking. When he replied, he hardly cared whether Aramis heard him or not. Primarily for his own benefit, he muttered under his breath, "Laugh now, you goat-rutting bastard. Some day I'm going to learn the truth about you. When I do, I'll have an excuse to feed you your balls." He was so clenched inside himself, so obsessed with his own thoughts, that he didn't expect a retort. After Master Aramis spoke, the castellan wasn't sure that he had heard his companion correctly. "Try it." Behind his bland smile, Aramis looked as eager as an axe. Grinding his teeth, Castellan Levick strode down the corridor toward the imager's quarters. They were reached by a short hall, like a cul-de-sac, with servants' doors on either side and the main entrance at the end. Master Aramis's ostentatious rosewood door made Levick sneer. It was carved in a bas-relief of the imager himself, representing clearly his sense of his own superiority. But the door itself wasn't important. It changed nothing. No, what mattered, Castellan Levick clung to what mattered with both fists, was that the door was properly closed, and that 2 reliable guards were on duty in the hall, controlling access to Master Aramis's chambers. The guards saluted, and Levick demanded a report. "Underwell and 2 of our men have been in there all night, Castellan," the senior guard said. "Niall must still be alive, or Underwell would have come out. But we haven't heard anything." Master Aramis said, "Good," but the Castellan ignored him. Brushing past the guards, Levick jerked the door open. Then, for a long moment, he just stood there and stared dumbly into the room, trying, as if all his common sense and reason had evaporated, to figure out why the guards hadn't heard anything. That much carnage should have made some noise. Behind him his men stifled curses. Master Aramis murmured, "Excrement of a pig," and began whistling thinly between his teeth. There were 3 men in Aramis's sitting room, the 2 guards and Niall. All 3 of them had been slaughtered. Well, not slaughtered, exactly. Levick's brain struggled to function. The dead men hadn't actually been cut to pieces. The damage didn't look like it had been done with any kind of blade. No, instead of being victims of slaughter, human butchery, the men resembled carcasses on which predators had gorged. Huge predators, with jaws that took hunks the size of helmets out of the chest and guts and limbs of his guards. His guards! The bodies lay in a slop of blood and entrails and splintered bones. As for Niall, in some ways he was in better condition, in some ways worse. He hadn't been as thoroughly chewed on as the guards, but both his arms were gone, one at the elbow, the other at the shoulder, and his head had been bitten open to the brain. His whole face was gone. He was recognizable only by his general size and shape, and by his position on Aramis's sumptuous divan. The Castellan started grinning. He wanted to laugh. He couldn't help himself. Despair was the only joke he understood. Almost cheerfully he said, "You aren't going to be seducing any women here for a while, Imager. You won't be able to get all this blood out. You'll have to replace everything." Aramis didn't seem to hear. He was asking softly, "Underwell? Underwell?" Of course, there should have been 4 men here. Levick knew that. His 2 guards, Niall, and Underwell. With a feral smile, he sent a guard to search the other rooms. He still had that much self-possession, but he was sure the physician was gone. Why would Underwell want to stay and get caught after committing treachery like this? For some reason, the fact that what had happened should have been impossible didn't bother Levick. "Castellan," the senior guard said in a constricted voice, as if the air were being squeezed from his chest, "nobody went in or out. I swear it." "Imagery." Castellan Levick relished the word. It hurt so much that he seemed to enjoy it. They must have been hit too hard, too fast. Maybe it was that firecat, or those round things with teeth the Purdon talked about. The desire to at least chuckle was almost unsupportable. They didn't even have a chance to shout. "Imagery." "I fear so." Master Aramis's manner was unusually subdued, but his eyes shone like bits of glass. "Our enemies have been able to do such things ever since the Lady Teresa of Morgan was brought here." "And in your quarters, Imager." Levick kept on grinning. "In your care. Protected by arrangements you made." At that, Aramis's eyes widened. He blinked at the castellan. "Are you serious? Do you blame me for this? It was done by imagery. You're an imager. They're your rooms." "He was alive when I left him," Master Aramis protested. "Ask your guards." For the first time, Lebec saw him look worried. "And I have spent all the rest of my time with you." The master's point was reasonable, but Castellan Lebec ignored it. "You're an imager," he repeated. As he spoke, his voice took on a slight sing-song tone, as if deep inside himself he were trying to rock his hurt like a sick child. "You think you're a good one. Do you expect me to believe our enemies have a flat glass that shows your rooms and you don't know about it? They made it and then never used it, never gave you any kind of hint, never did anything that might possibly have made a good imager like you aware of what they had? Are you serious?" To his astonishment, Lebec discovered that he was almost in tears. His men had never had a chance to defend themselves, and there was nothing he could do to help them now, no way he could ever bring them back. Grinning as hard as he could, he twisted his voice down into a snarl. "I don't like it when my men are slaughtered." An admirable sentiment. Master Aramis's face was tight. The concern in his eyes had become anger. "It does you credit, but it has no relevance. Our enemies appear to have flat glass which admits them everywhere. If I knew how that trick is done, I would do it myself, but that also has no relevance. Niall was alive when I left him. A blind man could see that I was with you when he was killed. I am not to blame for this." "Prove it," retorted the castellan, as if he were recovering his good humor. "I know you didn't do this yourself. The traitors you're in league with did it. But you set it up. All you did—" With difficulty he resisted a tremendous impulse to hit Aramis a few times. "All you did was bring Niall here so that Gart and Gilber and the rest of your friends could get at him. He wanted to roar, 'All you did was have my men slaughtered!' But the words caught in his throat, choking him. "Castellan Lebec, listen to me. Listen to me!" Master Aramis spoke as if he had been trying to get Lebec's attention for some time, as if Lebec were in the grip of delirium. "That makes no sense. If you believe I am responsible for Niall's death, then you must believe he would not have defended me from Gerardin's accusations. Therefore you must believe I had no reason to take him to the meeting of the conjury. What, so that he could speak against me? I say that makes no sense. And if you believe I am responsible for his death, you must also believe I have the means to leave Houseldon whenever I wish, by the same glass which enabled Gilbert to escape. Then why do I remain? Why did I go to face Gerardin before the conjury, when I could have fled his charges so easily? Why have I submitted myself to this siege? Castellan, that makes no sense. I am not a traitor. I serve Mordant and Houseldon. I am not to blame for Niall's death." Unable to think coherently, Lebec rasped again. "Prove it!" He wanted to howl. Aramis's argument was too persuasive. He didn't know what was wrong with it. "Talk doesn't mean anything. You can say whatever you want." And yet there had to be something wrong with it. There had to be, because he needed that so badly. He needed to do something with his despair. "Just prove it." Unfortunately, Master Aramis had recovered his confidence. The imager's expression was again full of secrets, hidden facts or intentions which made Aramis want to laugh, restored his look of untarnished superiority. Smiling amiably, hatefully, he remarked, "You said that once before, out on the battlements. Do you remember?" The gentle suggestion that Lebec might not remember, that he might not have that much grasp on what he was doing, infuriated him enough to restore some of his self-command. I remember, he shot back, relieved to hear himself sound trenchant and familiar. You didn't do anything about it then, either. No, the master agreed, but a possibility occurred to me. I was about to discuss it when the adept treated us to another of his fits. That distracted me, and I forgot my thought until now. You mentioned water. Involuntarily, Castellan Levick froze. Water! Complex pressures seized his heart. He could hardly breathe. I can provide it. Orison was desperate for water. The lack of water hurt a lot of people, and it was Levick's job to supervise that hurt. Because of his duties, he was responsible, culpable, as if he caused the hurt himself. But he would have preferred to be gutted by whores than to accept any vital help from Master Aramis. I have a glass, Aramis explained, which shows a scene in which the rain is incessant. The image is always in a state of torrential downpour. I can take that mirror to the reservoir and translate rain to replenish our supply of water. He shrugged slightly. The process may take some time. The volume of rain that I can bring out at any given instant will be limited, but surely I can ease the need for rationing. Perhaps in a few days I can refill the reservoir. Deliberately he smiled, as if he knew precisely how much distress he was causing Levick. Will that prove my loyalty, good Castellan? Will that demonstrate the sincerity of my desire to serve Orison and Mordant? Castellan Levick made a rattling noise far back in his throat. Aramis's offer was so bitter to him that he was in danger of strangling on it. He couldn't refuse it. He knew that. It was just what King Joyce had always wanted from the conjury, from imagery. The ability to heal wounds, solve problems, rectify losses, without doing any injustice, real or theoretical, to the images themselves. And it was just what Orison needed. With enough water to keep them going, the castle's defenders might prove strong enough to repulse Aland, even if that bastard Cragun's catapult succeeded at tearing down the curtain wall. The offer had to be accepted. There was no way around it. The Castellan had to swallow it, somehow, had to sacrifice that much more of himself for the sake of his duty. But he could not choke down such a mortification directly. Instead of replying to Master Aramis, he turned on the senior guard so savagely that the veteran flinched. "Pay attention," he snapped unnecessarily. "You were supposed to protect these people, and you did a great job of it. This is your chance to redeem yourself. Take this imager to the king. Make him tell the king what happened here. Make sure he tells the king everything he just told me. Beat it out of him if you have to. Then take him to get that mirror of his. Take him up to the reservoir. Make him do what he promised. Use as many men as you need. He's your problem until that reservoir is full. Do it now." "Yes, Castellan." Shock, fear, and anger made the guard zealous. Glad for something specific and physical to do, he clamped a fist around Master Aramis's arm. "Are you coming, or do I have to drag you?" In response, the expression on Master Aramis's face became positively blissful. He had more strength than Levick suspected, and better leverage. A twist freed his arm. A nudge knocked the guard off balance. A strategically placed knee doubled the man over. With sarcastic elegance, Aramis adjusted his jet cloak, straightened his chasuble. Then, in an excessively polite tone, he commented, "Good Castellan, I fear that your men are not trained well enough for this siege." Before Levick could find words for his fury, the master turned to the guard. "Shall we go? I believe the Castellan wishes me to speak to King Joyce." Flourishing his arms, he left the hallway. Paralyzed by pain and consternation, the guard stayed where he was. After a moment, however, the murder in Castellan Levick's glare sent him hobbling after Master Aramis with his comrade. Levick remained alone. He didn't look at Niall's mutilated corpse again, or at the bodies of his men. Slowly and steadily, unconscious of what he was doing, he beat his forehead against the wall until he had regained enough self-possession to call for more guards without howling. Then he had the dead carried out, and gave orders for the sealing of the rooms, in case Garradon or his allies wanted to use this way into Urizen again. Garradon wasn't just a murderer. He was a butcher, crazy with hate for his own brother, and nothing made sense any more. For the rest of the day, Castellan Levick concentrated on keeping himself busy so that he wouldn't go down to the dungeon. Aramis's innocence seemed to weaken him in ways he couldn't explain, cut the ground out from under his rage. He was afraid that if he saw that woman now, he would end up begging her to forgive him. Keeping himself busy was easy. He had plenty of duties. While he heard reports about the state of the siege, however, while he settled disputes among Urizen's overcrowded population, or discussed tactical alternatives in case Adept Havelock became ineffective against the Alland catapults, he didn't say anything about water to anyone. He didn't want to raise any hopes until Master Aramis proved himself. Nevertheless, he sent men to adjust all the valves of the water system, and incurred the outrage of hundreds of thirsty people by using the little water which the castle's spring had accumulated to flush any possible residue of the Lady Eliga's poison out of the pipes. And when one of his men finally brought him word that Master Aramis was at work in the reservoir, he went to watch. The Imager was doing what he had said he could do. In the high cathedral-like vault of the reservoir, he stood on the stone lip of the empty pool and held his mirror leaning out over the edge. The glass was nearly as tall as he was, and set in an ornate frame. Therefore it was heavy. Even a man with his unexpected strength wouldn't be able to support its weight in that position for any length of time. He had solved the problem, however, by bringing 2 apts to help him. One braced the bottom of the mirror to keep it steady. The other held the top of the mirror by means of a rope looped over one of the timbers which propped up the network of pipes and screens above the pool. The assistance of the apts enabled Master Aramis to concentrate exclusively on his translation. As he stroked the frame and murmured whatever invocations triggered the relationship between his talent and the glass, rain came gushing from the uneven surface of the mirror. He was right. The process was going to take time. However torrential the rain was, the amount which could be translated through the mirror was small compared to the size of the pool and Urizen's need. Nevertheless, Castellan Levick could see that the glass gave significantly more water than the spring. If Master Aramis was able to keep going, and if the water was good. Levick tested one worry by requiring the Imager to drink 2 cups of the rainwater himself, which Master Aramis did with no discernible hesitation. But a close look at him only increased the Castellan's other concern. Master Aramis was sweating in the cool air of the reservoir. His breathing was deep and hard, and his features had the tight pallor of clenched knuckles. His expression was uncharacteristically simple. For once, what he was doing required him to concentrate so acutely, exert himself so fully, that he had no energy to spare for secrets. He had been at work for only a short time, and already the strain had begun to tell on him. To keep his translation going, he would need more than unexpected strength. He would need the stamina of an iron bar. Castellan Levick didn't bother to curse. He could feel something inside him failing. The Imager was beating him. This was just perfect. Aramis was going to save Urizen. But that wasn't enough for him. Oh, no, not enough at all. He was going to save Urizen heroically, exhausting himself with a translation which would leave no doubt in anyone's mind about where his loyalties lay. A curious weakness dragged at Levick's muscles. He had trouble keeping his back straight. His cheeks felt unnaturally stiff. When he rubbed them, dried blood came off on his fingers. Maybe Havelock was right about him. Maybe he had lost his mind. 2 of his men and Niall had been slaughtered, and it was his fault. Not because he had trusted Aramis, whom he hated, but because he had refused to believe that bright, clumsy, likable Garradon was sick with evil. Garradon had translated atrocities to butcher his own brother, or he had made someone else do it for him. The Castellan wanted his wife. He wanted to hide his face against her shoulder and feel her arms around him. But she was dead, and he was never going to be comforted again. Master Aramis wasn't cold now, but he would be chilled as soon as he stopped for rest. Mortifying himself further, Castellan Levick ordered a cot and food, warmer clothes, a fire on the edge of the pool, brandy. Then, when he had done everything he could think of for Orizon's savior, he went back to his duties. During the afternoon, the Allans brought up a catapult against Orizon's gates, the only other part of the castle which might prove vulnerable without a prolonged assault. Master Quillen roused Havelock from a loud snooze, and the 2 imagers took the adept's mirror around to Orizon's long northeast face to protect the gates. Castellan Levick, however, remained out of sight above the curtain wall. When several hundred Allans rushed forward suddenly, carrying scaling ladders, the Castellan was ready for them. His archers forced them to retreat. That success relieved some of his weakness. But it wasn't enough. Nothing was enough any more. To keep himself from foundering, he fell back on the one distinct, comprehensible instruction he had received from his king. To do his job, that woman must be pushed. After dark, when the loss of light alleviated the threat of catapults, allowing the guards to concentrate on defending Orizon from simpler forms of attack, Castellan Levick went back to the dungeon to do what King Joyce had told him. Chapter 29. Teresa Has Visitors. After the Castellan hit her and left, Teresa Morgan remained against the wall for a long time, held up in a sitting position more by the blank stone than by any desire to keep herself from crumpling. "It's a trick. She told him that, didn't she? Aramis did this somehow." "Yes, she told him. To get rid of Garradon. She told him all that. She even tried to beg, tried to call on the part of herself which had babbled and pleaded with her parents, her father. 'No, I didn't do it. It isn't my fault. I'll never do it again. Please don't do this. Don't lock me in the closet. That's where I fade. It's dark, and it sucks me away, and I stop existing. Niall is still alive.' But the Castellan didn't listen to her. He took hold of her shoulders and kissed her like a blow. Then he did hit her. She staggered against the wall and fell. It was the second time he had hit her. The first time she had been full of audacity. She had told him that his wife would have been ashamed of him. She could almost have foreseen that he would hit her. But this time she was begging, "Please don't do this to me." And he hit her anyway. Like her father, he didn't stop. The third time was going to be the end of her. She felt sure of that. He had promised to hurt her, and he was going to keep his promise. Just a little at first, one breast or the other, or perhaps a few barbs across your belly, a rough piece of wood between your legs. He was going to hit and hurt her until she broke. She didn't understand why he kissed her. She didn't want to understand. Go to hell. All she wanted was to fade. The cell was cold, and the lamp was afflicted with a ghoulish flicker, like a promise that it might go out at any moment, plunging her into blackness. When she was a child, the prospect of fading had always terrified her. It still did. But soon being locked in the closet had reminded her of the safety of the dark, had taught her again that she could fade to escape from being alone and unloved, scarcely able to breathe. If she didn't exist, she couldn't be hurt. Go to hell. But now, when she needed it most, it was taken away from her. She couldn't fade. She had lost the trick of letting go. The castellan was going to hurt her in a way she had never experienced before. That wasn't like the relatively passive violence of being locked in a closet. It wasn't like being left alone to save herself or go mad. It was a new kind of pain. And Garridan, oh, Garridan! She needed to fade, had to escape, in order to protect him, just in case he was still alive, just in case he had somehow succeeded at working another impossible translation. Fading was her only defense against the pressure to betray him. If she were gone, she wouldn't be able to tell the castellan where he was. And yet he was the other reason she couldn't let go. She was too afraid for him. She couldn't forget the way she had last seen him, the poignant mixture of anguish and iron in his face, the fatal authority in his voice and movements. The sweet and open-hearted young man she loved wasn't gone. No, that would have been bad enough. But what had happened to him was worse. He had been melted and beaten to iron without losing any of his vulnerabilities, so that the strength or desperation which led him to cast himself into a mirror wasn't a measure of how hard he had become, but rather of how much pain he was in. She had cried, "I'm not an imager! I can't help you!" And he had turned away from her because he didn't have any other choice. She wasn't the answer to his need. He had flung himself into the glass and was gone, unreachable, so far beyond hope or help that he didn't even appear in the image of the mirror. Even an adept couldn't have brought him back. That was how she knew where he was. If he was still alive at all, and if the translation hadn't cost him his sanity. She should have gone with him. Yes, she should have gone with him. That was another reason she couldn't fade. She couldn't forget that she had already failed him, and failed herself at the same time. She loved him, didn't she? Wasn't that what she had learned in their last day together? That he was more important to her even than Master Aramis's strange power to draw a response from her body? That she believed in him and trusted him, no matter what the evidence against him was? That she cared about him too much to take any side but his in the machinations and betrayals which embroiled Mordant? Then what was she doing here? Why had she stood still and simply watched him risk his life and his mind without making the slightest effort to go with him? She should have gone. She was blocked from escaping inside herself by her fear of the castellan, by her fear for Garridan, and by shame. After a while the wall began to pain her back. Imperfectly fitted pieces of granite pressed against her spine, her shoulder blades. Cold seemed to soak into her from the floor, despite the warm riding clothes Mindlin had made for her, despite her boots. Perhaps it would be wiser if she got up and went to the cot. But she didn't have the heart to move, or the strength. "Now you are mine. Garridan, forgive me." "My lady." She couldn't see who spoke. Nevertheless, his voice didn't frighten her, so after a while she was able to raise her head. The Tor stood at the door of her cell. His voice shook as he murmured again, "My lady." His fat fists gripped the bars of the door, as if he were the one who had been locked up, as if he were imprisoned and she were free. Dully, she noted the lamp-lit tears spreading across his cheeks. "My lady, help me." His appeal reached her. He was her friend, one of the few people in Orosin who seemed to wish her well. He had saved her from the castellan, more than once. Biting back a groan, she shifted onto her hands and knees. Then she got her feet under her and tottered upright. Swaying, and afraid that she might faint, she moved closer to the door. For the moment, that was the best she could do. "My lady, you must help me." The old lord's voice shook, not because he was urgent, but because he was fighting grief. "King Joyce has given Levick permission to do anything he wants to you." She didn't understand. Like the castellan's kiss, this was incomprehensible. Somehow she found herself sitting on the floor again, hunched forward so that her graceless and untended hair hid her face. Permission to do anything. King Joyce had smiled at her, and his smile was wonderful, a sunrise that could have lit the dark of her life. She could have loved that smile, as she loved Garradon. But it was all a lie. Anything he wants to you. It was all a lie, and there was no hope left. "Please," the Tor breathed in supplication. "My lady, Teresa." He was barely able to contain his distress. "In the name of everything you respect, everything you would find good and worthy about him, if he had not fallen so far below himself, tell us where Garradon has gone." Involuntarily her head jerked up. Her eyes were full of shadows. "You too?" Nausea closed around her stomach. "You've turned against him too?" She couldn't reply. There weren't any words. If she tried to say anything, she would start to cry herself, or throw up. "Not you too?" "You will not hurt him, my lady." The Tor was pleading. He was an old man, and carried every pound of his weight as if it were burdensome. "I care nothing for his guilt. If he lives, he is far from here, safe from Levick's outrage. We are besieged. Levick cannot pursue him, and no one else can use his glass. It will cost him nothing if you speak. But King Joyce—" The lord's throat closed convulsively. When he was able to speak again, his voice rattled in his chest like a hint of mortality. "King Joyce has trusted the castellan too long, and he is no longer himself. He does not understand the permission he has given. He does not know that Levick is mad. My lady, he is my friend. I have served him with my life, and with the lives of all my care, for decades. Now he is not what he was. I acknowledge that. At one time he was the hero of all Mordant. Now it is the best he can do to defend Orosin intelligently. But he has only become smaller, my lady, not less good. He means well. I swear to you on my heart that he means well. If you defy Levick, the castellan will do his worst. And when King Joyce understands what his permission has done to you, he will lose the little of himself that remains. Help me, my lady. Save him. Tell us where Garradon has gone, so that Levick will have no excuse to hurt you." Teresa couldn't focus her eyes. All she seemed to see was the light reflecting on his cheeks. He was asking her to rescue herself. After all, he was right. If she revealed where Garradon was, the castellan would have no more excuse to harm her. And in the process, King Joyce would be saved from doing something cruel. And the Tor himself, the only one of the three she cared about, might be able to stop crying. With more strength than she knew she had, she got to her feet. King Joyce is your friend. To herself she sounded dry and unmoved, vaguely heartless. Garradon is mine. Then, trying to ease the old man's distress, she murmured, "I'm sorry."
"Sorry?"
His voice broke momentarily.
"Why are you sorry? You will suffer, and perhaps you will die, out of loyalty to a man who has killed his own brother, and it will do him no good. Perhaps he will never know that you have done it. You will endure the worst Levick can do to you, and accomplish nothing."
His hand struggled with the bars.
"You have no cause to be sorry. In all Orozen, you alone will pay a higher price for your loyalty than King Joyce will. No, my lady, the sorrow is mine."
The rattle in the Tor's chest made every word he said painful to hear.
"It is mine. You will meet your agony heroically, and you will either speak or hold still, as you are able. But I am left to watch my friend bring to ruin everything he loves. I did not come to you with this at once. Do not think that. Since King Joyce gave his orders, I have been in torment, racking my heart for the means to persuade him, move him, to understand him. I have begged at his door. I have bullied servants and guards. Do not think that I bring my pain to you lightly, but I have nowhere else to turn. My lady, your loyalty is too expensive. Whatever I have done in my king's name. He is all that remains to me. I beg of you, do not let him destroy himself."
No. Teresa couldn't bear the sight any longer, so she turned her back on the Tor's dismay. Garradon is innocent. Aramis set this all up. She spoke as if she were reciting a litany, fitting pieces of faith together in an effort to build conviction. He faked Niall's death to make Garradon look bad, because he knew Niall was never going to support his accusations against Garradon. If the king lets me be hurt— A moment of dizziness swirled through her, and she nearly fell. He's going to have to live with the consequences. Garradon is innocent.
"No, my lady,"
the Tor repeated. But now she heard something new in his voice, a different kind of distress, almost a note of horror.
"In this you are wrong. I care nothing for Garradon's guilt. I have said that. Only the king matters to me. But you have placed your trust in someone evil."
She stood still, her pulse loud in her ears, and doubt gathering in her gut.
"Niall is unquestionably dead."
The Lord sounded as sick as she felt.
"I have seen his body myself."
Unquestionably dead. That made her move. Groping, she found her way to the cot. It smelled of stale straw and old damp, but she sat down on it gratefully. Then she closed her eyes. She had to have a little rest. In a minute or two, when her heart had stopped quaking, she would answer the Tor. Surely she would be able to think of an answer. Surely Garradon was innocent. But a moment later the thought that Niall really had been murdered cut through her, and everything inside her seemed to spill away. Unconscious of what she was doing, she stretched out on the cot and covered her face with her hands. Eventually the Tor gave up and left, but she didn't hear him go. At noon the guards brought her a meal, hard bread and some watery stew. She panicked at their approach because she thought they might be the castellan. Her relief when she saw who they were left her too weak to get off the cot. In fact, she felt too weak to eat at all, to take care of herself in any way. As soon as Castellan Levick spoke to her, she would tell him anything he wanted, but that wouldn't stop him. She could see his face in her mind, and she knew the truth. He didn't want to stop. Now that he had King Joyce's permission, nothing would stop him. Where were the people who had shown her courtesy or kindness? The people who might be supposed to have some interest in her? Elliga had gone with Prince Cregan. Mist had left Orosin on a crazy quest to help the conjurer's lost and rampaging champion. Adept Havelock was mad. Master Quillen had become mediator of the conjury because that was what King Joyce wanted. And King Joyce had given the castellan permission to do whatever he wished to her. Sadith? She was only a maid, in spite of her ambitions. Maybe she had inadvertently betrayed Teresa to Aramis. That didn't mean there was anything she could do to correct the situation. Ribald, the coarse veteran who had fought for Teresa more than once, he was only a guard, not even a captain. She couldn't lift the whole weight of Mordant's need by herself. She was hardly able to lift her head off the lumpy pallet which served as her mattress. The Tor had seen Niall's body. Garridan's brother was unquestionably dead. Why should she bother to eat? What was the point? Maybe if she got hungry enough, she would regain the ability to let go of her own existence. She tried to sleep, tried to relax, so that the tension and reality would flow out of her muscles. But another set of boots stumbled toward her down the corridor. Just one. Someone was coming in her direction, alone. A slow, limping stride, hesitant or frail. Deliberately she closed her eyes again. She didn't want to know who it was. She didn't want to be distracted. For the first time, he called her by her name. Teresa. It wasn't a good omen. Startled, she raised her head and saw Garridan's brother at the door of her cell. Artegall? He wore a nightshirt and breeches, clothes which seemed to increase his family resemblance to Garridan and Niall, because they weren't right for a swordsman. His dress and his way of standing, as if someone had just stuck a knife in his side, made it clear that he was still supposed to be in bed. He had been too weak yesterday. Was it really only yesterday? To support Garridan in front of the conjurer. Obviously he was too weak to walk around in the dungeon alone today. Yet he was here. It was definitely not a good omen that he had called her Teresa. Forgetting her own lack of strength, she swung her legs off the cot and went toward him. "Oh, Artegall, I'm so glad to see you. I'm in so much trouble. I need you. I need a friend, Artegall. They think Garridan killed Niall. They—" His pallor stopped her. The sweat of strain on his forehead and the tremor of pain in his mouth stopped her. His eyes were glazed, as if he were about to lose consciousness. Gart, the High King's monomach, had wounded him severely, and he drove himself into relapses by struggling out of bed when he should have been resting. The fact that Gart had beaten him, Niall's treasonous alliance with Prince Cregan and the Lady Elliga, the accusations against Garridan, things like that tormented the Domne's most famous son, goading him to fight his weakness and his recovery. "Artegall," she groaned, "you shouldn't be here. You should be in bed. You're making yourself sick again." "No." The word came out like a gurgle. With one arm he clamped his other hand against his side. "No." Because he was too sick to remain standing without help, he leaned on the door, pressing his forehead against the bars. The dullness in his eyes made him look like he was going blind. "This is your doing," She halted. Pain went through her like a burn. Article? There were, after all, more kinds of pain in the world than she would ever have guessed. Except for Gurridon, Article was the best friend she had. She would have trusted him without question. You don't mean that? He thought she was responsible? You can't! I didn't mean to say it. He was having trouble with his respiration. His breath seemed to struggle past an obstruction in his chest. That isn't why I'm here. Levick is going to take care of you. I just want to know where Gurridon is. I'm going to hunt him down and cut his heart out. Suddenly she was filled with a desire to wail or weep. It would have done her good to cry out. But this was too important. Somehow she kept her cry down, panting because the cell was too small, and if she didn't get more air soon she was going to fail. She protested, "No! Aramis did this! It's a trick! I tell you, it's a trick! The Tor says he's seen the body and Niall is really dead, but I don't believe it. Gurridon didn't have anything to do with this." "Ah!" Article gasped as if he were hurt and furious. "Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me any more." Now his eyes were clear and hot, bright with passion or fever. "I've seen the body myself." And while she reeled inside herself, he continued, "After Gurridon stabbed him, he was still alive. That much is true. Aramis rushed him to his own rooms and got a physician for him. That was his only chance to stay alive. Aramis got him that chance. Then Aramis put guards on him, inside the room and outside the door, in case Gurridon tried again. It didn't work." Article's forehead seemed to bulge between the bars. He might have been trying to break his skull. "Levick found them. The guards were killed. Some kind of beast fed off them. Gurridon must have translated something into the room, something they couldn't fight. Niall was killed. It chewed his face off." Just for a second, that image struck her so horribly that she quailed. "Oh, Niall! Oh, my God!" Visceral revulsion churned inside her, and her hands leaped to cover her mouth. Gurridon, no! She should have gone with him to prevent all this. But then she saw iron and anguish, and Gurridon came back to her. She knew him, and she loved him. "Teresa, I did not kill my brother." Without warning she was angry. Years of outrage which she had stored away in the secret places of her heart abruptly sprang out, touching her with fire. "Say that again," she breathed, panted. "Go on, say it." Article was beyond the reach of surprise. Baring his teeth in a snarl, he repeated, "Niall was killed. The beast chewed his face off." "And you believe Gurridon did that?" She lashed her protest at him. "Are you out of your mind? Has everybody in this whole place gone crazy?" He blinked dumbly. For one brief moment he seemed to regard her in a different light. Almost at once, however, his own horror returned. His legs were failing. Slowly he began to slip down the bars. "I saw his body. I held it. I've still got his blood on my clothes." That was true. Her lamp was bright enough to reveal the dried stains on his nightshirt. "I don't care." She was too angry to imagine what the experience had been like for him. To hold his own brother's outraged corpse in his arms and have no way to bring the body back to life. "Gurridon is your brother. You've known him all his life. You know him better than that." Article continued slipping. His side hurt too much. Apparently he couldn't use his hands. She reached through the bars and grabbed his nightshirt to support him somehow, but he was too heavy for her. Finally he bent his legs and caught his weight on his knees. "I tell you, I've seen his body." He pulled her down with him until she was on her knees as well. Raging into his face, she gasped, "I don't care! Garridon didn't do it!"
"And I tell you, I've seen his body!"
In spite of weakness and fever, Article met her with the unflinching passion which had twice led him to hurl himself against the High King's monomach.
"You deny it, but it isn't going to go away. An imager did it. Translation is the only way a beast could get into that room and out again. But it wasn't Aramis. He was with Levick the whole time. Right now, he's up in the reservoir, translating a new water supply. He's the only reason we've got any hope at all. I took Garridon's side against him."
Article's voice seemed to be thick with blood.
"And I was wrong. He's saving us. Garridon killed Niall. I'm going to track him down, whether you tell me where he is or not. The only difference it's going to make is time."
"And then you're going to cut his heart out." Teresa couldn't bear any more. He made her want to shriek. With an effort of will, she let go of his shirt, drew back from him. "Get out of here," she muttered. "I don't want to hear this." The image of what had happened to Niall sucked at her concentration. She thrust it away with both hands. "Just get out of here." Then the sight of him, fierce and in pain on his knees against her bars, touched her, and she relented a little. "You really ought to be in bed. You aren't going to be hunting anybody for a while. If the Castellan doesn't tear it out of me, and if he lets me live, I promise I'll tell you everything I can when you're well enough to do something about it." He didn't raise his head for a long time. When he finally looked up, the light had gone out of his gaze. Tortuously, like an old man whose joints had begun to betray him, he pulled himself up the bars, regained his feet.
"I always trusted him," he murmured as if he were alone, deaf and blind to her presence. "More than Niall or any of the others. He was so clumsy and decent and smarter than I am. I can't figure it out. You came along, and I thought that was good because it gave him something to fight for. It gave him a reason to stop letting those masters humiliate him. So then he kills Niall. Kills."
Article shuddered, his eyes focused on nothing.
"And you're the only explanation I can think of. You must be evil in some terrible way I don't understand. But you want me to go on trusting him. I can't figure it out. I saw his body."
Like an old man, he turned from the door and began shuffling down the corridor.
I picked it up and held it.
Brushing at the dried stains on his nightshirt, he passed beyond Teresa's range of vision. His boots scuffed along the floor until she couldn't hear them any more. She stood rigidly and watched the empty passage for a while, as erect as a witness testifying to what she believed. Like the Tor, he said that Niall was dead, and he could hardly be wrong. He ought to be able to identify his own brother's body. And yet she didn't recant. Unexpectedly, she found that she was supported by a lifetime's anger. A childhood of punishment and neglect had taught her many things, and she was only now starting to realize what some of those things were. Her hands shook. She steadied them as well as she could, and began to eat the bread and stew she had been brought, pacing back and forth across the cell as she ate. She needed strength, needed to pull all her resources together. King Joyce had told her to think, to reason. Now, more than at any other time in her life, she needed the stamina and determination to think clearly. To the extent that it was possible for anyone to do so, she intended to defy the Castellan. When he came at last, several hours and another meal later, she was almost glad to see him. Waiting was no doubt much easier to bear than rape or torture, but it was harder than defiance. Solitude eroded courage. Half a dozen times during those hours she quailed, and her resolution ran out of her. Once she panicked so badly that afterward she found herself on the floor in the corner with her knees hugged against her chest, and no idea how she got there. But she was brought back from failure of nerve by the fact that she knew how to survive, waiting alone in a cold, ill-lit cell. She had recovered her ability to blank out the dark and the fear. Paradoxically, the decision to meet her danger head-on restored her capacity for escape, and when she surrendered to fading, she rediscovered the safety hidden in it, and felt better. For this she didn't need a mirror. Mirrors helped her fight the erosion of her existence. They weren't necessary if she wanted to let go. And it was letting go, not desperate clinging, which had kept her sane when her parents had locked her in the closet. Nevertheless, the time and the waiting, the cold and the inadequate food exacted their toll. There were limits to how far she could stretch her determination. She was almost glad to see him when the stamp of boots announced his coming, and Castellan Levick appeared past the stone edge of her cell. Now he would hurt her as much as he could, and she would find out what she was good for. But the sight of him shocked her. It wasn't what she had expected. She was braced for rage and violence, for the intensity like hate in his glare and his knotted jaws, for the potential murder tightly coiled in all his muscles. She wasn't ready for the distracted man, noticeably shorter than she was, who entered her cell with no swagger in his shoulders and no authority on his face. The Castellan looked like someone who had suffered an essential defeat. Dully he let himself into the cell. Again he didn't bother to lock the door behind him. He was enough of a bar to her escape. And if she got past him and out of her cell, where could she go? She could run the corridors like a trapped rat, but she couldn't get out of the dungeon without passing through the guard-room. Castellan Levick didn't need to lock the door. For a moment he didn't meet her gaze. He glanced around the cell, glanced up and down her body without quite looking at her face. Then he murmured, as if he were speaking primarily to himself, "You're better. The last time I saw you, you were about to fall apart. Now you look like you want to fight." Without sarcasm, he commented, "I had no idea being thrown in the dungeon was going to be good for you." Teresa shrugged, studying him hard. "I've had time to think." At last he raised his eyes to hers. The smolder she was accustomed to seeing in them had been extinguished, or tamped down, at any rate. He seemed almost calm, almost stable, almost lost. "Does that mean," he asked quietly, "you're going to tell me where he is?" She shook her head. In the same tone the Castellan continued, "Are you going to tell me what you've been plotting? Are you going to tell me why he did it?" Once more she shook her head. For some reason her throat had gone dry. Levick's uncharacteristic demeanor began to frighten her. "That doesn't surprise me." He seemed to have no sarcasm left. Turning away, he started to walk back and forth in front of the bars. His manner was almost casual. He might have been out for a stroll. "King Joyce told me to push you. He wants you to declare yourself. Does that surprise you?" The question was rhetorical. It should. It isn't like him. He was always able to get what he wanted without beating up women. I've been looking forward to it all day. But now... He spread his hands in a way that almost gave the impression he was asking her for help. "Everything is inside out. Clumsy, decent, loyal Geraldine has turned rotten. Crazy Adept Havelock
spent most of the day protecting us from catapults. Master Aramis is busy refilling the reservoir. Apparently he didn't know that she had been visited by both the Tor and Artegall, that she was already aware of the things he told her. And King Joyce wants me to hurt you. He wants me to find out who you are, what you are. A suggestion of yearning came into Lebic's voice, a hint of wistfulness. Sometimes, a long time ago, he used to let me get even with his enemies. Sometimes. Men like that garrison commander. But he's never given me permission to hurt someone like you. Then the castellan faced her, and still he seemed almost casual, almost lost. He must be afraid of you. He must be more afraid of you than he's ever been of Marginal, or Feston, or Gart, or even Vagel. Why is that? What are you? Meeting his extinguished, unreadable gaze, Teresa swallowed roughly. She didn't understand what had happened to him, what had taken the fire out of him, or stifled his hate. But this was the best chance she would ever get to distract him, deflect his intentions against her. "I don't know," she said, as steadily as she could. "You're asking the wrong questions." "The wrong questions?" "I can't tell you why King Joyce is afraid of me, if he's afraid of me. And I won't tell you where Garridan is, because he didn't do it. I'm not going to give him away. But I'll tell you anything else." "Anything else?" Castellan Levick sounded no more than mildly interested in the idea. "Like what?" His manner gave her a moment of panic. She was afraid that he had become unreachable, that whatever was happening to him had taken him beyond the point where anybody could talk to him, argue with him, guess what he would do next. Breathing deeply to shore up her courage, she replied, "Like, how did I survive when Gart tried to kill me the first night I was here? Like what I was using that secret passage in my rooms for? Like what really happened the night Aramis had his meeting with the lords and Prince Cragan? Like what happened the first time Garridan was attacked?" Her own passion mounted against the castellan's blankness. "Like how I can be sure Aramis is lying." At that, something like a spark showed in Lebic's eyes. His posture didn't shift, but his whole body seemed to become unnaturally still. "Tell me." "It all fits together," she answered. King Joyce had told her to reason, and reason was the only weapon she had. "I can even tell you why they're afraid of Garridan, Vagel and Aramis and Gilber, why they're trying so hard to get him out of their way." Levick didn't blink. "Tell me," he repeated. So she told him. As clearly as she could, she told him how Adept Havelock had saved her from the High King's monomach. She described how Havelock and Master Quillen had used the passage hidden behind her wardrobe. She related every detail she could remember about Aramis's clandestine meeting with the Lords of the Cares, including Artegall's role in saving her. And then she told the castellan what conclusion she drew. "The first time Gart tried to kill me, he obviously didn't know about that secret passage. The last time, he did. How did he find out? You knew it was there. Mist and Elliger knew." Levick didn't react to this revelation. "Quillen and Havelock, of course. Garridan knew. And Sadith, my maid. But Mist and Elliger and Havelock and Quillen all knew about it long before I came here. They could have told Gart that first night. Forget them. What about Garridan? He didn't know when I first moved into those rooms. You think he's in with Gart. Well, I told him about it the next morning, after I talked to you. Why did he wait all that time before letting Gart know the best way to kill me? On the other hand, she was determined to hold back nothing that might help her. Sadith and Aramis are lovers. She could have told him about the passage, and she could have taken a long time to do it. She could have told him where I was that first night.
"I know all that," the castellan murmured without inflection. "Tell me something I don't know. Tell me why Aramis rescued you. Gart came through the passage, and Aramis could have gotten rid of you both at the same time. How do you explain that?" Because she was only guessing, Teresa did her best to sound plausible. "There were witnesses. If Gart just killed me, Garradin would see that Aramis let it happen. And if Gart tried to get both of us, the guards outside might catch him at it. All they had to do was open the door. Either way, everyone would know Aramis is a traitor. What he thought he was going to do," she forced herself to say this also, "was make love to me. And then, while I was asleep or distracted, Gart would sneak in and kill me. And no one would ever know Aramis had been there. He wasn't expecting Garradin to interrupt." Still, the castellan didn't show what he was thinking. All he said was, "Go on." Grimly, Teresa continued. "Aramis controlled every detail of that meeting with the lords. He arranged the location, the time, who was going to be there. He arranged where I would be afterward. Garradin couldn't have known any of his plans. The only thing Aramis didn't arrange was article. He didn't arrange for me to be saved. When Gart attacked, he obviously came and went through a mirror. I don't know how he did that without losing his mind. But Article and I figured out where the point of translation was, the place in the image. He and Garradin and I went to look at the place again, and the same mirror translated those insects. Article told you about that. They almost killed all three of us. Aramis says it was a feint, a trick to make Garradin look innocent. But that's nonsense. If Havelock hadn't rescued him, he would have died. And no one could have predicted that the adept would show up there to help us. And Aramis knows all about it, even though he wasn't there and no one told him. He says I did, but I didn't. He must have been on the other side of the glass, watching." Levick had begun to scowl. His eyes gave out glints of dark fire. For better or worse, Teresa was bringing the banked heat in him to flame. If that was a mistake, she was sealing her own doom. Nevertheless, she kept going. "They want Garradin dead or ruined because he really is an imager, a kind of imager no one has ever seen before." Obliquely, it occurred to her that she should have grasped this before. But she hadn't forced herself to think until now, and because of that, Garradin was paying a fearful price. At the moment, however, she had no time for regret. She was too busy defending herself from the castellan. "That's why he isn't able to recognize what he is for himself. He can do translations that don't have anything to do with the image in his mirror. He got me out of a glass that showed the champion the conjurer wanted. And Aramis knew that was going to happen. Or Gilbert did, anyway. He taught Garradin how to make that mirror. He must have seen Garradin wasn't making it right. When the mirror was made wrong, and it still showed the image with the champion, Gilbert must have realized what Garradin can do. If he ever figures out what his power is, or how to use it, he'll be the strongest master there ever was. And he's loyal to King Joyce, even though it's breaking his heart. Gilbert and Vagel and Aramis have to get rid of him before he learns how to fight them. That's why they attacked him with insects, tried to kill him, and that's why they set him up to look like he killed Niall. They're afraid of him, and he's trying to expose them. They need to get rid of him in a way that makes them look innocent. Niall isn't really dead. He can't be. Aramis couldn't have used him like that without his cooperation, and he wouldn't have cooperated if he thought he was going to be killed. Distinctly, the castellan said, "Pig shit." The muscles bunched along his jaw. His eyes glared balefully. "My men are dead, and I saw his body. His entire face was eaten through to the brain." She had succeeded at restoring his outrage. "Aramis is at the reservoir right now, saving us. He's the hero of Houseldon. No one will believe a word you say." He raised his fists in front of her face,
hammered them at the unresisting air. "That horse and physician betrayed us, and 2 of my men are dead!"
Now it was her turn to stare at him, stunned with surprise. Physician? Article hadn't mentioned a physician.
"Underwell, you bitch! The best physician in Orizon. Aramis did everything perfectly. He got Niall to his rooms fast. He got Underwell. He set guards. While you were out helping Gurridon escape and that pisspot Quillen was getting in my way, Aramis was actually trying to save Niall."
She should have been afraid of his new rage, but she wasn't. Physician? Instead, she was astonished by the sudden clarity of her thoughts. What happened to him? Didn't he see what attacked your men and Niall?
"Escaped!" snarled Levick. "What do you think? Did you expect him to wait around and let us catch him?"
Rage swelled the cords of his neck.
"He was translated away the same way Gurridon's bloody creature was translated in."
"But why?"
"How should I know? I've never looked inside his head. Maybe he just hated Niall. Maybe Festin offered to make him rich. Maybe Gart took his relatives hostage. I don't know, and I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, he just did it."
"No," Teresa said, as if now she had nothing to fear. "That isn't what I meant. Why did he do it that way? Why have the guards killed? Why do that horrible thing to Niall? They might have been interrupted. They might have been caught. What about the noise? Wouldn't being attacked by some kind of beast make noise? Warn the guards outside? Why take the chance?" Fuming, the Castellan started to spit an explanation at her, but she didn't want to hear him say anything more against Gurridon. She ignored him. "He's a physician," she said. "The best physician in Orizon. He didn't need any help getting rid of Niall, and he didn't need to make himself look like a traitor. Don't you understand?" Levick's slowness to grasp the implication surprised her almost as much as her own certainty. All he had to do was fail. Let Niall die. Put something toxic in the wound and cover it with bandages. No one would ever know. No one would even suspect. Why take the stupid risk of all that bloodshed? Castellan Levick stared at her, as if she were growing noxious in front of him.
"So maybe he didn't do it."
"Then where is he?" shot back Teresa.
"He wouldn't let them kill Niall without trying to stop them. Without trying to get help."
Levick was making a visible effort to understand her.
"Maybe they killed him too and took the body with them."
"Why?" she repeated. "Why bother? To create the illusion they had a confederate they didn't need? To make you think Underwell is guilty when he really isn't? What would that accomplish? What would be the point?"
"Right!"
The Castellan clenched his fury in both fists.
"What would be the point?"
And still she wasn't afraid. His entire face was eaten. Calmly she asked, "What did Underwell look like?" Levick made a strangling noise.
"Look like?"
"Compared to Niall," she explained. "Were they about the same height? The same weight? About the same coloring?"
"No!"
the Castellan yelled, as if she had gone too far, as if this time she had finally pushed him past the point where he could hold back his hands. And then, an instant later, what she was getting at hit him, and he stopped. In a thin voice he said, "Yes, about the same." Quietly, as if she didn't mean anything personal, she pursued her argument. "If you put Underwell in Niall's clothes, would you still be able to recognize him? If you gave him wounds to match the ones Niall was supposed to have, and if you disfigured him, and if you covered the rest of him with blood, would you still be able to recognize him?" Castellan Levick stared at her with apoplexy on his face. "I think Niall is alive," she finished. Not because she thought the Castellan still didn't understand her, but simply because she had to say something to control the silence, keep him from exploding. "I think the poor man who got butchered was Underwell." With an effort, Levick pulled a breath between his teeth. "All that," he chewed out distinctly. "You think all that, and you haven't set foot outside this cell. Sheep-rot! How do you do it? What do you use for reasons? What do you use for proof?" Now that she had arrived at her conclusion, she lost her invulnerability. He was beginning to scare her again. "I've already explained it." She was determined not to let her voice shake. "Aramis wants to shift the blame onto Garradon, partly to get him out of the way so he can't understand his talent and start using it, and partly because Aramis isn't ready to betray you yet. Maybe his plans aren't finished. If he sprang his trap now, Prince Craigan would get Arisen. Aland would get the conjurer. Isn't that right? But Aramis is in with Gart, with High King Feston and Cadwal. He wants to keep us all safe until Cadwal gets here, until Aland is out of the way. If Garradon is working with Gart, if he really does serve Cadwal, he wouldn't have done any of this. He wouldn't have risked accusing Aramis. He wouldn't have done anything to undermine Arisen until Cadwal got here. He wouldn't have ruined his own position by killing his brother." She would have gone on, trying to build a wall of words between herself and the castellan, but he cut her off. "That's enough," he snapped fiercely. "It's just talk. It isn't a reason. It isn't proof. You've been in this cell all day. What makes you think you know what's going on? You say he's doing everything because he's guilty, but he would do exactly the same things if he was innocent. I want proof. If you expect me to go arrest the hero of Arisen, you'll have to give me proof." Just for a second, Teresa nearly failed. Proof. Her mind went dark. A lid closed over her courage. What kind of proof was there in a world like this? If Underwell had been stretched out naked in front of her, she wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between him and Niall. She didn't know men. Only the crudest physical characteristics would have enabled her to distinguish between him and, say, Aramis or Barsonage. Then, abruptly, the answer came to her. In sudden, giddy relief, she said, "Ask Artegall." "Artegall?" demanded the castellan suspiciously. "Garradon's brother?" "And Niall's," she countered. "Make him look at the body. Take the clothes off and make him look. He ought to be able to recognize his own brother's body." Levick glared at that idea as if he found it offensive. Under one eye a muscle twitched, giving his gaze a manic cast. She had gone too far, said something wrong, accidentally convinced him her arguments were false. He was going to do what he had come for in the first place. He was going to hurt her. He didn't. He said, "All right, I'll try that. It's too bad Underwell doesn't have any family here. It would be better to look at this from both sides. But I'll try Artegall." Teresa felt faint. She wanted to sit down. The castellan's scowl was still fixed on her, however. He made no move to leave. After a moment he said, "While I'm gone, remember something. Even if that is Underwell's corpse, it doesn't prove Niall is alive. It doesn't prove anything about Garradon or Aramis. All it proves is that some shit-lover is still plotting something. If you want me to arrest the Horbate hero of Arisen, don't show me Underwell is dead. Show me Niall is alive." Then he left. The cell door banged. The key scraped in the lock. Hard boot heels echoed away on the stone of the passage. Teresa sat down on the cot, leaned her back against the wall, and let herself evaporate for a while. Chapter 30. Odd Choices. The bars of the cell were of old, rough iron, crudely forged and cast. Little marks of rust pitted the metal like smallpox. It looked ancient and corrupt. Nevertheless, the bars were still intact, despite their age. Against the gnawing of rust, which the rude workmanship and the damp atmosphere aggravated, the iron was defended by generations of human oil and fear. Since the dungeons were first constructed, dozens or hundreds of men and women, and perhaps children, had stood in this cell, holding the bars because they didn't have anything else to do with their need. And now the ooze of sweat and dirt left behind by their knotted, aching, condemned hands protected the metal from its accumulated years. Sections of iron could be brought to a dull shine if Teresa rubbed them with the sleeve of her new shirt. So, he was right. It didn't prove Niall was alive. She couldn't argue with that. So the castellan would be coming back. She wondered whether the places where people suffered were always made stronger by the residue of pain. And, not for the first time, she wondered how many different kinds of pain it was possible to feel. When he came back, whatever he did would be out of her control. She had used up all her weapons. She wasn't Sadith. She couldn't use her body to protect her spirit, even though he apparently desired her. Even if she had been willing to make the attempt, a purely theoretical question, she lacked the knowledge, the experience. And somewhere between the poles of love and violence, Castellan Levick had lost his way. He might no longer be able to distinguish between them. She should have gone with Garridan. She should have come to her own conclusions about him earlier, much earlier. She should have stuck a knife in Master Aramis when she had the chance. If, in fact, she had ever had the chance. The castellan would be coming back. What hope was there for her now? Only one. That Artegall might look at the body and be sure it wasn't Niall's. If that happened, if she were proved right on that point, the castellan might doubt his own rage enough to treat her more carefully. He might. She had to hope for something, now that she couldn't hope to be left alone. She had to hope that Garridan's talent was strong enough to save him. Somehow he had bent his mirror away from its image in order to appear in her apartment and translate her to Orosin. That was one thing. But to bend the same mirror so that it functioned as if it were flat, that was something else, a more hazardous attempt altogether. And yet she had reason to think it was within his abilities. With that same glass he had put her part way into a scene which bore no resemblance to the image, a scene which he called The Closed Fist, in the care of Domney. And she hadn't gone mad. If he could do that for her, surely he could do it for himself? Surely? Oh, Garridan. The truth was that she wasn't sure of anything any more. She wasn't accustomed to the confidence she had projected in front of Castellan Levick. It was easier to forget than to sustain. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything inevitable about the explanation of events she had urged on him. Like her capacity for love, it was purely theoretical. She knew how Master Aramis would laugh if anyone told him what she had said. At bottom, her defense of herself rested entirely and exclusively on the conviction that Garridan was innocent. If she was wrong about that... The implications were intolerable, so she tried to close her mind to them. Because she didn't know whether the castellan would come back soon or late, and either way it could mean anything, good or bad. She made an effort to distract herself by counting the granite blocks which formed the walls of the cell. Both of the end walls had been built in the same way. At a glance, the construction looked careless. Ill-fitting blocks had simply been piled on top of each other. So it might be possible to work some of them loose, especially up near the ceiling. But time and use had worn off the rough edges, leaving a surface that couldn't be hurt. In contrast, the back of the cell was flat, seamless stone, cut, not built. No doubt the work had been done by the Mordant-born slaves of Alland or Cadwal during the long years of conflict between those powers. And now she was a prisoner of the same conflict. In a sense, dungeons never gave up their victims. The faces and the bodies changed, died, and were dragged away, but the old stone clung to its purpose, and the anguish of the men and women locked within it never changed. King Joyce hadn't gone far enough when he had altered Orizon to make it a place of peace. Much of the extensive dungeons had been given over to the conjury for a laborium. That was good, but not good enough. The whole place should have been put to some other use. Then, perhaps, the castellan wouldn't have spent so many years thinking about the things he could do to people who offended him. She didn't know what to say to him. She had never known what to say to her father, either. So far, however, she had had better luck with the castellan. But that was finished. She had done everything she could think of. Now she was at the mercy of events and attitudes she couldn't control. Men who were losing their minds, men who hated, men who— "Deep in thought, I see, my lady," said Master Aramis. "It makes you especially lovely." She turned, her heart thudding in her throat, and saw him at the door of her cell. With one hand he twirled the ends of his chasuble negligently. His relaxed stance suggested that he had been watching her for several minutes. "You are quite remarkable," he continued. "Ordinarily, cogitation in a woman produces only ugliness. Were you thinking of me?" She opened her mouth to say his name, but she couldn't swallow her heart. It was beating too hard. Staring at him as if she had been stricken dumb, she took an involuntary step backward. "That would explain this increased beauty, if you were thinking of me." "My lady." He smiled as if she were naked in front of him. "I have certainly been thinking of you." "How—" she fought to regain her voice. "How did you get in here?" At that he laughed. "On my legs, my lady. I walked." "No." She shook her head. Slowly her immediate panic receded. "You're supposed to be up at the reservoir, saving Orizon. Castellan Levick wouldn't let you just walk in here." "Unfortunately, no," the master agreed. His tone became marginally more sober. "I was forced to resort to a little chicanery. Some cayenne in my wine to produce a sweat, so that he would be impressed by the strain of my exertions. A gentle potion in the brandy I offered to the men he set to guard me, so that they would sleep. A passage which has been secretly built from my workrooms in the laborium into an unused part of the dungeons. Tremendous forethought on my part. Do you not agree? Considering that it was never possible for me to be certain Levick would arrest you." Teresa ignored the cayenne and the potion. They meant nothing to her. But a secret passage out of the dungeon, a way of escape. She had to take hold of herself with both hands to keep her sudden, irrational hope under command. Struggling to muffle the tremor in her voice, she said, "You went to a lot of trouble. What do you want? Do you expect me to tell you where Garridan is?" Again Master Aramis laughed. "Oh, no, my lady." She was beginning to loathe his laugh. "You told me that a long time ago." When he said that, a sting of panic went through her, a fear different than all her other frights and alarms. She forgot about the secret passage. It was secondary. She wanted to shout, "No, I didn't! I never did that!" But as soon as he said it, she knew it was true. She had refused the Tor and Article and Castellan Levick, but Aramis already knew. "Then why?" she demanded, as though she were genuinely capable of belligerence. "Have you come to kill me? Do you want to keep me from talking to the Castellan? You're too late. I've already told him everything." "Everything?" The image's dark gaze glinted, as if he were no longer as amused as he sounded. "Which everything is that, my lady?" Did you tell him that I have held your sweet breasts in my hands? Did you tell him that I have tasted your nipples with my tongue?" The recollection twisted her stomach. More angrily she retorted, "I told him you faked Niall's death. You and Niall set it up as an attack on Garradon, so no one would believe the things he said about you. I told him Niall is still alive. You ambushed Underwell and those guards so everyone would think Garradon came back and killed him, but he's still alive. You've got him hidden somewhere. You talked him into being on your side somehow. Maybe he hates Garradon for stopping him when he tried to help Elliger and Prince Cregan, and now you've got him safe somewhere. That's what I told the Castellan." In the uncertain lamplight, Master Aramis's smile seemed to grow harder, sharper. "Then I am glad it was never my intention to harm you. If I were to hurt you now, everyone would assume that there is some justice in your accusations. But I do not hold a grievance against you. I will demonstrate," he said smoothly, "the injustice of those accusations." "How?" she shot back, trying to shore up her courage, trying not to think about the fact that she had betrayed Garradon to the Imager. "What new lies have you got in mind?" His smile flashed like a blade. "No lies at all, my lady. I will not lie to you again. Behold!" Flourishing one hand, he produced a long iron key from the sleeve of his cloak. "I have come to let you out." She stared at him. Shock made her want to lie down and close her eyes. He had a key to the cell. He wanted to let her out, help her escape. He wanted to get her away from the Castellan. She was too confused. She couldn't think. Start over again. He had a key to the cell. He wanted... It didn't make any sense. "Why?" she murmured, asking herself the question, not expecting him to answer. "Because," he said distinctly, "your body is mine. I have claimed it, and I mean to have it. I do not allow my desires to be frustrated or refused. Other women have such skin and loins as yours, such breasts, but they do not prefer a gangling, stupid, inept apt after I have offered myself to them. When I conceive a desire, my lady, I satisfy it." "No," she said again, "no." Not because she meant to argue with him, but because he had given her a way to think. "You wouldn't risk it. You wouldn't take the chance you might get caught here. You want to use me for something." Then it came to her. "Does Garradon really scare you that badly?" Master Aramis's smile turned crooked and faded from his face. His eyes burned at her. "Have you lost your senses, my lady? Scare me? Garradon? Forgive my bluntness, but if you believe that Garradon Fumblefoot frightens me in any way, you are out of your wits. Levick and his dungeon have cost you your mind." "I don't think so." In a manner that strangely resembled the Castellan's, she clenched her fists and tapped them on the sides of her legs, as if to emphasize the rhythm of her thoughts, the inevitability. "I don't think so. You know what he can do. You pretend you don't, but you know what he can do better than anybody, better than he does. Gilbert watched him make that mirror. You knew something unexpected was going to happen when the conjurer decided to let him go ahead and try to translate the champion. That's why you argued against him. You weren't trying to protect him. You wanted to keep him from discovering who he is. The reason you tried to get him accepted into the conjurer was just to distract him, confuse him, make it harder for him to understand. When Gilbert translated the champion," she swung her fists harder, harder, "you left Garradon and me in front of the mirror, directly in front of the mirror. You probably pushed him. You wanted the champion to kill him, to kill both of us. The master had been trying to take her life as well for a long time. But that was the only flaw in her convictions, the only thing which didn't make any sense. Why anybody would want to have her killed. "There isn't any doubt about it. You're definitely afraid of him." This time the bark of Master Aramis's laugh held no humour, no mirth at all. "You misjudge me, my lady. You misjudge me badly." She didn't stop. It was too late to draw back. "That's why you're here," she said, beating out the words against her thighs. "Why you want to let me out. You want me to be your prisoner. You know he cares about me. Cares about me. Oh, Garridan. And you want to use me against him. You think if you threaten to hurt me, he'll do whatever you want. You misjudge me, I say. It is not fear. Fear that puppy? I would rather lose my manhood." She heard him, but she didn't slow down. "The only thing," which was already a lie, but she had no intention of telling him the truth, "the only thing I don't understand is why you didn't just send Gart to kill the Lords of the Cares and Prince Cregan. Why else did you get them all together? You didn't want any alliance. You knew that meeting would fail. You were just trying to undermine all of Cadwell's enemies at the same time. Why didn't you finish the job? With the Lords and Prince Cregan dead, Aland and Mordant and even Orison would be in chaos. What were you afraid of?" Abruptly, Master Aramis swung his own fists and hit the bars so hard that the door clanged against its latch. "It was not fear! Are you deaf? You have the arrogance to ignore me? It was not fear! It was policy!" Teresa stared at him past the bars, past the stark conflict of lamplight and shadows on his face, and murmured softly in recognition, "Oh." "I did not send Gart against the Lords and Cregan," he said harshly, "because it was impossible to be sure that he would succeed. The Termagant and the Purton and Cregan are all fierce fighters. Cregan had bodyguards, and any man who killed the Tor might drown in all his blood. Also, it was much too soon to risk revealing my intentions. The gamble I chose to take was safer. When Gilber performed his translation, the champion came to us facing the direction we wanted him to go, in toward the most crowded parts of Orison, the rooms and towers where his havoc would be most likely to bring the Lords and Cregan to ruin. That was why I wanted him, the only reason I permitted his translation to take place." "Of course," the master said in digression, "once he had been translated, it was necessary to preserve him from Levick. I could not allow some bizarre happenstance to bring him into alliance with Orison and Mordant. Let him rampage now and do harm as he wishes, without friends or understanding. That also serves me. But my chief intent was more immediate. I wanted him to gut Orison, destroying all my principal enemies at once. If he had gone that way, if you had not turned him, my lady, my gamble would have brought a rich return. Policy, my lady. If it succeeds, I succeed with it. If it fails, I remain, to pursue my ends by other means. And what I have done where Garridan is concerned is also policy, not fear. He is my enemy, and he appears to possess a strange talent. Therefore, I will destroy him. But I will destroy him in a way that serves my ends, rather than risks them. I do not," vehemence bared his teeth, "fear that ignorant and impossible son of a coward." So he admitted it. She was right about him. She had reasoned her way to the truth. That discovery simultaneously relieved and terrified her. She was right about him. Right about him. Garridan was innocent, and she had reached the truth alone, without anyone to help or rescue her. It was an intense relief just to recollect that he had never been able to finish anything he started with her, that he hadn't gotten her killed, or into his bed, hadn't gotten her confused enough to turn her back on Garridan. On the other hand, there were no witnesses, No one else had heard him. She was alone with her knowledge, alone with him. And he had a key to her cell. Without meaning to do it, she had stripped herself of her only protection, the appearance of incomprehension that let him think she wasn't a threat to him, led him to believe he could do anything he wanted with her. In quick panic, she tried to fake a defense. "Prove it," she replied, groaning inwardly at the way her voice shook. "Leave me here. Go back to the reservoir and save Orison from Alland. If you aren't afraid of him, you don't need me." Her own alarm was too obvious. It seemed to restore his humor, his equanimity. He began to smile again, voraciously. "Tush, my lady," he said in deprecation. "You do not truly wish that. I have touched you in places you will never forget. No man will ever treasure the ardor of your loins, or the supplication of your breasts, as I do. Most assuredly not that lout Garradon, whose clumsiness will make his every caress a misery to you. If you consult your heart, you will accompany me willingly. If you should prove useful to me, how does that harm you? You will still be my lady, and you will be rewarded. I am going to win this contest. King Joyce considers it a mere game, an exercise in hopboard, and that is one of many reasons why Mordant will be defeated, Alland will be defeated, and Cadwal will be consumed. When I am done, there will be no power left in all this world which is not mine. Then the woman who stands with me will have riches and indulgence beyond her wildest imaginings. You would look well in that place, my lady. If you accompany me willingly, it will be yours." Teresa studied him hard. She didn't listen to what he was saying. His offer meant nothing to her. But the fact that he made it meant something. It meant something. When he stopped, she muttered, "Take Sadith, she wants the job," speaking aloud for her own benefit, so that the sound of the words would help her think. "I'm still trying to figure out why you bother pretending to seduce me. You've got a key. You're bigger than I am. Why don't you just come in here, rape me, club me over the head, and let Gilber or Vagel translate me to some other dungeon, where you can use me without having to be nice about it?" Because he had recovered from the unpleasant surprise she had given him. Now he was very sure of himself. "That is not what you truly wish, my lady. Your deepest desire is not to defy me, but to open yourself, so that I may teach you the joy of your body and mine." She shook her head, hardly hearing him. Any explanation he gave was automatically false. Still, for her own benefit, she went on. "You're not just afraid of Garradon. You're afraid of me." She felt a growing sense of wonder and dismay. "You're trying to trick me for the same reason you've been trying to have me killed. You're afraid of me." This time, when Master Aramis laughed, his amusement was unforced and unmistakable. "Oh, my lady," he chortled, "you are a wonderment. You flatter yourself beyond recognition. If you were not so earnest, I would believe you drunk with pride. Nevertheless, I will respect what you say. Perhaps you desire a little force. Perhaps that will add spice to your eventual surrender, since you suggest it." With a final chuckle, he pushed the key into the lock and turned it. Without a second's hesitation, Teresa reared back and yelled at the top of her lungs, "Guards!" Master Aramis froze. His gaze flicked away down the passage, then sprang back to her in instant fury. She put her whole heart into it. "Guards!" A door clanged in the distance. A rumor of boots ran along the corridor. The imager snarled a curse. "Very well, my lady," he hissed savagely. "That was your last chance, and you have lost it." In a swirl of darkness he turned to leave.
Now you will face the consequences of your foolishness. When Levick is done with you—"
He spoke sharply enough to raise echoes after him, so that she could hear him as he left.
"expect worse from me."
Then he was gone. His departure was so abrupt, and the approach of the guards sounded so ominous, that just for an instant she thought she had made a mistake. That concern evaporated almost immediately, however. It was burned away by the swift, hot awareness that she preferred being left to the castellan's mercy. He was unpredictable and violent, capable of almost any atrocity when his loyalties were outraged. Yet he was faithful, far more trustworthy than the people in whom he had placed his faith. In fact, that discrepancy was what drove him wild. She would rather fight a man like him, who was at least true to his king, than be seduced by a man like Master Aramis, who was false to everybody. The guards arrived at her cell, demanded an explanation, threateningly, because Castellan Levick might take them to task for anything they did in regard to her. For a moment she was right on the edge of telling them what had happened. Master Aramis was here. He's got a secret entrance to the dungeon. He's a traitor. But her instinct for subterfuge made her swallow the words. No, she might need them. The castellan would be back. She might need everything she could possibly tell him. Facing the guards as if she had become bold, she replied, "I want to see him." The two men gaped at her. One of them asked stupidly, "Who? The castellan?" She nodded. The other leered, "Waste of effort. Last time a woman wanted to see him, he had her stripped and flogged and thrown out of Houseldon." He grinned at the memory. "Had nice tits, too. Would have done better to come to me." Teresa closed her eyes to control an upswelling of disgust. "Tell him," she demanded. "Just tell him." The guards looked at each other. The first one said, "He isn't going to like it." But the other shrugged. Walking loudly, they went away. She sat down on her cot and tried to believe that she knew what she was doing. She didn't have much time to prepare herself. Scant moments after the guards left, she heard Castellan Levick's rage echoing along the corridor.
"I don't give a trough of horse shit who she wants to see. You irresponsible sons of sheep are going to be cleaning latrines before morning. You're going to clean latrines until everything you eat tastes like piss, and your wives and even your children stink as bad as you do. Who gave you the fornicating permission to let her have visitors?"
Then the door between the guard-room and the dungeons rang viciously against its frame, and boots came as hard as hate along the damp stone corridor. Shocked, she found herself murmuring helplessly, "Oh no, oh no, oh no," on the verge of panic. The castellan stamped to the front of her cell like a man with murder on his mind. The glare in his eyes was fierce enough to wither what little courage she had left. His jaws were knotted with violence. Like a blow, he rammed the key into the lock, turned it, and slammed the door open. The door hit the bars so hard that they belled like a carillon.
"You heartless slut!"
He came into the cell, came straight at her.
"I've been tearing my guts out over you all day, and you've been having visitors!"
Involuntarily she flinched back onto the cot, cowered against the wall. "The door!" she cried out, trying to keep him from hitting her. "Article! They came here! I didn't ask to see them!"
"You didn't have to!"
His fists caught her shirt, wrenched her off the cot so fiercely that the seam at one shoulder parted, and the fabric ripped like a whale.
"Article is still too sick to get out of bed, and King Joyce personally told the Tor to let me do my job with you. So instead they both came to see you. What are you plotting? Did they tell you what to say to me? They must have. I half believe that dog-piss story about Aramis and Gart. You couldn't make that up yourself. You don't know enough. No, you're all doing this together. Those riders with the red fur came from the care of Tor. Article is Garadan's brother."
Convulsive with anger, he twisted her shirt so that it tore down one seam to the hem.
"What are you plotting?"
"Nothing." She ought to be able to resist him, but her strength had deserted her. "Nothing." His fury was thrust so closely into her face that she could hardly focus her eyes on it, hardly see him at all. He was a darkness roaring in front of her, clawing at her, too much hate to be endured. She couldn't do anything more than whimper in protest. "Nothing." "You're lying!" His intensity seemed to strangle him. "You're lying to me!" His voice was like a howl stuck in his throat, too congested for utterance. "You've got friends, allies. Even when you're locked in the dungeon, I can't stop you from plotting. You're going to destroy us! You're going to destroy me!" She felt him gathering force, as if he rose up to consume her. He blotted out her vision. A spasm of his grip nearly dislocated her shoulders. Then he caught his arms around her and began to kiss her as if he had been starving for her so long that the pressure of his need had snapped his self-command. She sank into his embrace, into the dark. She let herself fall limp, so that she scarcely felt the violence of his kisses, scarcely felt the iron of his breastplate against her chest. The darkness sucked her away, out of herself, out of existence, out of danger. It took her to a place where he couldn't touch her, and she was safe. No, fading wasn't the answer. She had to do better than this. It accomplished nothing. Oh, it kept her safe, kept her spirit hidden among the secrets of her heart. But her body would still be harmed, and no one would be left to help Geraldine. No one would be left to stop Master Aramis. No one would be left to champion Urizen against the real enemy, against Master Aramis and his dire alliance with Master Gilber and the arch-imager Vagel, with Gart and Cadwal. It came down to her in the end. Mist had said, "Problems should be solved by those who see them." There wasn't anybody else. She was terrified, but the fact that she was capable of escape gave her courage. She remained limp, lifeless, until the castellan eased his embrace and shifted his hands to the waistband of her pants, bending her backward over the cot. Then she opened her eyes and looked at him. She could see him clearly now, the distress bulging along the line of his jaw, the pale intensity on either side of his nose, the darkness like mania in his eyes. He scared her down to the bottom of her soul, where her fear of her father still lived and burned, distorting her. Nevertheless, she caught at his wrists and held them as hard as she could, trying to stop him. As if his kisses had made her lucid and crazy, immune to fright, she said, "You didn't ask them why they came to see me. You didn't bother. You didn't ask Article to look at Niall's body. You didn't even try to find out the truth. You just want to hurt me more than anything else in the world, and they finally gave you an excuse." Roaring almost silently behind the constriction in his chest, he let go of her and drew back his arm. He was going to hit her hard enough to crush her skull against the wall. "They came to see me," she said, lucid and completely out of touch with the reality of her plight, "because they want me to tell you where Geraldine is." While his arm rose and his teeth flashed, he stopped. Surprise, or doubt, or self-disgust seemed to seize hold of him, cramp all his muscles. Hoarsely he panted, "You're lying. You're still lying." "No." She shook her head calmly. It was madness to be so calm. "Is it true that you didn't ask Article to look at Niall's body?" The castellan was going to hit her, or else he was going to break down right there in front of her. Precariously balanced between the two extremes, he choked, "I asked. He's had another relapse. Too sick to understand the question." Steady and unafraid, she shrugged away her disappointment as if it were trivial. "Never mind," she murmured. She might have been trying to console Castellan Levick. "I had another visitor, one you don't know about. Master Aramis was here. Now I can prove he's a traitor." Lamplight flickered in the castellan's gaze. He straightened his back and stood over her as though his body had become stone. He held himself back from bloodshed with an effort of will so savage that it made him gasp for air.
How?
Unnatural quiet and clenched wildness. Teresa and the castellan spoke to each other. He put cayenne in his wine to make himself sweat, so you would think he was exhausted.
You'll never prove that.
He gave your guards a potion to make them sleep, so he could get away.
If they're awake when I check on them, you'll never prove that, either.
He has a secret way into the dungeon. It comes from his workroom in the laborium. You ought to be able to find it without too much trouble. When she said that, Castellan Levick flinched backward. He didn't loosen his grip on himself, but his eyes betrayed a vast accumulation of pain.
If he came here, he asked, still breathing hard, why didn't you go with him? Why didn't you escape?
For some reason that question cracked her mad calm. She seemed to feel herself shattering like an eggshell. Without transition, she went from lucidity to the edge of hysteria.
Because,
her voice broke, and her heart hammered as if it couldn't bear the strain any longer.
Because he wanted to use me against Garradon, the same way he used Niall.
A muscle began to twitch in the castellan's right cheek. The twitch spread until the whole side of his face felt the spasm. He was losing control.
So, if you're telling the truth—
For the first time since she had met him, he sounded like a man who might weep.
Garradon has always been true to King Joyce. True, when almost nobody else is. And you're true to Garradon. And I've been hurting my king by distrusting you, by trying to protect him from you.
Dumbly, Teresa nodded. Without warning, the castellan whirled away.
I've got to see this secret way for myself.
Slamming the cell door so hard that flakes of rust scattered to the stone, he started down the corridor. Almost at once he broke into a run. His voice echoed across the sound of his boots as he shouted as if he were calling farewell to her, or to himself, I am loyal to my king! Stricken numb, and hardly able to care what happened to her at the moment, Teresa pulled the torn seam of her shirt closed as well as she could. Grief threatened to overwhelm her. Her own, the castellan's, the hurt and sorrow of anyone who had to bear the consequences of King Joyce's decline. No, decline wasn't the right word. He still knew what he was doing. He had brought Mordant and Orison to this dilemma deliberately. Dully she thought about that, to keep herself from considering how close she and Castellan Levick had come to destroying each other. When she finally looked up from her futile attempt to make her shirt decent, or at least warm, she saw Master Quillen, inexplicably standing outside the bars of her cell. "That was bravely done, my lady," he said in a distant tone. "Unfortunately, it was a mistake." She looked at him, gaped at him. Her mouth hung open, and there was nothing she could do about it. "Master Aramis lied to you. He has no passage from his workroom into the dungeon. He came to you by translation. When the castellan learns that no passage exists, he will not believe another word you say. His rage will be so great that I fear he will be unable to hold himself back from killing you." It was too much. Fear and loneliness filled Teresa's chest, and she started crying. Chapter 31. Hopboard. After a while she felt a hand on her shoulder. She was crying hard, but the touch was unexpected, and it startled her. She looked up to find Master Quillen beside her. His nose was twitching, and his eyes were gentle. Clearly he intended to comfort her. "My lady," he murmured, "it has been painful for you, I know. and it must seem unjustified. You asked for none of this, and though we did not choose you, we have not hesitated to use you. I will give you all the help I can." "Help," she thought through her tears, "all the help I can. It was too late. The castellan was too strong. He had too much power. She couldn't prove anything against Master Aramis. Nobody was going to be able to help her." But Master Quillen was standing beside her, with his hand on her shoulder, inside her cell. When she blinked her eyes clear, she saw that the door was open. The imager glanced where she was looking, and commented, like a shrug, "Fortunately the castellan was in such dudgeon that he forgot to lock it. I doubt that any of the guards would be willing to open it for us when he is at this level of outrage." By degrees, the open door and Master Quillen's unexplained presence fixed her attention. The pressure of sobs receded in her chest. Her breathing grew steadier. Without meeting the master's gaze, she muttered, "Did Havelock send you this time?" "Indirectly," Quillen replied. "I am here for his benefit, and for the king's, to save all Mordant. But primarily," his grip on her shoulder tightened a bit, "I have come to let you out of this prison." "Let me out?" Her eyes jerked to his. She stared at him, unable to control the way her face suddenly burned with yearning and hope. Her mouth shaped words she couldn't find her voice to say out loud. "You're going to set me free?" Abruptly, Master Quillen took his hand from her shoulder and sat down next to her on the cot. Now his gaze studied the floor instead of meeting hers. "My lady," he said to the stones, "it pains me to see you so surprised, and it pains me even more to know that we deserve your surprise. I do not like some of the things we have done to you, and I lack King Joyce's talent for risks. We deserve any recrimination you might make against us." Then his tone became more sardonic. "The truth is that we deserve to be betrayed, by you as well as by Garradon, if by no one else. But a blind man could see now that you are faithful to him, and so you will not betray us. In that we are exceptionally fortunate. Perhaps our good fortune is as great as our need." Because she was too confused to follow what he was saying, she asked, "Is this going to be another lecture?" He winced. Perhaps he thought she was being sarcastic. But he didn't back down. "Not if you do not wish it, my lady. If you wish me to keep my mouth shut, I will simply take you away from here, and let you do whatever you choose, without argument or explanation. But I tell you plainly," then he did look at her, letting her see the pain on his face, "that you will wound me if you do not permit me to explain. And I think you will increase the difficulty of your own decisions." She could hardly believe what she heard. To be helped, to be offered explanations, to be offered freedom. Far from resenting him, as he apparently expected, she was hard-pressed to restrain herself from weeping again in gratitude. But she had to have more self-command than this. Otherwise it would all be wasted on her. She would go wrong. So she didn't jump to accept his offer. Instead, she did her best to think again, to make her brain resume functioning. Tentatively, groping for what she wanted to understand first, she asked, "How do you know Master Aramis doesn't have a secret way in here? How do you know what he said to me?" "I heard him," Master Quillen retorted with sudden sharpness. He didn't seem to like what he had heard. "I have been secreted down here since noon, when Prince Cregan stopped bringing up catapults against us. I heard your conversations with both the castellan and Aramis, and with the castellan again." He made an effort to speak more softly. "That is how I became certain of your loyalty to Garradon. As if he thought she wasn't asking the right questions, not being hard enough on him, he said almost at once, "You will ask why I did not intervene when the castellan threatened you. My lady, please believe that I would have done so. You found your own answer to his violence, however. Because he must not know my part in all this, if that can be avoided, I left you to deal with him alone." "No," she said reflexively, abstract with concentration. He was right. That was something she wanted to ask him, a subject she wanted to pursue, but not yet. Tell me about that later. First things first. She had to pull her mind into some kind of order. He said he built a secret way from his workroom into the dungeon. How can you be sure that isn't true? The master rubbed his nose to make it stop twitching. It would be impossible to do such work secretly, with so many apts everywhere in the laborium. Regardless of that, however, I know Aramis did not use a passage to come here. I saw him arrive and depart. He was translated. You mean he can pass through flat glass too, and not lose his mind? Can everybody do it? You mean he has a mirror with this dungeon in its image? How is it possible to fight people who can pass through flat glass without going mad? I fear so, my lady. I suspect it is the same mirror which translated those hunting insects against Garradon. The passages of Orison are confusing, I know, but actually we are not far from the translation point they used, and God used when he attacked you and the prince. There is considerable stone between this cell and that corridor, but of course stone would be no obstacle to an image, if the focus of its glass could be shifted that far. Incidentally, you may wonder why your enemies do not send more of those insects against you while you are here and helpless. Actually, she hadn't wondered anything of the kind, but Master Quillen went on anyway. It is the adept's opinion that they must be given the scent of their victim before they will hunt. For anyone associated with the conjury, it would be easy to obtain something belonging to Garradon, a small possession, a piece of clothing. But opportunities to loot your rooms or wardrobes have been kept as near to non-existent as possible. Without your scent, the insects cannot be sent against you. Involuntarily, Teresa shuddered. She didn't want to think about those hideous— Master Quillen saved her. He continued talking. Considering that Aramis wants you, perhaps as a hostage, perhaps as a lover, wants you enough to risk coming here, it is an interesting question why he has not used his mirror to translate you away. You would be entirely in his power then. But I suspect that the focus of his mirror has already been shifted as far as it will go. He must find it quite exasperating that the perfect solution to his dilemma is denied him by the small fact that you are here, rather than 8 cells farther down the corridor. As I say, we have been more fortunate than we deserve. The master had done it again, gone off at a tangent, distracted her. Sudden frustration welled up in her. "Then why don't you stop him?" She turned toward Quillen, demanding an answer with her whole body. "Get the castellan to arrest him! Lock him up somewhere safe! He's going to betray everybody! You've got to stop him!" "My lady." Master Quillen's voice was soft, and his eyes studied her as if he wondered how much of the truth she would be able to bear. "It is too soon." "Too soon? Too soon?" She gaped at him, unable to speak. "We do not know where his strength is located. We do not know how this trick of translation is done. We do not know how far his alliances extend, or how many powers he is prepared to bring out of his mirrors against us. We do not know what his plans are, how he means to destroy us. Until his trap is sprung, we have no effective way to strike back at him." Still she gaped at him. Her head was spinning. With an effort she asked thinly, "We?" The master smiled slightly, sourly. "Yes, my lady. King Joyce for the most part, and Adept Havelock, when he is able. I follow their instructions." He paused while she went pale with shock. Then he admitted, "Not a very impressive cabal, I fear. There is no one else." A moment later, perhaps because she couldn't stop staring at him, he seemed to take pity on her. "We cannot afford allies," he explained. "It is the essence of the king's policy to appear weak, confused in his priorities, unable to achieve decisions, careless of his kingdom. And it would be impossible to create that appearance if his intentions were not kept secret. If Queen Madden knew the truth, would she turn her back on her husband in his time of gravest peril? If the Tor knew the truth, how well would he play the part of the forlorn and hectoring friend? If Castellan Levick knew the truth, no, it would be disastrous. He has no subterfuge in him. And no one would believe that King Joyce had lost his will or his wits, while Levick remained confident. "We," she murmured to herself. "King Joyce," as if the words made no sense. "We cannot afford allies. It was all deliberate." "The fact is," said Quillen, "that everyone who loves the king would behave differently if they understood him, and so it would all come to nothing. I am trusted only because throughout Orosin I am so easily taken for granted, and because King Joyce must have one friend and imager who is more reliable than the adept." "But why?" The words burst from Teresa. "Why? Mordant is falling. Orosin is under siege. Everybody who loves him or is loyal to him has been hurt." All deliberate. Of course she knew that, but the reason? He's destroying his whole world, the world he created. Why would he do such a terrible thing? Abruptly the imager jerked to his feet. He was suddenly angry. He bristled with indignation. Quietly, but with such intensity that he shocked her to silence, he replied, "So that he would attack here." "What? We did not know who he was, my lady. Remember that. We did not know who he was until last night, when he erred by trying to make us believe that Gerardin had killed Niall. Before that, we had few suspicions, and less proof. We did not know who he was." Red spots flamed on the master's cheeks. "We knew only that he was powerful, that he had the ability, unprecedented in the history of imagery, to inflict his translations wherever he chose. We had no way to find him, no way to combat him, no way to protect Mordant from him. But worse than the danger to Mordant was the threat to Aland and Cadwal that had no imagers to defend them. That King Joyce had accomplished with his ideal of the conjury and peace, that Cadwal and Aland were more helpless than Mordant against the enemy. That he was responsible for. His past victories have left Aland and Cadwal at the mercy of his new foes. Therefore," Master Quillen gritted his teeth to keep from shouting, "King Joyce set himself to save the world. His weakness is an ambush. He lures the enemy to strike here rather than elsewhere, to inflict their peril and harm here rather than on the people he has made vulnerable, to attack Mordant and Orosin rather than first swallowing Cadwal and Aland and thereby growing too strong to be defeated. We did not know who he was." Roughly, Quillen shrugged, trying to restrain his anger. "That is the reason for everything King Joyce has done. That, and the conjury's augury, and Gerardin's strange translation which brought you here. When you came among us, your importance was obvious at once. Clearly it was vital to make you aware of the world you had entered, so that you could choose your own role in Mordant's need.
Even a good person may do ill out of ignorance, but only a destructive one would do ill out of knowledge. The augury made it clear that we had to trust you or die. But Garradin was also at risk, and his importance was also plain in the augury. His only protection lay in King Joyce's weakness. If Garradin were granted the ability to elicit intelligent, decisive action from his king, the enemy would surely kill him. In addition, the belief that you were ignorant was a form of protection for you. So it was vital also to spurn Garradin's loyalty, and then to make you aware of Mordant's history in secret. My lady, I argued against that decision. From the beginning, I found it difficult to trust you, a woman of such passivity. What hope did you represent to us? But King Joyce insisted. That is why Adept Havelock and I approached you and spoke to you, giving you in secret the knowledge which both the conjurer and the king had denied to you publicly. Oh, of course. Now I understand. Teresa felt herself smiling into the quagmire of her own stupidity. Had she really spent her entire life like this? Helpless, passive, unable to think? The translation of the Conjurer's champion, rasped Quillen, presented a similar problem in a different guise. Again, the champion's importance in the augury is plain. Therefore, King Joyce must oppose that translation, in order to appear determined on his own defeat. And yet he must be too weak to oppose the translation successfully. And I was at risk there, in addition to Garradin and yourself. My loyalties had to be concealed. So King Joyce had no choice but to refuse to hear the Thale's warnings, and to ensure that Castellan-Levick did not learn what transpired until the translation could no longer be stopped. My lady? Now Master Quillen faced her squarely, and Teresa saw that some of his anger was directed at her. It will be easy for you to be outraged at what we have done. You have already said that everybody who loves King Joyce, or is loyal to him, has been hurt, and you are right. His policy is dangerous. Therefore, the only way he can save those who love him is to drive them away, to make them distance themselves from the seat of peril he has chosen for himself. He succeeded with Queen Madden, but his failure with such men as the Tor and Garradin haunts him. If harm comes to them, he will carry the fault on his own head, even though they have chosen to do what they do. Nevertheless, you should understand what he does before you protest against it. He hazards himself so that thousands of men and women from the mountains of Aland to the coast of Cadwal will be spared. He tears his own heart so that the people he loves may be spared. He places the kingdom that he built with his own hands in danger so that his traditional enemies can be spared. If you cannot trust him or serve him, my lady, you must at least respect him. He created his own dilemma, and he accepts its consequences. He does what he is able to do, so that the harm his enemies do will be suffered by a few instead of by many. Because the Imager was angry at her, and because she was angry herself and didn't know how to conceal it, she turned away. The light seemed to be failing. Maybe the lamp was running out of oil. Darkness gathered in all the corners. Fatal implications spilled past the bars from the corridor into the cell. You must at least respect him. A man whose idea of wise policy was to twist a knife in his friends' hearts and leave his enemies unscathed. Of course she had to respect that. Sure. She could hear Castellan-Levick crying like a farewell, "I am loyal to my king!" With more bitterness than she had realized she contained, more indignation than she had ever been aware of possessing, she asked softly,
What about the castellan?" "What about him?" returned Master Quillen. Perhaps he was too irate to guess what she meant. "Maybe the Tor and Garridan have made their own choices. They're more stable than he is. What choice did you ever give him? If he tried to quit serving, King Joyce would have to stop him. This whole policy," she sneered the word, "depends on the castellan. If he doesn't stay faithful, if he doesn't do his utter best to keep Urizen strong while King Joyce is busy being weak, then the whole thing collapses. When King Joyce finally decides to fight, he won't have anything to fight with, unless the castellan stays faithful." Master Quillen nodded. "That is true. What is your point?" "He doesn't have any choice, and it's killing him." Sudden pity surged up through her bitterness. The man Levick had once been would probably have treated her with nothing more terrible than detached sarcasm or kindness. But the entire weight of King Joyce's policy had come down on his shoulders, and now he could hardly refrain from raping or murdering her. "Don't you see that? What you're doing is expensive, and you're making him pay for all of it." Without warning, she began to weep again. Her distress and the castellan's were too intimately interconnected. "You and your precious king are destroying him." She expected Master Quillen to yell at her. She was ready for that. She didn't care how angry he got, what he said. Somehow she had gone past the point where mere outrage could threaten her. She had anger of her own, and it was no longer hidden away. If her father had appeared before her there and lost his temper, she would have known how to respond. The imager didn't yell at her, however. He didn't raise his voice. Slowly he moved to the door of the cell. Perhaps he intended to leave, give up on her. She didn't know, and didn't care. But he didn't do that either. He waited until she looked up at him, lifted her head defiantly, and glared at him through her tears. Then he said quietly, "We didn't know this was going to happen. We thought he was stronger." Just for a second she almost stopped crying in order to laugh. Imagine it. An aging king and a madman and a minor imager got together to save the world, and the best plan they could come up with required them to drive the only man in Urizen who knew how to fight for them out of his mind. It was funny, really. The only thing she didn't understand was, what made them think it would work? How could they possibly believe? The sound of a door rang down the passage. Iron hit stone with such savagery that the echo seemed to carry a hint of snapped hinges. "Lying slut!" howled the castellan. "I'll have you gutted for this!" His boots started toward her from the guard-room. Teresa froze in shock. Castellan Levick was coming to get her. He was coming to get her, and there was nothing she could do. Master Quillen said something, but she didn't hear what it was. In her mind she saw the corridor from the guard-room, one turn, another, then the long line of the cells. The castellan was coming hard, but he wasn't running. He might run as he drew closer, but he wasn't running yet. He was at the first turn, on his way to the next. He would reach her cell in half a minute. Her life had that many seconds left, no more. "Are you deaf?" Quillen grabbed her wrist and hauled her off the cot. "I said, come on!" She didn't have a chance to think, to choose. He wrenched her through the open door out into the passage, but he was pulling on her too hard, away from the guard-room. She staggered against the far wall and fell. Her weight twisted her wrist from his grasp. As she scrambled to her feet again, she saw Castellan Levick come into view past the second turn. He saw her as well. For an instant their eyes met across the distance, as if they had become astonishing to each other. Then he let out a roar of fury, and she skittered in the opposite direction, her boots slipping on the rotten straw. She could hear him coming after her. That was impossible. Her feet and breathing and Master Quillen's shouts made too much noise. Nevertheless, her sense of his overwhelming rage, his ache for destruction, made his pursuit loud in her mind. She could feel his hate reaching out, and ahead of her the imager was losing ground. He slowed his flight, took the time to turn and beckon frantically. A second later, he whipped open the door to another cell, dashed inside. She followed without thinking. She had no time to think. Deflecting her momentum against the bars, she flung herself into the cell faster than Master Quillen was moving, and nearly ran him down when he stopped. Quickly, he opened a door in the side wall. It was well hidden. The spring that released it was so cunningly concealed that she would never have found it for herself, and until he hit the spring she couldn't see the door itself. Then it swung wide, moving smoothly, as if it were counterbalanced on its hinges and controlled by weights. It must have been built in when this cell was first constructed. That was how Master Quillen had gained access to the dungeon, how he had been able to listen to her conversations with Aramis and Lebec. Another secret passage. But she didn't have time to be surprised. As soon as the door opened, Quillen caught at her arm again and thrust her forward into the unlit passage. He followed on her heels. Trying to make room for him without advancing into the dark, she found a wall and put her back to it. He was only a silhouette against the dim reflection from the dungeon lamps. At once he tripped the mechanism that moved the weights to close and seal the door, and Castellan Lebec burst into the cell. He was too late. He wasn't going to be able to prevent the door from shutting, and once it was shut he would have to find the spring to open it again. Nevertheless, he was fast, and his sword was already in his hands. Driving wildly to spit Teresa through the closing of the door, he plunged forward, hurled himself headlong toward her. The door's weight swept his thrust aside. His sword tip missed her by several inches. Then his sword was caught in the crack of the door. The iron held, jamming the stone so that it couldn't seal. His body thudded against the door. He recoiled, staggering. A moment later his voice came, muffled, into the dark. "Guards! Guards!" "Come on!" hissed Master Quillen. He took Teresa by the wrist once more and tugged her away from the thin slit of illumination. "Curse him! As soon as his men arrive he will be able to open that door. We must escape now!" Struggling for balance, she hurried after her rescuer into a blind passage. Stones seemed to whirl about her head like a swarm of bats, probing for some way to strike at her. There was no light of any kind. Except for his grip, Master Quillen had ceased to exist. Her shoulders kept hitting the walls as if she were reeling. She couldn't keep up this pace. She had no idea where the passage went or how it got there. "Slow down," she panted. "I can't see." "You do not need to see," Quillen snapped. "You need to hurry." Still trying to make him slacken speed, she protested, "How long?" Without warning, he halted. At the same time, he let go of her. She collided with him, stumbled against the wall again, flung up her arms to protect her head. "Not long," he muttered acerbically. "This passage was put in when the dungeons were rebuilt, to provide room for the laborium. In other words, it is relatively recent, so it does not connect to the more extensive passage systems." Unseen beside her, he tripped another release, and the wall she had just hit opened, letting cold air wash over her. Her torn shirt couldn't keep the chill out. The space into which the door gave admittance was dim, almost black. But after a moment her eyes adjusted, and she saw ahead of her a truncated bit of hall leading to a wider corridor. Lanterns out of sight along the corridor in one direction or the other supplied just enough reflected glow to soften the gloom. When she caught her breath to listen, the sound which came to her was the delicate spatter of dripping water. Cold and wet, and a side passage too short to be worth lighting with a lantern of its own. A passage that seemed to go nowhere, as long as this door was closed and hidden. Despite the distractions of fear, exertion, and surprise, her nerves turned to ice, as if she had been here before. "Now, my lady," whispered Master Quillen, "we must be both quick and quiet. These are the disused passages beneath the foundations of Houseldon, where twice you were attacked. They are back in use now, housing our increased population. But that is not our chief worry. Those people will be asleep, or too confused to hinder us. No, the difficulty is that these halls are now guarded to keep the peace, regularly patrolled. Somehow we must avoid the castellan's men." No, she thought dumbly, that isn't right. Her brain felt like rock, impermeable to understanding. She had never seen the hall from this side, but it looked the same. The hairs on her forearms lifted as if the hall were the same. When Master Quillen started forward, she managed to reach out and stop him. "No," she whispered, almost croaking. "This is the place. I'm sure of it." He stood motionless and studied her narrowly. What place? The air grew colder on her skin while he stared at her. "The translation point." The cold made her shiver. Long tremors seemed to start in her bones and build outward until her voice shook. "Where those insects came through to get Garridan. And Gart." Closing her arms across her chest, she hugged herself to silence. "What, here?" the imager asked in surprise. "Exactly here?" She nodded as well as she could. "We did not know that," he muttered. He appeared to be thinking rapidly. "We knew the general area, of course." His quick eyes studied the passage. But the adept did not observe the actual translations, and we could hardly afford to betray our interest by asking you or Article to show us specifically where the attacks took place. Teresa ignored what he was saying. It didn't matter. What mattered was the mirror which brought people who wanted to kill her into Orozen. "We can't go there," she breathed through her shivers. "I can't go there. They'll see us. They'll come after us." "A good point, my lady." Master Quillen's nose twitched, as though he were trying to sniff out a way of escape. "If they saw us in the image, and if they were ready for us—" A grunting noise, a sound of strain or protest, carried along the passage from the entrance to the dungeons behind them. The master and Teresa froze. "Put your backs into it, shitlickers!" Castellan Levick's voice was obscured by stone and distance, but unmistakable. "Get the door open before we lose them completely!" Teresa wanted to groan, but she couldn't stop shivering. "Glass and splinters!" Quillen swore under his breath. "This is a tidy predicament." An instant later, however, he grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her to get her attention. "My lady, listen! The focus of that glass was shifted. I saw Aramis translated into the dungeon. I saw him depart. He must have used the same mirror which brought your attackers here. Why else was I permitted to eavesdrop on him, to hear him reveal his intentions? Had his allies seen me enter the passage this way, they would have had no difficulty in disposing of me. Therefore, they did not see me. Therefore, the translation point of that mirror has been shifted." "They could shift it back," she objected. "They could be watching us right now," he retorted. "But if that is true, why are we still unharmed?" The groan of stressed ropes and counterbalances came quietly out of the dark. A man gasped, and Castellan Levick barked, "That does it!" "We must take the risk," Master Quillen hissed. Again Teresa nodded, but she remained still, caught between fears. Gart was there somewhere, the High King's monomach, and from that translation point had come 4 lumbering assailants who had themselves been eaten alive from the inside by the most terrible— "You must go first." Urgency made Quillen's rabbity face slightly ludicrous. "First is safest. Any man will need a moment to react when he sees us. Go!" He shoved her, and she went. 2 stumbling steps toward the main corridor. 3, 4. For some reason the strength had gone out of her legs. She felt like a woman in a nightmare, frantic to run, but powerless to do anything except ache with fright while her enemies rushed toward her. Master Quillen caught up with her and shoved her again to keep her going. For the second time she felt a touch of cold as thin as a feather and as sharp as steel slide straight through the center of her abdomen. Running now, but hardly aware of it, hardly conscious of what she was doing at all, she reached the main passage and the light, and turned, whirled around, in time to see Master Quillen following her, and a black shape with a face full of hate and glee rising behind him, clutching a long dagger to strike him down. "No, Quillen! Quillen!" The shape rose and swept after him, while she tried to cry out a warning, and couldn't do it fast enough. Black arms rose and then plunged down viciously, driving the dagger into the joining of his shoulders with such fury that blood burst from his mouth, and the blade came through his chest, and he was crushed to the floor as if he had been hit with a sledge-hammer.
"Got you, you insipid rodent!"
Master Gilber barked in guttural triumph.
"That is the last time you will interfere with anything we wish to do."
When he wrenched his blade out of Quillen's back, blood ran from his hands like water.
"Oh, Quillen!"
Teresa remembered Master Gilber's hands. They looked strong enough to bend iron bars, strong enough to grind bones. Their backs were covered with black hair that contrasted starkly with his white beard. The hunch in his spine only seemed to increase his physical power. The flesh of his face was knotted with murder. Gloating, he looked up from Quillen's corpse.
"My lady,"
he coughed like a curse,
"this is fortuitous. I had not expected the pleasure of killing you. That was intended to be Gart's task, after Aramis had finished with you. But my vigilance has been rewarded. Neither Feston's dog nor cocksure Aramis were with me when I found you in the image."
She watched him as if he were a snake, waited for him to strike.
"It is a delight to rid the world of Quillen at last."
Gilber licked spittle from his thick lips as he stepped over the body at his feet.
"But to twist my knife in your soft flesh will be plain ecstasy."
Reaching out with his blade and his bloody hands, he started toward her. She turned and fled. She ran with all her heart this time, pushed all her strength through her legs. In spite of his crooked back, Master Gilber was fast. His first blow nearly caught her. The gap she opened between them as she sped was less than a stride, then 2, then 3, and a bit more. Instinctively she had run to the left. She was taking the same direction she and Garridan had taken when they had fled from the insects. Black arms rose and then plunged down. Now she would have been glad, delirious with relief, to encounter a guard. An old codger hunting for the public lavatories, a servant, anyone to witness what was happening, distract Gilber. But the corridor was deserted. Master Gilber spat curses as he pursued her. She was young and running for her life. Slowly she widened the gap, but the air had already become fire in her lungs, and he didn't seem to be tiring. Plunged down. In one way she had no idea where she was going. She didn't know these passages, had never been down here without a guide. The only thought in her mind was to find help, before she faltered. She could feel her strength ebbing now. In another way, however, her instinctive sense of direction was sure, and she followed it unhesitatingly. To escape the fierce imager, she tapped resources in herself that she didn't know she possessed. She took the route to Adept Havelock's quarters. There, the side passage, a thick wooden door, apparently the entrance to a storeroom. Yes, the entrance to a storeroom which hadn't been appropriated to help house Orizon's increased population. She heaved the door open, pulled it shut behind her. It had a bolt. Didn't it have a bolt? It had to have a bolt. Had to have. But she couldn't find it. Couldn't see. There was no light in the storeroom, no illumination except thin yellow slivers from the cracks around the door. Master Gilber's bulk blocked even that light, and her fingers found the bolt, slapped it home just as he crashed against the door, trying to crush her with the weight of the wood and his own momentum. The bolt twisted against its staples, but it held. It wasn't going to hold for long. Gilber hit the door again, raging at it and her. She couldn't see the bolt, but she could hear the metallic screaming noise as iron rusted into wood was forced out. The staples were going to give. It was only a matter of time. Ignoring her frantic need for air and rest, she groped across the storeroom toward the door hidden at the back. the entrance to Adept Havelock's secret rooms. Because she was moving by instinct rather than conscious thought, she didn't remember the possibility that the hidden door might be bolted until she found it open. Master Quillen had probably left it that way. He had probably intended to bring her here himself. Weak with relief and need, she opened the door and hurried into the lighted passage which led to Havelock's domain. The first room she came to was cluttered with mirrors. Nothing had changed since her last visit here. The disarray was composed of full-length mirrors so uneven in shape and color that they showed images she couldn't begin to interpret. Bits of flat glass that would have fit in her pocket. Mirrors the right size for a dressing-table, but piled on top of each other and scattered as if to keep anyone from seeing what they showed. All of them had been gleaned by King Joyce during his wars and never restored to the conjurer. All of them were set in rich or loving frames which belied the neglect of their present circumstances, and all of them were useless. The imagers who had made them were dead. They didn't have anything to do with her. She rushed past them. The passage took 2 or 3 turns, but she didn't lose her way. In a moment she reached another door. She thought she could hear Master Gilbert still pounding to get into the storeroom, or perhaps the sound was simply caused by panic beating in her ears. So she pulled the door open and stumbled into the large, square chamber which Adept Havelock used as a study, and which gave him access to Orizon's networks of secret passages. The air was musty, disused. Something had gone wrong with the ventilation. There were too many people in the castle. Smoke from lamps with wicks that needed trimming curled lazily around the pillar which held up the center of the ceiling. The adept was there, lurking in his madness like a spider. Master Quillen had asked Teresa to believe that Havelock had helped King Joyce plan the destruction of Mordant. Quillen had expected her to believe it, expected her to believe that the old adept's insanity didn't prevent him from wisdom or cunning. And perhaps her dead rescuer was right. Perhaps only a madman like Havelock could have conceived a strategy which relied for its sole chance of success on Castellan-Levick's stability. Nevertheless, Teresa had nowhere else to turn now. Surely Quillen would have brought her here if he had lived. The adept had to help her. He had helped her in the past. He had tried to answer her questions, and Master Gilbert might catch up with her at any moment. He might kill the adept as well, if he got the opportunity. And the Castellan was still after her. "Havelock," she gasped, racking her lungs to force out words. "Gilbert killed Master Quillen. He's after me. I need help. You've got to help me." Got to. As soon as she stopped running, she knew that she wouldn't be able to stay on her feet much longer. The adept stood beside his hopboard table, hunching over it as if he had a game in progress, studying the board intently, even though there were no men on it. He didn't look up until she spoke. Then, however, he raised his head and smiled amiably. Smoke eddied around him. One eye considered her casually. The other began a scrutiny of the wall behind her. "My Lady Teresa of Morgan," he said in a tone of loopy mildness. "What a pleasant surprise. Fornicate you between the eyes. I trust you are well?" "Havelock," she insisted, "listen to me. I need help. Gilbert killed Master Quillen. He's right behind me." The adept's smile showed his teeth. "I'm glad to hear it," he replied, as if she had just indulged in a pleasantry. "You certainly look well. Rest and peace do wonders for the female complexion. Now, tell me what you would like to know. I'm completely at your service today." Horror welled up in her. She could hardly control it. The strain of defending Orizon had finished him. He was gone, entirely out of touch with sanity. The air was too thick to give her lungs any relief. Quillen had been killed, and she was going to be killed, and the adept himself was probably going to be killed. She didn't know how to get through to him. Nearly weeping, she cried, "Don't you understand? Can't you hear me? Gilbert just killed Master Quillen. He's coming here." Abruptly he switched eyes, regarded her with the orb which had been staring at the wall. His nose cut the air like the beak of a hawk. On the other hand, his fleshy smile didn't waver. "My Lady Teresa of Morgan," he said again, "it would be my very great pleasure to rip the rest of your clothes off and throw you in a pigsty. Today I can answer questions. Ask me anything you want. But," he commented, as if this particular detail were trivial, "I can't help you. Not today." She stopped and stared at him, almost retching for air and aid. "I can't help you. Not today." "Oh, Quillen!" "Almost everybody," he went on in the same tone of relaxed good cheer, "wants to know why I burned up that creature of imagery who tried to get Geraldine. Timing, that's the answer. Good timing. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't even matter what you smell like. Anybody will lick your ass if you've got good timing. We weren't ready. If Levick found out who our enemies are from that creature, it would all collapse. We wouldn't be weak enough to defend ourselves." "Havelock!" Teresa wanted to hit him, curse at him, tear her hair. "Master Quillen was your friend. Gilbert just killed him. Don't you even care?" Without transition, Adept Havelock passed from amiable lunacy to wild fury. "Cunt!" With a roar he brandished his right hand, pinching the fingers together as if he held a checker. "This is you!" Wheeling to the table, he banged his hand down on the board several times, jumping imaginary pieces. Then he mimed flinging his checker savagely into the corner of the room. "Gone! Do you understand me? Gone! Don't you think I want to be sane? Don't you think I want to help? He was the only one who knew how to help me. But I used it all up. This morning, against those catapults, I used it all up." Dumb with shock, Teresa gaped at him. He was too far gone. She didn't know how to reach him. An instant later, however, his rage disappeared as suddenly as it had come. Both his eyes seemed to grow glassy with sorrow, and he turned his back on her slowly. "Today I can't help you," he murmured to the blank checkerboard. "Go deal with Gilbert yourself." He lowered himself into a chair near the table. His shoulders began to shake, and a high, small whine came from his clenched throat. After a moment, Teresa realized that he was sobbing. Lost and numb, she left him alone there, and went to deal with Gilbert herself. She was so sick with dread and dismay and grief that she didn't even wince when she heard the adept bolting his door after her, locking her away from any possibility of escape. Like a sleepwalker, like a woman trying to locate herself, discover who she was, in a glass made from the pure sand of dreams, she returned to the room where Havelock kept his mirrors. Master Gilbert was already there. He didn't notice her. He was too full of wonder at what he had found. Mirrors he had never known existed, dozens of them, a priceless treasure for any imager with the talent to use them, any adept. She could have tried to hide. The look on his face made her think that it might even be possible to sneak past him. He was so caught up in what he was seeing. With a forlorn shrug, she took one of the small mirrors stacked on a trestle table near her and tossed it to the floor so that it shattered in all directions. A cloud of dust billowed from the impact, softening the sound. The whole room was thick in dust. The mirrors apparently hadn't been cleaned in decades. Nevertheless, the sound of breakage got his attention. He jerked around to face her, raised his massive fists. His eyes burned. Fury seemed to fume from his beard.
"You dare!" he coughed. "You dare to destroy such wealth, such power! For that I will not simply kill you. I will hack you apart.
No, you won't. To her astonishment, her voice was steady. Perhaps she was too numb to be afraid any longer. As if she did this kind of thing all the time, she put the trestle table between them so that it blocked his approach. If you take one step toward me, I'll break another mirror. Every time you do anything to threaten me, I'll break another mirror. Maybe I'll break everything here before you get your hands on me. Numbness was a good start. It led to fading. She could stand here and confront Master Gilber with all his hate, like a woman full of courage, and at the same time she could go away, evaporate from in front of him, give up her existence and follow mist and smoke to safety. By the time he got his hands on her, she knew he was going to get his hands on her somehow. She would be gone. And in the meantime she might delay him long enough.
You would not,
protested Gilber, momentarily surprised out of his rage. Teresa picked up another mirror and measured the distance to the master's head. Try me. Numbness. Fading. Time.
No, my lady.
His features gathered into their familiar scowl. He was breathing heavily, as if his back pained him.
You try me. All this glass is beyond price, in the abstract. In practice, it is useless. A mirror can only be used by the man who made it. There are new talents in the world, and mine is one of them. I can make mirrors with a speed and accuracy which would astound the conjurer, if those pompous fools only knew of it. But only an adept has the talent to work translations with a glass he did not make. If you believe I will not kill you, you are stupid as well as foolish.
He took a step toward her. She threw the glass at him and snatched up another. The delicate tinkling noise of broken glass, shrouded by dust, filled the room. He halted. Maybe nobody except Havelock actually has that talent, she said. Nobody except Havelock, for all the good that did her. But you think you might be able to learn it. It might be a skill, not a talent. You've never had a chance to find out the truth, because other imagers won't let you experiment with their mirrors. With these, you could do all the experimenting you want. You could learn anything there is to learn. Fading. Time. With her peripheral vision, she picked out the mirror she wanted. A flat glass in a rosewood frame, nearly as tall as she was. Through a layer of dust, its image showed a bare sand dune, nothing else. Somewhere in Cadwell, she guessed. One of the less hospitable portions of High King Feston's land. In the image, the wind was blowing hard enough to raise sand from the dune like steam. Carefully, she edged toward it. "But I'm not going to let you have them," she continued without pausing. "Not if you try to get me." Master Gilber faced her as if he ached to leap for her throat. One hand clutched his dagger, the other curled in anticipation. He restrained himself, however.
"A clever point," he snarled. "You are cleverer than I thought. But it is futile. You cannot leave this room without coming within my reach, or without moving out of reach of the mirrors. In either case I will cut you down instantly. What do you hope to gain?"
Time. It was amazing how little fear she felt. Her substance was leaching away before his eyes, and he was blind to it. Now she could ease herself into the dark whenever she wished, and then there would be nothing he could do to hurt her, nothing that would make any difference. All she wanted was time. She took another small step toward the glass she had chosen. Then she went still, because she thought she heard boots. "I'm not greedy." Now her voice tried to shake, but she didn't let it. Instead, she began to speak louder, doing what she could to hold the master's attention. "I don't want much. I just want to frustrate you. You and Aramis are so arrogant. You manipulate. You kill. You don't have the slightest interest in what happens to the people you hurt. You're sick with arrogance. It's worth breaking a few mirrors just to upset you." Suddenly she saw movement in the passage behind him. Trying to gain all the time she could, trying to strike some kind of blow in Master Quillen's name, and Garridan's, and her own, she flung the mirror she held at Gilber's head. He dodged her throw effortlessly, and even that went wrong for her. Her life had become such a disaster that she couldn't even throw something at a man who hated her without saving him. Dodging, he pivoted and leaped toward the table to close on her. As a result, the first guard, charging into the room, missed his swing. Before the man could recover, Master Gilber hammered him to the floor with a fist like a bludgeon. The second guard had the opposite problem. He had to check the sweep of his sword in order to avoid his companion. That took only an instant, but an instant was all the time Gilber needed to plant his dagger in the guard's throat. Castellan Lebic entered the room behind his men alone. He held his long sword poised. The tip of the blade moved warily. He glanced at Teresa, then returned his gaze to the master. He was coiled to fight, ready and dangerous. She thought that she had never seen him look so calm. This was what he needed, a chance to do battle for Orozen and King Joyce. "So here it is," he commented distinctly. "The truth at last. Garridan's seducer and a renegade imager, together. And poor Quillen dead in the corridor. Did he try to stop you? I thought it was him helping her escape, but I must have been wrong. The light isn't very good. You're lucky you're alive. If she hadn't thrown that glass, my men would have cut you down." Master Gilber's face twisted with laughter. Teresa was past caring what the Castellan thought of her. She took another small step toward the mirror she wanted. Despite the intervening layer of dust, the sand in the image seemed real to her, more solid than she was herself. "Drop that pig-sticker," Lebic growled at Master Gilber. "It isn't going to help you. Lie down. Put your face on the floor. I'm going to tie you up. I'd rather kill you, but King Joyce will want you alive. Maybe he'll let me question you. Do it now, before I change my mind." As if the provocation had become too great to be endured, Gilber let out a harsh guffaw. "My lady," he said, scowling thunderously, "tell Lebic why we are not going to let him take us prisoner." She started to retort. The suggestion that she really was an ally of his nearly broke her careful hold on Fading. Her anger had come out of hiding, and she wanted to scathe the master's skin from his bones. Unfortunately, his ploy had already accomplished its purpose. It had tricked Castellan Lebic into glancing at her again. During that brief glance, Master Gilber pitched a handful of dust into the Castellan's face. Cursing, the Castellan recoiled. He swung his blade defensively. His balance and reflexes were so good that he almost saved himself. Without sight, however, he couldn't counter Gilber's quickness. He couldn't prevent Gilber from picking up one of the guard's swords and clubbing him senseless. Teresa paused in front of the mirror she had chosen. Her only rational hope was gone. Now nothing stood between her and whatever the master might do. She should have been terrified, yet she wasn't. Her capacity for surrender protected her. The hope she had placed in the Castellan hadn't been hope for herself, but only hope against Gilber. She hadn't lost anything crucial. Inside herself, she was on the verge of extinction, and Master Gilber had no way to stop her. When he looked up from Lebic's body, she asked, "Why don't you kill him?" "I have a better idea," he snarled, virile with glee. "I will take you with me. When he comes back to consciousness, he will report that we are allies.
Joyce and his fools will have no conception of their real danger until we destroy them."
He was right, of course. The castellan would be believed. Master Quillen was dead, her sole witness to Master Aramis's admission of guilt. And Quillen certainly hadn't had time to tell anyone what he had learned. Gilber would come after her in a moment. She might be able to slow him down by breaking a few more mirrors, but that would only postpone the inevitable. He had won, if he called this winning. Deliberately, she began to let go. Nevertheless, on the outside she continued to challenge him. "Someone will stop you," she said, as if she were accustomed to defiance. Defiance was what led to being locked in the closet. "If Garridan doesn't do it, I will. You're going to be stopped."
"Garridan?"
spat Gilber.
"You?"
He really was remarkably quick. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, he ducked under the trestle table and came upright again, bringing his knife toward her. Every knot and fold of his expression promised butchery.
"How are you going to stop me?"
How? Like this. She didn't need to say it aloud. He was still bearing down on her with his bloody hands when he seemed to run into a wall. Surprise wiped the violence from his face. His eyes sprang wide as he saw what was happening to the mirror behind her.
"Vagels, balls," he muttered. "How did you do that?"
She didn't look. The last time she had done this, she had done it entirely by accident, without knowing what she was doing. She didn't try to coerce it now. In any case, at the moment she didn't care whether she lived or died. She only cared about escape. Still astonished, but recovering his wits, Master Gilber reached for her. Gently, Teresa closed her eyes and drifted backward into the dark. Chapter 32. The Benefit of Sons. She lay still for a long time. The fact was that she went to sleep. 2 nights ago, the Lady Eliga had poisoned the reservoir of Orozen. Last night, Garridan had faced Master Aramis in front of the conjury, and she, Teresa, had become the castellan's prisoner. And tonight she was exhausted. Master Gilber reached for her, but he must have missed. Even though her eyes were closed, she knew the light was gone, and as the light vanished, she felt herself enter the zone of transition, where time and distance contradicted each other. It was working. She was being translated. Somewhere. That was enough. The sensation that she had taken a vast, eternal plunge, in no time at all sucked the last bit of her out of herself, completed her self-erasure, and she slept. The cold wasn't what awakened her. The dungeon had been as cold as this. No, it was the faint, damp smell of grass, and the breeze curling kindly through the tear in her shirt, and the high calling of birds, and the impression of space. When she opened her eyes, she saw that she was covered from horizon to horizon by the wide sky. It was still purple with dawn, but already the birds had begun to flit through it everywhere, looking as swift and keen as their own songs against the heavens. Then she heard the rich chuckle of running water. She raised her head and looked down the hillside toward a fast stream. The melted snow of spring filled its banks and made it hurry, eager to go on its downland journey. In that direction the water ran toward a valley still shrouded by the receding night. Upstream it came from a high, dark silhouette piled against the purple sky, a sense of mountains. The air was as cold as the dungeon, but not as dank, as oppressive. The life hadn't been squeezed out of it by Orozen's great weight and overloaded ventilation. She took a deep breath, put her hands into the new grass to push herself onto her feet, and stood up. Almost at once, the mountains in the distance took light. The sun was rising. For no reason except that it was morning, and the air was clear, and she was alive, her heart started to sing like the birds, and she knew what she was going to see before the sun reached the massed shadow from which the stream emerged. The closed fist. There. Starting from the west, sunshine caught the heavy stone pillar which guarded the stream's egress from the hills on that side. Then it touched the east side pillar, and the defile between them came clear, the narrow, secret cut from which the broad Wine River ran toward the heart of the care of Domney. The closed fist. Gerardin had played here as a boy. The jumble of rocks inside the defile must have been wonderful for children, a source of endless climbing games and cunning hideaways. And she had brought herself here, against all the odds, despite her utter ignorance of imagery, and despite Master Aramis's best efforts to confuse her. She had translated herself to safety using a flat glass, and she hadn't lost her mind. Abruptly her eyes filled with tears, and she wanted to cry out in relief and joy. "Teresa!" She heard feet running over the grass. Through her tears she glimpsed a shape, a man blurred by weeping. She turned to face him, to face the sun, and as its clean, new light shone through her, she found herself in Gerardin's arms. "Teresa!" "Oh, Gerardin! Oh, love! Thank the stars! I thought I was never going to see you again!" "You're here. You made it. You made it." Then he pulled back. "Let me look at you." She blinked her sight clear and saw him gazing at her hungrily through his own tears. "I've been watching for you, waiting, almost ever since I got here. It was the only hope I had. I just went into Houseldon to tell my family what's going on. They didn't want me to come back alone, but I couldn't bear it any other way. I couldn't bear having somebody watch me wait. I left you there, with Aramis and Lebec, and I thought I was never going to see you again." She wanted to say, "Did you think they could keep me away?" The delight of him shone like the sun in front of her. He was the same Gerardin he had always been, open-hearted, vulnerable, dear. His tears made him look hardly older than a boy. His chestnut hair curled in all directions, full of possibilities above his strong forehead. His bright gaze and his good face were like bird-song in the spring air. "I fought Aramis and the Castellan and Master Gilber for you. Did you think they could keep me away?" But then he took in her rent shirt, her battered appearance, the strain impacted around her eyes, and his face changed. The bones underlying his features seemed to become iron. His eyes seemed to catch and reflect light like tempered and polished iron. As completely as if he had been translated, the boy was gone, and in his place stood a man she hardly knew, a man who resembled Nile more than Artegall. Nile when he had set himself to do something which would both humiliate him and hurt the people he cared about. The metal of Gerardin's character had been tempered by bitterness, polished by dismay. When he spoke again, his voice was thick with muffled strength and veiled threats. "Why didn't Aramis kill you? It looks like he tried." Teresa put out her arms to him. She wanted to hug him again, embrace him, bring back the Gerardin she had first learned to love, the Gerardin who had willingly taken on so many different kinds of pain for her. But he only gripped her hands and held them still, requiring her to stand before him with all her sufferings exposed. So she had to try to match him, to meet him where he was. She shook her head, not contradicting him, but denying her desire for comfort, and said, "Oh, he tried, or Master Gilber tried for him. But the Castellan did this." Distinctly, like the sound of a breaking twig, he said, "Lebec." The skin of his face was tight over his iron bones. His threats weren't directed at her. "Tell me." Involuntarily she faltered. She wanted to be equal to him, to be worthy of him, but she couldn't do it. Tears filled her eyes again. "There's so much. Teresa. At least he could still be reached. He put his arms around her again and let her cling to him as hard as she was able. Then he murmured, "You're cold, and you look like you could use some food." He hadn't become softer. He was simply holding himself back. Turning her with his arm on her waist, he started her moving up the hillside in the direction of the pillars. "My camp is over there." She nodded, unable to speak, unable to separate the joy and the grief of seeing him. "When I first came through the mirror," he explained distantly, "when I discovered I was still alive, I planned to hide up here. It's the best place I could think of, and I didn't want to put Houseldon in danger if Aramis tried to get me again, and I'd already lost you. I thought I would go crazy if anybody else got hurt trying to protect me. But we finally figured out what Nile is doing. There's no way I can keep my family out of danger, so there's no point in hiding. I just came back here because somebody had to do it, in case you managed to get through somehow, and then couldn't find Houseldon. And it might as well be me, because I was going to spend all my time waiting for you anyway." The sun had risen farther. The valley below the closed fist would remain in shadow for some time, but now there was enough light to reveal 2 horses tethered near the rocks ahead. One of them looked up at Teresa and Garridan. The other went on cropping grass unconcernedly. With an effort she cleared her throat. "It sounds like you figured out a lot of things." He snorted sardonically. "After that last day we spent together, I knew Aramis was a traitor. When I finally realized I do have a talent for imagery, an unprecedented talent, it wasn't too hard to start drawing conclusions. Then all I had to do was hope you really have a talent too, and you would find it, and you would be able to get at a mirror. On the whole, it seemed more plausible that Aramis would just fall down dead and save us that way, but I didn't have anything else left." There were a couple of packs on the ground near the horses, and a small jumble of blankets, Garridan's bed. As he and Teresa entered the shadow of the rocks, he dropped his arm and hurried ahead to pick up one of the blankets. At once he draped it over her shoulders. "I don't have a fire," he muttered. "I didn't want to be exposed, in case the wrong people came after me." She shrugged. The blanket was enough. Grateful for its warmth, she asked, "What did you figure out about Nile?" She dreaded everything she would have to say to him about Nile. Without meeting her gaze, he squatted to his packs and began pulling out food skins, a jug, some fruit. His tone was harsh as he replied, "Falling in love with Eliga and letting her talk him into betraying Mordant for Prince Cragan. That was bad enough, but it sort of makes sense. Quis, that's Tholden's wife, she says Nile has been unhappy enough to do something like that for years. Not everybody agrees with her," he grimaced, "but I do. The Domine does." But faking his own murder to ruin me and help Master Aramis, right after he heard us prove Aramis was the only man in Orazon who could have been working with the High King's monomach. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't sound like him. He came back and saved my life, remember? Right after he rode away to betray Mordant. Helping a known traitor isn't something he would do of his own free will. He must have been pushed. Garridan put cheese, dried apples, and a hunk of mutton on a plate of flat bread. Teresa accepted it and sank to the grass to start eating. Nevertheless, her attention was fixed on him. "Pushed how?" he went on. "What kind of threat or bribe would make him do something like that? What does he value that Aramis could give him or take away?" Again Garridan grimaced. He got out food for himself, but didn't eat it. "His family. What else? Aramis must have a mirror that gives him access to the care of Domine, to Houseldon. He can send those insects here, or creatures with red fur and too many arms, or even Gart. He must have threatened Nile with something like that." A pang seized Teresa's heart, and she nearly dropped her food.
She stared at him through the shadow. "Then they're still in danger. Your home, your whole family. He might attack any time, especially now that I got away from him. He knows where you are." She had told Aramis that. She had told him that herself. Garridan jerked up his head. "He can guess I'm here," she rushed on. "He saw that mirror change the day you tried to find a way for me to go home. Master Gilbert saw what I was doing. How can they protect themselves? What are they doing to protect themselves?" He met her alarm squarely. Gloom veiled his eyes, but his voice was iron. "Everything they can." His tone halted her panic. She was still afraid, however, and there were so many things she had to say which might hurt him. Trying to swallow her shame, she said, "He really does know where you are. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I never told you." His gaze made it hard for her to speak, but she forced herself. "That day you tried to get me back to my apartment, when you translated me into your mirror, you never asked where I went. I didn't go to the Champion, but I didn't go to my apartment either. I came here." She felt like she was confessing to an essential infidelity. "I never told you, but I told him." Keeping himself clenched and neutral, he asked, "Why?" Despite his restraint, he put his finger on the sore place. She could have made excuses. He hypnotized me. He was the first man I knew who ever wanted me. But Garridan deserved better than that. And she was responsible for what had happened, no one else. "I was wrong," she said. "I thought I wanted him." Garridan was silent until she looked up at him again. She still wasn't able to read his expression, but he didn't seem angry. His voice only sounded sad as he murmured, "I wish you'd told me the mirror didn't take you to the Champion. I would have had an easier time doing what I did. I would have felt less like I was throwing myself away." She felt the pain he didn't express more acutely than the regret he did. In an effort to make amends somehow, she offered, "But Niall is still alive. I'm sure of that. Aramis admitted it." As coherently as she could, she described what had happened to the physician and guards who had been left with Niall's supposed corpse. The thought of their devoured bodies twisted in her belly. She forced herself to concentrate on her reasoning. Garridan listened without showing any reaction. He was too tight to react. When she was finished, he said absently, "Poor Niall. Right now he probably wishes he actually were dead. Being used like that must be horrible for him. As long as Aramis has him, he can be hurt again. He can be used against us again. It's my fault, of course. If I hadn't stopped him from going to the Purdon, if I hadn't tried to make his decisions for him, he never would have been vulnerable to this. He wouldn't have been in the dungeon where Aramis could get at him." Garridan sighed as if blame were a part of what made him strong. "I don't know how much of it he can stand." Must be horrible. That was true. She knew the feeling. She had come this far herself so that she wouldn't be used against the people she cared for. Softly she asked, "What are you going to do when you try to fight him, and he tells you to surrender or he'll kill Niall?" Unexpectedly, Garridan snorted again. If he hadn't been so angry, he might have laughed. "I'm not going to fight him." "You're what?" She stared at him through the shadow as if he had struck her. "Not going to fight him?" The world was full of different kinds of pain, ways of being hurt, more than she had ever suspected. The wrenching sensation she felt now was new to her. "I'm not going to fight him." Just for a second her own anger began to blaze, and she wanted to rage at him. He hadn't looked away, however. He was facing her like a hard wall. Anything she hurled might simply hit him and fall to the ground. He had been that badly hurt himself.
She seemed to see the sources of his pain as if the gloom were full of them. He had been hurt by the desperation which had made him translate himself away from Orozen with no clear hope of ever being able to return, or to control where he was going, and by all the implications of what he had discovered about Master Aramis, by the fact that no one in Orozen trusted or valued him enough to believe him, not one of the masters, not Castellan Lepic, not even King Joyce, by the threat to his home. And everything else he had ever tried to do with his life had failed. He was even responsible for Niall's plight. How could she be angry at him now? What gave her the right? She had to swallow the thick sensation of grief in her throat before she was able to ask, "What are you going to do?" Her quietness seemed to ease him in some way. His posture became marginally less rigid. His features relaxed a bit. With a faint echo of his former humor, he said, "First, I'm going to get you to tell me what happened to you. Then I'm going to take you back to Houseldon for a decent shirt." Involuntarily, she winced. "You know that isn't what I meant." "All right." The iron came back into his voice. "I'm going to make a mirror. Any mirror. It doesn't matter. As long as it's big enough. As long as it isn't flat. I'm an imager now. I know how to do it. I always went wrong before because I was trying to do the wrong thing, trying to use my talent wrong. Now I know better. I'm going to make a mirror, and I'm going to kill any son of a whore who comes here and tries to hurt my family." Teresa held her breath to keep herself still. He shrugged stiffly. "Is that what you wanted to hear?" Oh, Garridon. She didn't know what to do for him. But she had to do something. She couldn't bear to see him like this. He needed a better way to deal with what had been done to him. That realization gave her the strength to start talking herself. "You asked what happened to me. I think I'd better tell you." It was easier than she had expected. She was able to leave so much out. On a practical level, she discreetly excised the information that both the Tor and Artegall had asked her to betray him. He didn't need any more of that kind of hurt. And emotionally she could talk as if the Castellan's fury and her own terror hadn't touched her. In any case, she had no language for such things, or for the way they had changed her. Instead, she concentrated on Master Aramis. "He has them fooled, Garridon," she said, after she had described her time in the dungeon, her visits from the Castellan and Aramis and Master Quillen, her escape with Quillen, after she had told him about Gilber and Havelock and about Quillen's murder. "What he did with Niall is just an example. That physician, Underwell, is dead, and everybody thinks you're a butcher. And the only person in Orozen who looks innocent is Master Aramis. He's making himself a hero by refilling the reservoir. But that's only an excuse. He's just doing that so he can sneak around while everyone thinks he's busy. He's in league with Gart and Cadwal, and he's just waiting until his plans are ready. Policy, my lady. If it succeeds, I succeed with it. If it fails, I remain to pursue my ends by other means." In spite of her determination to be detached, the memory made her shudder. "He's going to spring some kind of terrible trap, and no one knows he's the one behind it all. Master Quillen is my only witness, and he's dead. Since the Castellan saw me with Master Gilber, he thinks I killed Quillen." Her own anger gathered as she spoke. She was full of accumulated outrage. She didn't want to put pressure on Garridon. She wanted to persuade him. But she simply couldn't think about Aramis without trembling. "Garridon, he's going to destroy them all, and they don't even know it's him. What King Joyce is trying to do is crazy anyway, but it's hopeless if nobody knows who his enemy is. Everything he ever fought for, everything he ever made, Mordant and the conjurer, all his ideals, everything that made you love him. Aramis is going to destroy them all." Out of the mountain's dusk, Garridan made a cutting gesture, silencing her. His face might have been stone. Aramis is going to destroy them all. Of course. And you want me to stop him. You think there's something I can do to stop him. She tightened her grip on herself, forced herself to speak softly. Somebody has to warn them. Otherwise they don't stand a chance. What about the augury? What about Mordant's need? Abruptly he surged to his feet. For a moment he stalked away as if he never intended to come back. Then he swung around harshly and returned to confront her over the new grass and the neglected food. "You want me to warn them," he rasped. "Do you think I haven't already considered that? Talk is easy. Do you know how far Orozen is from here? Do you know how long it would take me to get there? The siege has already started. Cadwal is already marching. Everything he wants to destroy will be in ruins before I get halfway there. I'll arrive like a good boy, panting and desperate, wanting something to save, and he'll just laugh at me. He'll just laugh at me." "Teresa!" He was controlling himself with a visible effort, holding down a desire to yell at her. "I am very, very tired of being laughed at." All her insides ached as she watched him. He made her so sad that her anger faded, at least temporarily. She didn't know what to say. What could she have said? She understood. Of course she understood. He was beaten, and he was trying to accept it. But what she did or didn't understand changed nothing. It didn't help him or Mordant. Yet she had to give him something. If she didn't, she was going to start crying again. Quietly, stifling her unhappiness, she asked, "What do you want me to do?" He had considered that as well. "You're an arch-imager," he said promptly, "like Vagel. You've just proved that. You can pass through a mirror without changing worlds, and without losing your mind. But you're more than that, too. You can change the images themselves. You can do the same thing with flat glass that I do with a normal mirror. Together, we're two of the most powerful people in Mordant. All we need is practice and mirrors. I want you to stay here and help me defend the only thing left that's worth fighting for." In the same tone she asked, "Do you have any glass at all?" "No, not yet. We've got a bit of equipment, and tinct my father confiscated from some sort of hedgerow imager back in the early days of Mordant's peace, but we've never used it. I was worried while you were back in Orozen, where Aramis could attack you, or put pressure on you by attacking me. But after what you've just told me, I don't think we need to hurry. We aren't much of a threat to him right now. He's got us out of Orozen, and he still looks innocent. We can't hurt him where we are. And he's got a lot of other things on his mind. He's got to spring this trap of his, whatever it is. I think he'll leave us alone until he's done with Orozen. He won't worry about cleaning up minor problems like us until afterward." Teresa sighed softly. "We're two of the most powerful people in Mordant, but we're only a minor problem." "All we need is practice," he repeated, as if that would reassure her. "By the time he gets around to us, we'll be ready for him. If he tries to touch Domney, we're going to tear his hand off at the wrist." After a pause, he concluded like a man affirming an article of faith, "There isn't anything else." Maybe that was true. She didn't know. She had gone as far as she could at the moment. He assumed she would do what he wanted. That was enough. It would give her time to think, time to rest. She needed rest badly. With everything still unresolved, she looked up at him and said, "Speaking of Domney, I think you ought to take me to Houseldon. I want to meet your family." She couldn't be sure in the dim light, but she thought she saw him almost smile. For some reason, however, her acquiescence and the idea of returning home didn't improve his mood. If he did smile, he did so in a way which denied laughter. His bitterness may have lifted a bit, but the dour humor which replaced it was equally iron and ungiving. With a crisp accuracy entirely unlike the eager, accident-prone manner she remembered, he repacked his supplies, then watered the horses and saddled them. "Take the bay," he said, indicating one of the mounts. "Quis had her trained to carry pregnant women. Quis has been pregnant a lot. I think Houseldon wants to have 7 sons, too." His tone seemed gentler when he talked about such things, but that impression may have been created by what he was saying, rather than by the way he said it. "But so far he only has 5 children, and 2 of them are daughters." The air was warmer now. Nevertheless, Teresa kept the blanket over her shoulders as she climbed onto the bay. This was only her second experience with a horse, and the saddle seemed dangerously high. The blanket was awkward to hold closed, but not as awkward as her torn shirt. The last thing she wanted at a time like this was to ride into Houseldon with her chest exposed. When she was seated, he adjusted her stirrups. Then he swung up onto his own mount, an Appaloosa with a look of harmless lunacy in its eyes, and led her away. The hillside sloped downward from the closed fist for some distance, then became rumpled, like a rucked-up skirt. Even in the shadow of the mountains, the light was strong enough now so that she could see wildflowers scattered across the grass. But she didn't realize how bright they were, how much brighter they were than she remembered them, until she and Garrardin reached the direct sunshine. Then color seemed to burst from the grass wherever she looked. Blue and lavender, mauve, yellow shot with orange, the rich, rich red of poppies. There were trees on the hillsides, too, but most of them grew down in the folds of the terrain, along the river. Mountains with snow still on them ranged north and east as well as south of her, so that she and Garrardin seemed to be riding out from between their arms. As far as she could see toward the northeast, however, toward the Care of Domney, the hills were primarily covered with open grass and wildflowers. Garrardin was right. The bay was easy to ride. Her gait instilled confidence. He and Teresa were soon down among the low hills, and she began to feel secure enough to attempt a trot. The whole sensation, the horse, the morning sunshine, his presence beside her, was so much more pleasant than the time she had gone riding with him in Argus that she couldn't hold in a smile. "Yes," she heard him murmur, as if he were answering a question. "The Care of Domney is beautiful. It's always beautiful, no matter what happens to it, or to Mordant, no matter who lives or dies, no matter what changes. Some things—" he looked around in an effort to see everything at once. "Some things remain." He thought for a moment, then said, "Maybe that's why the Domney was never willing to fight, and why King Joyce loved him anyway." "I don't understand." Garrardin shrugged. "In a way, my father is the Care of Domney. The things he values most don't need to be fought for, because they can't be hurt." Teresa concentrated on her seat while the horses worked their way up a steeper hillside. After that, the ground seemed to have been smoothed out by the hand of the sun. It wasn't level, but the slopes were long and comfortable, and the grass appeared to flow all the way to the horizon. She probably should have been thinking about her strange talent for imagery. After any number of denials, she had discovered that her talent was real. Surely that changed her situation, her responsibilities. But she didn't feel that anything had changed. She had already chosen her loyalties in the struggle for Mordant, committed herself, and without Glass there was nothing she could do to explore or define her abilities, whatever they actually were. At the moment she wasn't interested in herself. She was interested in Garrardin. "Tell me about your family," she suggested. "You've talked about them before, but it feels like a long time ago. I'd like to know who I'm going to meet." Well, you won't meet Wester, Garrison answered absently, as if his family had nothing to do with what he was thinking. He's away rallying the farmsteads. That's probably just as well. He's the handsome one. Women fall in love with him all the time. But he'll break your heart. The only thing he cares about is wool. If wool were glass, he'd be the greatest imager in the world. We aren't sure he knows women even exist. Houseldon is the oldest, of course. He's the heir. He'll be the dominie when our father dies, and he takes that very seriously. He wants to be the care, the same way our father is, and he's good at it. But he'd be better if he trusted himself enough to relax. He and the dominie can be pretty funny sometimes. He's a compulsive fertilizer. He wants everything to grow like crazy. So he goes around shoveling manure onto anything that has a root system, and my father follows him with a pruning saw, muttering about waste and cutting back everything Houseldon just encouraged to grow. In the distance, Teresa saw a flock of sheep moving gently like foam rolling on the green sea of the grass. 2 small dogs and a shepherd kept the flock together without much difficulty. The day was untroubled, and the animals were placid. Garrison and the shepherd waved at each other, but neither of them risked disturbing the flock with a shout. "The sheep are still out," Garrison commented. "We could drive them into Houseldon, but what good would that do? They're probably safer as far away as they can get." He rode for a while in silence before returning to her question. "Anyway, you'll meet Houseldon's wife, Quis, and their children. She'll make you comfortable in Houseldon, or die trying. Minnick is the second son. He's married too, but you probably won't see his wife. She hardly ever leaves the house. That's too bad. I like her. But she's so shy she gets in a flutter when you just smile at her. Once she ruined her best gown by curtsying to the dominie in a mud puddle. I like Minnick too, but he's a little dim. He's the only man I know who thinks shearing sheep is fun. He and his wife are perfect for each other. That leaves Stead, the family scapegrace. He's in bed right now with a broken collarbone and several cracked ribs. He just couldn't keep his hands off the wife of a traveling tinker, and the tinker expressed his disapproval with the handle of a pitchfork. The strange thing is that Stead means well. He works hard. He's generous. Every day is a new joy. He simply adores women, and he can't imagine why any man doesn't make love to every woman there is. They're too precious to belong to anyone. He isn't jealous of the husbands he cuckolds. Why should they be jealous of him? Other than that, only about 300 people live in Houseldon. It's the seat of the dominie. What serves as government in this care is there. Anywhere else, Houseldon would be just another village. But in Domney it's the marketplace, as well as the counting-house and the court of justice. Also the military camp. The dominie maintains 6 trained bowmen, mainly in case a bear or 2 or a pack of wolves comes out of the mountains and starts raiding sheep. But it's also their job to do things like rescue Stead from that tinker, or sit on people who get belligerent when they've had too much ale. On the rare occasions when the dominie decides he has to fine somebody for something, they collect it. That's what we have to defend ourselves with," Garrison concluded, as if this were the question Teresa had asked. 6 bowmen, plus farmers with hoes, and shepherds with crooks, as many as Wester can talk into it. That's why Houseldon needs us. The way he drifted from his subject disturbed her. She had always liked hearing him talk about his relatives. Sometimes the contrast to her own family had saddened her. Today it was a pleasure. She was looking forward to meeting his father and brothers. She wasn't ready to start thinking again about the trouble which had driven her here. And what he suggested didn't sound right coming from him. To give up everything to which he had ever aspired, in order to do nothing more than fight for his home. That didn't sound like him. Like Artegall and Niall in their different ways, he had never been able to stay at home. He had too much itch for the rest of the world, too much sense of possibility. He couldn't contain himself in Domney. She didn't question his love for Houseldon and the care for his father and brothers, but she felt strongly that he was the wrong man for the job he had chosen. He had chosen it as much out of bitterness as out of love. It didn't fit him. She saw another flock of sheep. Then the ground became more level. Fields appeared, watered by ditches from the river, and streaked with the delicate green shoots of new corn. The horses reached a road. She and Garradin were the only people on it, but that came as no surprise to her. Everyone except the shepherds was probably busy preparing for the defense of Houseldon. Then she saw Houseldon itself ahead. She had forgotten that Garradin had called it a stockade. The whole village was walled by timbers taller than she was. From horseback she was barely able to see the thatched roofs of the houses past the top of the stockade. The timbers had been set into the ground and then lashed together with vines of some kind. To her, the idea of a stockade didn't sound especially impressive. She had grown up with concrete and steel. But when she actually saw that timber wall, she thought it looked remarkably sturdy. Mere men on horses wouldn't be able to break it down. Red-furred creatures armed with scimitars and hate wouldn't be able to break it down. They would need a catapult, or a battering ram, or fire. Thinking about fire, she clutched the blanket around her shoulders and shivered. The gate, a massive shutter of timbers trussed with strips of iron, stood open. The men guarding it hailed Garradin in a way that suggested they knew where he had gone, and why. Houseldon wasn't a place for people who liked secrets. As he and Teresa rode through the gate, Garradin asked the guards, "Where's the Domney?" One of them shrugged. "At home? With that leg, he doesn't get around as easily as he used to." Garradin nodded and led Teresa down the main street of the village. She wanted to ask what was wrong with the Domney's leg, but she was too busy looking around. The dirt street was little more than a lane, yet it served as a thoroughfare for wagons and cattle as well as people. If the street had been busy, she and Garradin would have had trouble getting through. This morning, however, they caused most of the traffic themselves. It was composed almost entirely of people who came out to see Garradin and her. In contrast to the lane, the square-fronted buildings on either side were substantial, solidly erected, as well as large. They had stone foundations, sheepskins. Working with rough planks and mud plaster, the inhabitants of Houseldon had constructed homes and shops meant to endure, and the characteristic thatch of the roofs was apparently used because it was practical, cool in summer, warm in winter, easy to replace, rather than because it was cheap. In that way the houses were like the people, who were dressed primarily in tough fabrics and simple styles, intended to last. The spectators looked at Garradin and studied Teresa with unabashed curiosity. One rowdy spirit, she didn't see who it was, shouted unexpectedly, "Looks like you made a good choice, Garradin!" But Garradin didn't react. He certainly didn't need to defend himself. Several voices muttered imprecations at the rowdy spirit on his behalf, and one old man said clearly, "Hold your tongue, puppy! If you had his problems, you would drown yourself in the Broadwine." Just for a second the gloom in the background of Garradin's expression lifted, and his eyes sparkled a little. Teresa was abashed by the realization that she was blushing. For several minutes he steered her horse past a number of intersecting lanes and paths, past public watering troughs, a granary or two, a shop that sold foodstuffs and utensils, at least 6 merchantries which dealt in wool and sheepskins, and one tavern rendered unmistakable by a huge sign over the door that announced, succinctly, "Tavern." Then, without warning, he stopped in front of a house and swung off his mount. This building was somewhat larger than its neighbors. Apart from its size, however, its only distinguishing feature was the plain, brown and russet pennon that fluttered from a pole jutting out of its thatch. Garridan tossed his reins over the porch rail, then turned to offer Teresa a lift down, muttering, "This is it." There was a woman on the porch. A line of rope ran from one end of the porch to the other, and over it hung a large rug, rag-woven from scraps of wool. The woman held a short flail in one hand, and the air around her was dim with dust. Apparently she had been beating the rug. Teresa was immediately struck by her corn-silk hair and sky-blue eyes, by the flush of exertion on her cheeks and the strength in her hands. She had the bosom of an earth-mother and the shoulders of a stone-mason, and she propped her fists on her hips to greet Garridan as if she weren't entirely ready to let him enter her house. A child, only a little bigger than a toddler, peered from behind her skirts, then ducked into hiding. "You took long enough," she said in a voice that directly contradicted the severity of her manner. "Da's been fretting." "Quis," he replied, like a man who had forgotten how to laugh and didn't want to get angry. "This is Teresa, the Lady Teresa of Morgan. She's an arch-imager." He seemed to fear that Quis wouldn't take his companion seriously enough. "After Vagel, she's the most powerful imager in the country." Quis raised her blue eyes to Teresa's face. She didn't smile, but her gaze felt as friendly as sunshine. All at once Teresa forgot to be self-conscious. "She's also cold and tired and probably hungry," Quis pronounced, "and she isn't used to horses. What are you waiting for? Bring her in." Teresa smiled helplessly. Garridan reached up for her hand. His eyes gave away nothing. He was too iron to be dented by Quis's manner. Teresa included him with her smile, then lost it because she suddenly began to ache for the Garridan who would have chuckled happily at Tholden's wife. When he didn't respond, either to her smile or to her sadness, she took a deep breath for courage and let him help her off the bay. Her legs began to shake as soon as her feet hit the ground, a consequence of her unfamiliarity with horseback riding. But after she took a step or two, the trembling eased. Garridan might have wanted to withdraw his hand, but she didn't give him the chance. She clung to him as she went up the steps onto the porch. Still without smiling, Quis unexpectedly took hold of Teresa's shoulders and gave her a quick hug, a kiss on the cheek. "Welcome, Teresa of Morgan," she said. "I don't know anything about imagery, but I know Garridan. You are very welcome here." Teresa had no reply. An awkward moment passed while she groped for a way to explain how glad she was to be here. Then the child hiding behind Quis's skirts broke the silence. "Ma, the lady don't smell good." Quis started to turn. "Doesn't, Rusha, not don't. And that's no way to talk to a lady." Garridan was faster, however. "Imp!" he barked. "Come here! I'm going to paddle your behind until you can't walk for a week." Squealing with an obvious lack of fright, the child sprinted into the house. Garridan followed, thundering his boots on the floorboards as he pretended to run. This time Quis did smile, half in apology, half in pleasure. "Rusha says what she thinks," she said, "like too many of her uncles." Then she wrinkled her nose humorously. "But it's true, you know. You don't smell good. They must have treated you pretty badly after Garridan got away." Teresa was smiling herself. A small trill of music ran around her heart. There was hope for Garridan yet. Perhaps, just for a second, he had been surprised out of his defeat. She sounded incongruously happy as she replied, "They put me in the dungeon." Quis's eyes resumed their sky-blue sobriety. "A dungeon they haven't cleaned for decades, apparently." The bare idea affronted her. "Come, I'll introduce you to the dominie. Then we can go get you a bath, and some clean clothes. That will give his father a chance to try to make sense out of Garridan." With one strong arm wrapped companionably around Teresa's shoulders, Quis steered her into the house. The room they entered was so dark that she could hardly see. The only light came from the coals in the hearth, the barely translucent window covers, and the reflection of daylight through the doorway. As her eyes adjusted, however, shapes began to emerge from the dimness. A bulky cast-iron stove beside the fireplace, several doors into other rooms, a rectangular wooden table long enough to seat 10 or 12 people. At the head of the table sat a man with one leg propped on a stool. "Did you see Garridon, Da?" Quis asked. "He went through here," a warm voice rumbled. "He was too busy trying to beat the spit out of your youngest to talk to his mere father. But he's back in one piece, and he's got a woman with him. I gather something good has happened." "I think so," said Quis briskly. "Da, this is Teresa, the Lady Teresa of Morgan. As soon as you tell her how welcome she is, I'm going to take her and get her a bath and clothes and food. In the meantime," she paused significantly before saying, "now that she's here, maybe he'll unbend enough to tell you what's going on. My Lady Teresa of Morgan, this is the Domine." Through the gloom, Teresa saw that the Domine was a tall man, as lean and curved as an axe-handle. He had Garridon's face, and Artigal's, and Niall's, but more so in some way, as if they were attractive yet inaccurate copies of him. The hair on his head was thick, but he had no beard. The silver streaks at his temples were the only obvious signs of his age. Perhaps because the light was weak, he didn't appear to be more than half as old as King Joyce. The leg propped on the stool was plump with bandages. He had a pair of canes nearby, but he made no attempt to rise when Quis introduced him. Instead he said, "My lady," in a voice as warm as a hug, "you're welcome in Houseldon, and in my house. If we could do it, we would put on a feast for you, a celebration. But I'm afraid we're a little too busy. Garridon seems to think we might be attacked. That doesn't happen every day, and we have to brace ourselves. But don't worry about that right now. I've wanted him to bring a woman home with him for a long time. That's the benefit of sons, when they marry, or only fall in love, or merely feel like flirting a bit. They bring their women home with them. Quis is a good example. If she were my daughter, and Houseldon was someone else's son, she would have left to go with him, and we would have been lost without her." At that Quis snorted affectionately. "Sons, is it? Is that why you treat Russia like she's worth the weight of her 3 brothers in fine brandy?" The Domine didn't deign to acknowledge this jibe. Noticing the direction of Teresa's gaze, he explained, "A hunting accident. I'm afraid I finally have to admit that I'm not a young man. Occasionally, packs of wild pigs wander into Domine from the care of Termagant. I'd be willing to let them wander, but unfortunately they can trample an entire cornfield overnight, so we're forced to hunt them. This time one of my sons had the bad sense to suggest that I was getting too old to hunt wild pig. The truth must be told, Quis. It was Houseldon. Naturally, I insisted on leading the hunt myself. When the boar charged, my thrice cursed horse panicked and threw me. Then, at last, I had to admit that indeed I have put on a few years since my youth. I simply wasn't spry enough to prevent the pig from sticking his tusk in my leg. It healed slowly, alas," he sighed. "Another sign of age." Almost at once Teresa found that she liked the Domine. The relaxed way he talked put her at ease, made her feel more welcome than any elaborate speech or feast, made her feel at home. "My lord," she said impulsively, because she didn't have any other words for her gratitude, "I'm very glad to be here." "My lord?" the Domine returned humorously. "I hope not. The last time a woman insisted on calling me my lord, I had to marry her to make her stop." Smiling, Teresa asked, "What should I call you?" "Da."
he answered without hesitation. "It's probably presumptuous of me, but I like it. My sons refuse, of course. Another benefit of sons. They keep me humble, in the name of my dignity, if I have any, which I doubt, sitting here half-crippled because I wasn't able to get out of the way of a pig. But the rest of my family won't call me anything else."
"Ah," she murmured experimentally. It had a nice sound. She had never called her own father anything except father.
"Thank you," said the Dominie, as if she had done him a favor.
"Come, Teresa." Quist put an arm on Teresa's shoulders again. "If I let you stay, he'll keep you talking until lunchtime. That's a benefit of sons he doesn't mention. When they were small, he always had someone to listen to him. They taught him bad habits. Any daughter with sense in her head would have known better."
The Dominie nodded gravely. "We can talk later, Teresa, when you've had a chance to rest and refresh yourself. If you find Garridon," he added to Quist, "tell him I want to see him. I refuse to be ignored all morning merely because Rusha wants to play."
"Yes, da," Quist replied in a tone of gently mocking subservience. With her arm she took Teresa out of the room. Almost immediately they encountered a serving girl in the hall. Quist instructed her to bring hot water for a bath, then to fetch Garridon for the Dominie. The girl bobbed an acknowledgment, and Quist and Teresa walked on. The house was big, bigger than Teresa had realized. Behind its wide front, it seemed to sprawl for a considerable distance. Beyond the room where the Dominie sat, the windows were open, letting light and spring air into the hall, and she found that she could see the grain in the polished hardwood of the floor, the fitted planks of the walls. Here she realized for herself how strong the odor of the dungeon was on her. Realized it because everything around her smelled of soap, beeswax, and old resin. Years of wear and polish had brought out a glow from the floorboards down the center of the hall, and that warmer hue seemed to mark the way ahead like a path, a way of making sure that no one got lost. Quist took her past a door that stood slightly ajar. As they crossed the opening, a plaintive voice called out, "Quist, in the name of decency!" The tone of the appeal was both lugubrious and funny. "I'm dying!" "And about time, too," muttered Quist without stopping or letting Teresa pause. "Who was that?" Teresa asked in surprise. Then she was surprised even further to see Quist's entire face turn red. "Stead, one of the sons Da seems to value so highly. He hasn't had a woman since a tinker broke his collarbone, and he wants me to bed him. As soon as he learns you're here, he'll get the same idea about you. Take my advice," Quist continued primly. "Have nothing to do with him. He's the only one of the Dominie's sons who has no sense at all. Personally, I won't even let the serving girls go in his room. A groom and one of the shearers are taking care of him." Teresa made an effort to keep from laughing. "What does he think he can do, with a broken collarbone?" Quist stopped in the hall and gave Teresa the full force of her bright blue eyes. Softly she said, "You must not have much experience with men. It isn't what he thinks he can do. It's what he thinks you can do." Her expression, however, suggested that she wasn't listening to herself, that her own thoughts had gone in a different direction. She had become grave, almost somber. Perplexity knotted her brows. "Before yesterday," she murmured, "none of us knew you existed. Then Garridon arrived out of nowhere, breathing fire about a possible attack, and at the same time acting like all the heart and hope had been beaten out of him. He said he left a woman behind who was probably being tortured because she was his friend. Now that I see you, it seems astonishing how little he actually told us about you. He never mentioned that you could have any man you wanted." Teresa bit back an impulse to ask, "Is that really what you think?" She wanted to believe that she was pretty, and Quist's opinion seemed to have tremendous value. But Tholden's wife obviously wanted to get reassurance, not give it. She wanted to believe that Geraldine wouldn't be hurt any more. Deliberately, Teresa put her questions aside. "They put me in the dungeon," she said, "because I wouldn't tell them where he was. He rescued me when my old life was going nowhere. He's risked himself for me any number of times. He even tried to fight the High King's monomach for me once." Quis was impressed, but Teresa didn't stop. "He's the only reason I'm alive, the only reason I'm here. Even if I didn't like him so much, I wouldn't be interested in anybody else." Certainly not Stead, who sounded suspiciously like Master Aramis. That was what Quis wanted to hear. She didn't smile. Apparently she rarely smiled when she was happy, but warmth shone from her. "Then I'll stop worrying about him and leave him to you. If anybody can get him out of the pig wallow he's in, you can." Briskly she moved Teresa again in the direction of a bath. 3 turns, 2 doorways, and another long hall brought them to a bedroom with a low, flat cot that contrasted strangely with the rest of the furnishings, the heavy armchairs, and the sturdy washstand. "This is Artigal's room," Quis explained. "It's relatively private, but I can get you a softer bed if his cot is too hard. I don't know how he sleeps on it. Sometimes I think he may actually be as tough as he thinks he is." "I'll try it and let you know," said Teresa. The bed in her former apartment had had the firmest mattress she could find. "The advantage," Quis went on, "is that you get your own bathroom." She pointed at the other door to the room. "Why don't you get started? There's water, and the hot water should be here in a minute. I'll go find you some clothes." Teresa agreed gratefully. As soon as Tholden's wife left, she closed the bedroom door, pulled off her boots, and went into the bathroom. It had no running water. Apparently the care of Domney didn't know as much about plumbing as Arison did, but clay pipes had been set in the floor to carry bath water and waste away. Which explained, now that she thought about it, why she hadn't seen water, not to mention sewage, standing in the ditches alongside Houseldon's streets. Underground drains. And that perception, in turn, made her laugh softly at herself. Her time in Arison, and Eliga's attempt on the reservoir, had taught her some strange lessons. The woman she used to be would never have noticed plumbing or drains unless they didn't work. As Quis had said, however, there was water, plenty of it, in a vat beside the wooden bathtub. Instead of filling the tub right away, however, Teresa went back into the bedroom, sat down on Artigal's hard cot, closed her eyes, and tried to absorb the fact that she was here and safe, that she had finally made her way to a place where she could feel the sun's warmth in the wood of the wall beside the bed, and where the people around her were moved by simple things like family and friendship and wool, rather than by treachery, ambition, and revenge. She sat there, soaking up the peace of the house, until 2 serving girls arrived with 4 buckets of hot water between them. Then she gave herself what felt like the most luxurious bath she had ever had in her life. Some time later she dried her scrubbed body and her now lustrous hair, drained the tub, and tried on the clothes Quis had left for her. The undergarments were of fine linen, the shirt and skirt of unlined sheepskin, supple and delicate against her skin, yet remarkably tough. The long skirt was wide around the hem, and had been slit to the knees both in front and in back, so that it could be worn on horseback. The shirt was decorated only by its buttons, which appeared to be polished pieces of obsidian. Both the shirt and the skirt went well with her winter boots. Now all she needed was earrings to match the buttons, and a mirror so that she could do something with her hair. Of course she didn't really want a mirror, not for something as simple as vanity. What she actually desired was a chance to see what she looked like, so that she might begin to believe in herself, To believe that Geraldine would notice her enough and care enough about what he saw to let her reach him. Get him out of the pig wallow. She didn't trust any of the conclusions he had reached, and she couldn't bear to see him like that. When Quis came to take her back to the Domney, she went both hesitantly and eagerly, unsure of herself, and yet sure that what she wished to do was worth doing. "Da likes an early lunch," Quis explained, "and he doesn't like to admit that he's too impatient to wait while you eat, so he asks you to eat with him. Also Tholden is here, and I'm sure he wants to question you. If you don't mind." Teresa couldn't think of a quick way to describe how important the Domney and his concerns were to her, so she replied simply, "I don't mind." In the front room, the light had been improved by the raising of the window covers and the altered angle of the sun. Two men sat at the table, and as Teresa entered the room she had no difficulty seeing that one of them was the Domney, or that his companion was huge. "Ah, Teresa," said the Domney in his warm, comfortable voice, "I'm glad you could join us. I want someone to share my lunch, and Tholden thinks he can't wait to talk to you." Gesturing toward the huge man, he went on, "Teresa, this is Tholden, my eldest. Another of the benefits of sons is that one of them is bound to be the right man to inherit their father's place. Tholden is the right man for mine." "That's fortunate, since he's also," the Domney laughed softly, "the only one of my sons who wants the responsibility." Tholden stood beside his father like a bear. His stiff hair nearly brushed the beams of the ceiling. His beard was so long and wild that it made his chest seem even thicker, and his chest was already thick enough to create the illusion that his shoulders were round and stooped. When he sketched a bow toward her, Teresa saw that his hands were ridged with calluses. They looked more like gardening implements than normal hands. She also noticed that he had straw and a few twigs caught in his beard. Involuntarily she smiled. Then, trying to recover her manners, she said, "I'm glad to meet you. Geraldine talks about you a lot." Tholden grinned, a smile which lifted his beard but didn't soften his expression. "I'm sure he does." His voice was unexpectedly high and gentle. He sounded like a man who wasn't able to shout. "Quis and I had the doubtful pleasure of raising him after our mother passed away. He probably remembers every beating he deserved in agonizing detail." Quis went to the stove and began pulling a meal together. Politely, Teresa replied, "No, nothing like that. He has a higher opinion of you than you think." Then she asked, "Where is he, by the way?" "He was here," said the Domney. "We talked for a while. Then I sent him to help Minnick." Tholden let his smile drop. "Minnick is trying to explain to an assortment of farmers, shepherds, merchants, and servants how we want them to defend the walls. He's the most meticulous man in Houseldon, and he's certainly thorough, but he can be a bit slow, and his explanations have a tendency to confuse people. Geraldine will get more done in less time, even if he has lost his sense of humor." Teresa glanced at the Domney, then looked up at Tholden again. "In other words, you want to talk to me alone?" The Domney began chuckling to himself. From the stove, Quis said, "I warned you subtlety would be wasted on her." Her tone made it clear that she wasn't laughing at Teresa. "Silence, upstart woman!" Without so much as glancing in his wife's direction, Tholden swung his arm and managed to slap her across the bottom. "Don't be pert. Women should be seen and not heard, as much as possible." Rather than retorting, Quis looked at Teresa and rolled her eyes in mock despair. Teresa herself wasn't amused, however. Holding herself still, she asked in a neutral tone, "What's the matter? Don't you trust him?" Tholden opened his mouth as if he had been stung. The Domney waved him silent. "Teresa, the older man said quietly, and this time she could hear his years in his voice. "I would sell my soul at the word of any of my sons. Even Niall, who seems to have forgotten who he is. But this Garradon who came storming into Houseldon only yesterday, warning of imminent destruction, who is he? He isn't the Garradon who left us for Orozen with more hope in his heart than most simple flesh and blood can hold. It's not just that he has become hard. I know him better than that, Teresa. He has become closed. He talks about defending his home as if the mere idea was terrible. A change like that," the Dominie spread his hands, "it could mean anything." "And you want me to explain it," said Teresa stiffly. The Lord and Tholden nodded together. Quis watched mutely from the stove. "I will sell my soul for him now, if I must," murmured the Dominie, "without another word from you or from him. But I would prefer to understand what I'm trusting." Without warning, Teresa found that she wanted to say, "It isn't your fault. It isn't anything you did. He's just been so badly beaten. He's failed you. He's failed Article and Niall. He's failed Orozen and King Joyce. And now, when it's too late to do any good, he finds out he really is an imager. He could have made a difference. He went through all those years of humiliation, and now it's too late." But the words refused to be spoken. They weren't hers to say. They were his. She could feel it in the room that she couldn't try to explain him without erecting a wall between him and his family, a wall with pity on one side and loneliness on the other. The more they knew about his pain, the more difficulty they would have confronting it, challenging it. She herself was almost paralyzed by knowing too much. If he didn't speak for himself, he would never be whole again. So she said, "I'm sorry. That's between you and him. He'll have to tell you himself." Then she said, "But I trust him." Tholden was scowling. Quis concentrated on her pots and pans as if she were leery of what she might say if she spoke. But the Dominie smiled at Teresa with sunlight in his eyes. Distinctly, Tholden asked, "Do you consider yourself a friend of his?" Almost without interrupting her preparations, Quis swung an elbow into her husband's ribs. Then, ignoring his muffled grunt, his sharp glare, she lifted 2 platters heaped with food and carried them to the table. "Sit down, Teresa," she said. "Eat," placing one platter in front of the Dominie, the other before the chair nearest Teresa. "If I've given you too much, don't worry about it. I'm used to cooking for this great ox and the farmers he consorts with." A bland expression on her face, Quis pulled out the chair and held it for Teresa. On the platter Teresa saw fried yams, pan bread, greens, some kind of meat covered with gravy, and what looked like apple fritters. If she ate all that, she wouldn't be able to move for 2 days. "I'm sorry," said Tholden. With a hand like a shovel, he gestured toward the chair. "Please sit down. Eat." When Teresa still didn't move, he added, "I don't mean to question your integrity. I'm just scared. I don't like the way Garradon has changed. I don't like the news from Orozen. I don't like what he says it means. Houseldon has never been very good at defending itself." "Good enough," put in the Dominie gently. "So far," countered Tholden. "But I don't want to watch people I've known and worked with all my life get killed because something horrendous has happened to Garradon." The Dominie pointed at the chair Quis held. "Teresa, sit down. I haven't heard him apologize that much in 20 years. In another minute you're going to hurt his feelings." Teresa sat down and let Quis adjust the chair. Now it was her turn. "I'm sorry," she said again. "I'm scared, too. And I'm groping. Quis says Gerardin didn't tell you much about me. He didn't tell you I'm new at all this. I've never been in a place like this. I've never met people like you. I've never been important before. And I'm not used to having enemies. I want to help. I'll do anything I can. I just don't want to talk about things that Gerardin ought to tell you himself." Houseldon studied her hard for a moment. Then he grinned, a new smile that brightened his whole face. Abruptly he swept a chair out of his way and sat down opposite her. "When you are done eating, push that plate over here. I could use a snack." From the stove, Quis gave Teresa a look of grave, sky-blue gladness. Then, wiping her hands on her apron, she turned to the Dominie. "Da, I've heard a rumor that some of the women are panicking. They don't know where to hide their daughters, or themselves. With your permission, I'll go try to talk some sense into them." The Dominie nodded. "Of course." "Tell them to come here if we're attacked," said Houseldon. "This house will be our last bastion, if everything else goes down. We'll put the women and children down in the beer cellar, and the rest of us will protect them as long as we can." With one hand, Quis placed a brief touch of affection on her husband's shoulder. Nodding to Teresa, she left the room and the house. Calmly, as if everything were normal, the Dominie picked up his knife and fork and began to eat. Teresa was moderately hungry, but she couldn't force herself to tackle all that food. These people were seriously considering the necessity of hiding their women and children in a beer cellar while Houseldon was destroyed. Facing Houseldon, she said, "Ask me something. Let me help." Houseldon met her gaze squarely. "When Gerardin got here yesterday, he thought we were going to be attacked almost immediately. Now he says we've got time to plan our defense. As long as you're here, he thinks Master Aramis doesn't have any reason to attack us right away. What do you think?" Without hesitation, she said, "I think he's wrong." The Dominie cocked an eyebrow. His mouth full of yams, he asked, "Why?" "I don't think he realizes how dangerous he is, or how dangerous Aramis thinks he is. Aramis has been working hard for a long time now to keep him from understanding his own talent, and he's tried to have him killed. I don't think Aramis will believe he's safe until Gerardin is dead." "That's speculation," murmured Houseldon. "This isn't." Teresa spoke with the confidence of a woman who had been able to outthink Castellan Lebec. "Aramis can't possibly know how Gerardin's feeling, and he can't possibly know there aren't any mirrors here. Now that Gerardin knows what his talent is, Aramis has to be afraid of being attacked himself. And that's not all. Gerardin thinks Aramis will postpone attacking Houseldon until after he's done with Orazon. But the last thing he was doing in Orazon was refilling the reservoir. That doesn't sound like a man with a trap ready to spring. It sounds like a man who wants to help Orazon fight off Prince Cragan until Cadwal is in position. If I'm right, Aramis has time to strike at you right now. And he knows I'm here." This had to be said, although it was difficult for her. The Dominie and his son needed to know the extent of their danger. Master Gilbert saw the mirror change. He knows I've discovered my talent, too. He knows I can go anywhere in Mordant, or Cadwal, or Alland, for that matter, if I just know what it looks like, if I just know how to visualize it. I could show up in his room some night when he's asleep and nail him to the bed. He's not just afraid of Gerardin. He's afraid of me. He needs to be afraid of me. I'm going to make him afraid of me, somehow." The Dominie continued to eat without any obvious concern, but Houseldon watched Teresa with growing chagrin on his face. When she was done, he muttered as if no one were listening to him, "Sheep-dung. I'm not used to this myself. I'm not article. I never wanted to be a soldier. What am I supposed to do?" The Dominie put down his knife and fork. "What are you doing?" Tholden made a dismissive gesture. "You know what. Wester is sending farmers and their families here as fast as he can talk them into it. Every empty hogshead and barrel we've got is being filled with water and positioned around the stockade, in case of fire. Every pitchfork and scythe and axe in Houseldon is being sharpened." Slowly a frantic look came into his eyes, and his hands knotted on the table in front of him, but he kept his voice steady. "Banquettes are being knocked together inside the wall, so that anyone with a bow will have a place to stand. Minnick and Gurridon, I hope, are laying out lines of retreat. They're trying to explain to the men with bows how to retreat, how to use the houses for cover, how to set ambushes. What good is that going to do against imagery?" Listening to him, Teresa understood how he felt. The Dominie was undismayed, however. "Who knows?" he said calmly. "I don't. I can't see the future. But I can see you're the right man for the job. You've already thought of things that wouldn't have occurred to me. You'll think of more. If Article were here, he wouldn't be able to defend Houseldon any better." Tholden wasn't convinced. With a sour snort he asked, "Is this what you call selling your soul at the word of one of your sons?" At that the Dominie sat up straighter in his chair. His eyes flashed. "Tholden, I know you think you're a grown man, but you still aren't too old to be punished for disrespect. Maybe I'm only your father, and half crippled as well, but I'm still man enough to prune your apricots within an inch of their lives. Consider that before you risk being pert with me." Involuntarily Tholden smiled. His beard rustled on his chest. Nevertheless, his eyes remained full of trouble. And his smile didn't last long. Too worried to sit where he was, he pushed himself up from the table. "Excuse me, Teresa," he murmured. "I'm afraid you'll have to eat lunch without my help. I've lost my appetite." With the hunched gait of a man who was accustomed to ducking under doorways and low ceilings, he left the house. The Dominie watched him go and sighed. "You don't know it, Teresa," he commented after Tholden was gone, "but those are the saddest words anyone has said in my house for a long time. I've lost my appetite. I hope you aren't planning to tell me the same thing." Teresa meant to say yes. The pile of food on the platter daunted her. The size and consequences of the danger she and Gurridon had brought to Houseldon daunted her. Yet the way the Dominie looked at her seemed so warm and companionable, so willing to accept whatever she represented, that when she opened her mouth, the word which came out was "no." He smiled approvingly as she lifted her fork to sample Quiss's pan bread and gravy. For several minutes, while she ate a little of everything on the platter, he sat in silence, gazing out into the sunshine through the nearest window. She had the impression that he was waiting for her to finish, but he didn't seem impatient. In fact, he appeared quite content to look out on the street and nod amiably at anyone who caught his eye. If war was coming to Houseldon, it didn't show on the face of the Dominie. Gurridon had said of him, "The things he values most don't need to be fought for, because they can't be hurt." Yet Teresa wasn't sure that was accurate. Despite his look of contentment, she thought he cared deeply about a number of things which could be hurt very easily. When she put down her utensils to indicate that she was done, he glanced over at her, then returned his gaze to the window. In a relaxed way, as if he were continuing an earlier conversation, he asked, "What was your impression of Nile?" Her stomach knotted around the food she had just eaten. Cautiously she countered, "What did Gurridon tell you?" The Dominie's manner disarmed anxiety. "That you think Nile is still alive. That this Master Aramis still wants to use him against us. That's not what I want to know." What did you think of him? How is he?" Because the answer was painful, she said shortly, "He's miserable." "Ah," sighed the Dominie, as if he had both expected and feared her reply. This time she let herself say, "I don't blame him. Everything he believed that got him into trouble, everything about King Joyce and Orozen and Elliger and Prince Cregan, it was all plausible. King Joyce has been working for years, setting himself up to be betrayed. Niall was just unlucky enough to fall into the trap. The same trap Elliger fell into herself. He believed what his king wanted him to believe." Ignoring the Dominie's reputation as one of the king's dearest friends, she went on, "He's really just a victim. Aramis probably would never have been able to get his hands on Niall if Niall hadn't been stuck in the dungeon, with nowhere to turn for hope." If anything she said offended the Dominie, however, he didn't show it. "Families," he murmured mildly. "They are endlessly interesting. Elliger and her father, Gerardin and Niall. Sometimes I think the fate of the world depends on how people feel about their families. What sort of family do you come from, Teresa? Did you have sisters? Not 6 sisters, by any chance?" The idea was so absurd that she almost laughed aloud. "No, Da. I was an only child." He looked at her again, more sharply this time. "Do you mean to say that after you, your parents were able to restrain their enthusiasm for children? Were you that bad? Or were you so good that any other child would be a disappointment?" "No," she answered as candidly as she could. "I was an accident. My father sure didn't have time for children, and he didn't want my mother to have time either." "Didn't have time?" Abruptly the Dominie pushed his sore leg off the stool. Grimacing, he shifted the position of the stool so that he could face her more directly, then heaved his leg back onto it. Propped straight with his elbows on the table, he asked, "What vital and consuming work did your father do that he didn't have time for children?" Unsure of where the discussion was headed, and uncomfortable, because she was always uncomfortable when she talked about her parents, Teresa replied briefly, "He made money." Odd how both she and the Dominie were speaking of her father in the past tense. But she thought about him in the past, as part of something which wasn't true any more. "For what purpose?" inquired the Dominie. She shrugged. "To make more money. I don't think he had any other reason for doing it. He did it because that was what he was good at." She thought about conversations she had overheard from the dining-room, while she sat out of sight on the stairs, listening when her parents thought she had gone to bed. Money was the best way to get things that weren't his. Social standing, political influence. Then she remembered some of the valets her father had hired. Muscle. He made money because he believed if you can do that, you can buy everything else. "Very strange," pronounced the Dominie. "He would have flourished in Cadwal." "And what did your mother do while your father made money?" With an understated vehemence which unsettled her, Teresa said, "I think she practiced." "Practiced?" "Being ornamental, so my father could show her off whenever he was in the mood." "Women should be seen and not heard?" The Dominie couldn't restrain a burst of laughter. "That explains where you got your beauty. Teresa, I don't know how to tell you this, but I think you've already met High King Feston, even though you wouldn't recognize him if you saw him." Teresa tried to smile, but she didn't succeed. The Dominie studied her, sunlight from the windows reflected in his eyes. "However, that raises a fascinating question. How did you get here from there? How did the daughter of parents like that become the kind of woman my youngest son, perhaps my best son, would kill for?" She wanted to answer him. At the same time, she wanted to stop talking about her parents. Roughly, she told him something that she hadn't revealed to anyone else in Mordant, not even to Garridan. When I did something my father didn't like, he used to lock me in a closet until I got scared enough to stop crying. For a long moment the Domney stared at her, without expression, as if the energy of life had been wiped off his face. Then, slowly, carefully, he turned away. He took his leg from the stool in order to put it back in its former position, toward the window. He settled himself again, with his leg up and his spine stretched against the back of the chair. He might have been getting comfortable for a nap. After that, one at a time, he picked up his canes and flung them out the window. The first sailed clear. The second clattered against the frame and fell just outside. So fiercely that she winced, he whispered,
"What are you doing to me, Joyce? Everybody who is worth anything in your entire kingdom is being hurt, and I'm sitting here crippled. What are you doing?"
There was nothing she could say. Garridan had surely told his father what she knew about the king's intentions. There was nothing else. Briefly, the Domney put his hands over his face, and his shoulders clenched. Almost at once, however, he rubbed his cheeks briskly, as if he were scrubbing passion off his features. With a long, slow exhalation, he let his anger go. "It's remarkable, don't you think," he murmured, "that we're such good friends, King Joyce and I? Of course, that isn't the reason our friendship is famous. It's famous because I refuse to fight in any of his wars. I refuse to let him make me into one of his soldiers. People consider that strange. Don't I think Mordant is worth fighting for? Of course I do. Don't I think his ideal of a conjurer that turns imagery into something benign is worth fighting for? Of course I do. Then why don't I fight? What's the matter with me? But I think our friendship is more remarkable than anything I have or haven't refused to do in my life." "What do you mean?" Teresa asked, wanting him to go on.
"Well,"
the Domney spread his hands, "we have next to nothing in common. For one thing, he has little sense of humor. He's not incapable of seeing the funny side. He just thinks on such an heroic scale. Everything is serious. Everything is a matter of life and death. You don't have much time for jokes when you're busy saving the world." "Teresa, it would never occur to me to save the world. I don't object to the world being saved. In fact, I want it to be saved. I just can't imagine that it has anything to do with me. There's a cottonwood tree down by the river. It lost a branch in a heavy snowfall this winter, and now sap is starting to leak from the wound. If someone doesn't go down there soon, trim the stump, and cover it with pitch, that tree is going to die. Blights or parasites will get in through the wound. That has something to do with me. One of our shepherds has a ewe that keeps dropping stillborn lambs. That has something to do with me. There's a woman in a farmstead a few miles away who suffers from a strange fever, and the only thing that helps her is a brew made from the bark of a tree that doesn't grow in Domney. It grows in the care of Armiget. That has something to do with me. If you asked me to save the world, I wouldn't know how. King Joyce knows how, or he thinks he does, anyway." Teresa thought that perhaps King Joyce and his old friend had more in common than the Domney appeared to realize. Problems should be solved by those who see them. But she preferred the Domney's way of doing it. Controlling her tendency to get angry whenever she thought about the king, she inquired, "Then why are you friends?" "I'm not sure I can explain it," he said musingly. "We need each other." When I first met him, when he chased away the minor Cadwal prince who had been using the care of Domney as his private vassalage for the better part of a decade, and set us free, I hadn't thought to refuse anything. I had as much fire in my blood as any young man who had just been released from a servitude he hated, and I seemed to recall that I was perfectly willing to start learning how to use a sword. But when I actually met him... Teresa, that smile of his went right through my heart. As if it came down to me from the sky, I knew that I loved him. And I knew that the care of Domney was never going to be what I wanted it to be if he didn't protect it. And I knew that he needed something from me, something he wasn't going to be able to get from anybody else. Like what? Balance, replied the Domney distinctly. He needed balance. He wanted to save the world. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Men who want to save the world, and who make a few mistakes, become tyrants. The things they really want and love slip out of their fingers, and they end up clinging to the power because it's all they have left. The possibility was written all over him. He was the brightest and keenest man I had ever met, the kind of man who just naturally makes you want to lie down in the dirt for him. And I simply couldn't bear the idea that he might go too far and turn all the good in him rotten. It all came to me in a burst, like a sunrise, and it terrified me, because if I refused him, he might just ride away and leave the care of Domney to fend for itself. But it was necessary. We needed each other. He rode into Houseldon as bright as a new day, but I stood my ground as if I had the right to it. "Well, my Lord Domney," he said, with that smile, wringing my heart, because until he came I'd never believed that I would be lord of my own land. "You're free, at least for a while. How many men can you give me?" "None, my Lord King," I said. "What? None?" He stopped smiling. I seem to remember he put his hand on his sword. I was terrified, but I said, "This is the foaling season. I need every man I have." He was angry, furious, but he was also perplexed. "Let me understand you," he said. "Domney has been butchered back and forth between Alland and Cadwal for generations. You've been a vassal yourself your entire life until today. And all you care about is your sheep?" I swear to you, Teresa, his anger nearly blinded me, and I was getting a crick in my neck from staring up at him. "I didn't say that, my Lord King," I replied. "You asked how many men I can send away to be killed in your wars. The answer is none. I need help with my foals." He really has very little sense of humor, but he has a wonderful sense of joy, or had. Instead of splitting my hair open, he started to laugh. That night we had one of the best feasts I've ever attended. I thought he was going to laugh for days. He kept saying, "Sheep, sheep," and falling out of his chair. We've been friends ever since. Teresa was surprised to find that she felt like crying. She knew what King Joyce's smile was like. From the first she had wanted to like him, please him. She had wanted to serve him. The Domney reminded her of that, and of the fact that it was impossible. King Joyce himself had made it impossible. In a soft voice she asked, "And now? Are you still friends now? After what he did to Niall and Gerardin and his own daughters? After what he's doing to the conjurer and Mordant?" Slowly the Domney turned his head, shifted his gaze from the window to look at her. His eyes seemed partially blind, adjusted to the brightness outside, and unable to make her out clearly. He isn't responsible for Niall's choices. He isn't even responsible for Castellan Levick's sanity. Both of them could have trusted him. At the same time, he went to a lot of trouble to keep you and Garridan as safe as he could. He's still my friend, Teresa. We need each other. Do you really want me to turn my back on him?" After a while, she found that she was able to say no. In spite of her anger, she had no intention of turning her own back on the king. Chapter 33. Peace in Houseldon. She was determined to do something for Garridan. Unfortunately, she didn't know what. In an odd way, her conversation with the Domney had crystallized her resolve. At the same time, the things he had revealed about his family and King Joyce hadn't shed any useful light. So she wanted to help Garridan. Good. So what? When she got right down to it, what could she actually say to him? Don't be so hurt. It isn't worth it. Nonsense. Snap out of it. You're just feeling sorry for yourself. Ridiculous. I'm sure you can beat Master Aramis if you put your mind to it. Perfect. Thinking about him wrung her heart, but she didn't know what to do. Soon the Domney became even less helpful. Gazing out the window with his arms folded over his lean chest, he slipped abruptly into a nap. He was older than he looked, after all. Teresa studied his posture for a moment to make sure that he wasn't about to fall out of his chair. Then she got to her feet. She wanted to go outside and see more of Houseldon. Before she reached the door, it opened, and a man came in off the porch. He was brown. That was her first impression. Years of outdoor labor had left his skin the same deep color as his leather jerkin and breeches. His hair was the color of the new mud on his old boots. And his eyes were nearly the same hue as his skin and clothes. They seemed to get lost in his general brownness. In fact, most of the details of his face and expression were blurred. Behind the brown, he looked like a cross between a turnip and a fence post. But then he smiled, shyly, almost deferentially, and his smile pulled his features into definition. Immediately it became obvious that he was one of Garridan's brothers. He glanced at the Domney, saw that his father was asleep. Gesturing for silence, he put a hand on Teresa's arm and drew her outside. As soon as they reached the porch, however, he let go of her, as if he felt his touch was presumptuous, and had only risked it to avoid disturbing the Domney. He even backed a step or two away from her. "Hello, Teresa," he said earnestly, without quite meeting her eyes. "I'm Minnick. Garridan sent me to get you." "Hello, Minnick," she replied. "I'm glad to meet you." As if she had surprised him, he asked, "You are?" She nodded. "I'm glad to meet Garridan's family. I'm glad to be in Houseldon, in the care of Domney." This was so true that she didn't know how to explain it. "I've wanted to meet all of you for a long time." Minnick seemed to recognize the inadequacy behind her words. "Well, I'm glad to meet you, too. I wasn't sure before. I don't like it when Garridan's unhappy, but now I am." He baffled her a bit. "What makes you sure?" He indicated the house with a lift of one shoulder. "You were in the room with the Domney," he explained, "and now he's taking a nap. He trusts you, so you must be all right. You aren't the reason Garridan's unhappy." Minnick's confidence was so unjustified that Teresa felt compelled to say, "It's probably more complicated than that. Sometimes I think I am the reason he's unhappy. Sort of. I have a lot to do with a lot of things that hurt him." "No," Minnick shook his head mildly. "It isn't complicated. You're like him. He always thinks things are complicated. But they aren't. Important things are simple. He needs somebody to love him. That's simple. The Domney trusts you. That's simple.
So now I can be glad to meet you, when I wasn't sure before."
Unexpectedly, she found herself relaxing. "I guess you're right." A world of difficulties apparently evaporated when Minnick touched them. "I hadn't thought of it that way. Let's go see Garridon."
"Oh, no." Minnick became suddenly serious. "That isn't what he wants. He's too busy."
For a second the brown man almost shuddered.
"When he gets like this, he yells at people a lot. He thinks they're fast. He's fast, and he thinks they are, too. But they aren't fast. They're just farmers and shepherds. They're like me. They like having things explained to them."
The thought of Garridon ranting with impatience was so incongruous that Teresa nearly laughed aloud. At the same time it gave her a pang. Poor man, he must be almost out of his mind. Deliberately she controlled herself.
"I don't understand. I thought you said he sent you to get me."
Minnick nodded. "He did. I thought he was just making an excuse to send me away.
But since you're glad to be here, I guess I was wrong.
He sent me to show you around. The Dominie can't walk very far, and Tholden is too busy, and Quisp prefers to stay at home with Russia. Garridon said she likes tours. She might like a tour of Houseldon. So I came to get you." Teresa accepted the suggestion, despite the vexed spirit in which Garridon had probably made it. She understood how he felt, and she wanted to see more of Houseldon. She suspected, in an entirely uncritical way, that there wasn't a great deal to see. On the other hand, if Master Aramis launched an attack soon, she might need to know everything she could learn about the Dominie's seat. Giving Minnick a smile which would have astonished Reverend Thatcher, or her father, she went with him to explore Houseldon. In fact, there was more to see in Houseldon than she had expected. At any rate, Minnick thought there was a great deal to see, and he liked to see it all thoroughly, with an attention to detail which was both loving and analytical. For instance, Houseldon contained no less than 3 livery stables, to accommodate the numbers of people who came here from all over the Care, as well as from other regions of Mordant. Each of these was exactly what it claimed to be, a place where horses were left and cared for, while their masters transacted business, visited relatives, appealed for justice, pursued crafts or apprenticeships. Yet to Minnick, each was worth looking at closely. Each had virtues and drawbacks which required evaluation. Each prospered or declined according to factors which he took pains to understand. And he was a mother-lode of information. He knew exactly where all the drainage pipes had been laid, and when, and how many square yards of leach field they required. He knew who had first conceived the idea of trussing the eaves thatch of the roofs with that particular kind of binding, and why it was superior to the way eaves thatch used to be trussed. He knew where Houseldon's supplies of tallow came from, and how long they would last in an emergency. And he knew every child he saw by name, parentage, and predilection for mischief. In a short time Teresa realized that she had only 2 choices. She could cut off the tour now, before he drove her to distraction, or she could relax and let him do whatever he wanted. With him there wasn't any middle ground. Well, that fit, she mused. In their separate ways, Garridon, Article, and Nile were all intolerant of middle ground. Wester was said to be a fanatic about wool. Stead couldn't keep his hands off women. Garridon had called Tholden a compulsive fertilizer. The Dominie himself had given up on middle ground when he first met King Joyce. Why should Minnick be any different? Just for a minute she considered stopping him, telling him that she had had enough, going her own way. But then she noticed that in his company she did very little except smile. He filled her alternately with amusement and affection. He was perfectly capable of distinguishing precisely between good workmanship and bad, sensible husbandry and careless, forethought and its absence. But he liked everybody around him. He loved the details he expounded for her. The more he talked, the more gentle and companionable he seemed. And the more she listened, the more she could feel her tensions and fears going to sleep. Instead of stopping, she relaxed and let him give her the whole tour. As a result, the days seemed to evaporate the way complexities did when he analyzed them. He began showing her around a little before noon, and then the shadows were slanting toward late afternoon, and her legs hurt gently with so much walking and standing, and her boots had rubbed a sore place onto one of her toes, and her heart was full of rest for the first time since she could remember. Minnick wasn't just amusing, likable, and meticulous. He was a healer. Somewhere in Houseldon, she knew, preparations were being made for battle, but they didn't come near him. He seemed to carry peace with him wherever he went. Now, she thought, all she needed was one really good night's sleep, and then she would be ready to start thinking again. So when he brought her back to the Domney's house and started to say good-bye, she didn't want him to leave. "Where are you going?" she asked, to forestall him. This time his grin was shy in a new way, self-conscious about things which hadn't come up before. "I like to go home before supper," he murmured, "and play with the children for a while. It gives their mother a chance to cook, and it uses up some of their energy, so they go to bed more easily." The thought of this earnest brown man playing with his children delighted her, and reminded her that during the whole afternoon he hadn't said anything personal about himself or his life. Maybe he would have considered it presumptuous to talk about himself. Impulsively, because he had done her so much good and hadn't asked her for anything, she leaned forward and thanked him with a quick kiss. His eyes widened. He stared at her for a moment. Then he ducked his head as if he were blushing. "I think I'm not going to tell my wife you did that," he said softly. "She might not be pleased." It was obvious that he was enormously pleased. "I like her to be pleased. She's the only other woman who's ever been so patient with me. Goodbye, Teresa." After he left, she went up the steps, across the porch, and into the bustle of Quissy's cooking. Her cheeks ached from smiling so much. Clearly those muscles needed the exercise. The scene in the front room stopped her as soon as she came through the doorway. Quis was stirring what looked like enough stew to feed half of Houseldon. Her cheeks were red from heat and exertion. Sweat made her hair stick to the sides of her face in streaks. Behind her, servants clattered around the room, setting platters, utensils, and pitchers on the table, bringing pots and tureens and trays from a back kitchen Teresa hadn't seen, and talking to each other loudly through the din. The Domney and Tholden sat together at the end of the table, discussing something intently, raising their voices to make themselves heard. In one corner of the room, a boy perhaps 15 years old and a girl somewhat younger were arguing hotly, but the only part of their discussion Teresa could make out was the part that went, "Did so, did not, did so, did not." Another boy, this one no older than 8 or 9, sat near Tholden, trying to sharpen a wooden sword with a piece of tile for a whetstone. A third, still younger boy used a stick the size of a club to experiment with the resonant qualities of a tin wash-basin. For a second, the clamor seemed so intimidating, so at odds with the peace inside her, that Teresa almost turned away. Nothing in her life with her parents, or in her life alone, had prepared her for a home where people acted like this. But then Quis raised her head, saw Teresa, and smiled. Quissy's pleasure changed the meaning of the din altogether. or changed the way Teresa saw it. All this noise and activity wasn't angry, distressed, or alarmed, didn't represent pain. It was just loud. As soon as Quis smiled, Teresa knew that Houseldon's wife was in her element, flourishing precisely because her family and her household were so busy, so noisy, so full of themselves and each other. And then Teresa understood that the tumult was just another form of peace. Hot and hectic, of course, not particularly restful to a novice like herself, but completely without fear. Smiling back at Quis, she came forward to meet the noise. "I understand you spent the afternoon with Minnick." Quis was nearly shouting, but Teresa could hardly hear her. "The whole afternoon? Letting him show you around?" Teresa nodded. "Good for you! I knew I liked you as soon as I saw you. He's your friend for life. Most people aren't willing to listen to him that long." "They ought to give it a try." Teresa tried to speak loudly enough to be audible. "He's nice." It was Quiss's turn to nod. "Fortunately, his nieces and nephews dote on him." She indicated the children at the other end of the room. "I mean, fortunately for them. If his wife weren't so shy, he'd be here tonight. I know it saddens him sometimes that he can't spend more time with us, but I think the poor woman panics every time she sets foot outside her house." Quis started to laugh, but Teresa couldn't hear what her laughter sounded like through the noise. "They must have had a rousing courtship." Teresa grinned again, then raised her hands to rub the muscles in her cheeks. A serving woman appeared in front of her, carrying a foaming tankard on a tray. "Do you like ale? My husband brews for the Domney. You won't find a better ale in the care." "Thanks." Teresa didn't know anything about ale, but she knew she was thirsty. She accepted the tankard and sampled it. The serving woman watched her while she discovered that the ale had a bite which wasn't quite sour, wasn't quite bitter, but which seemed to be both. After a second taste, however, the flavor had improved dramatically. Soon it became wonderful. She beamed her approval, and the serving woman went away delighted. "Teresa!" Houseldon gestured to her. She went over to him, and he pulled out a chair for her. "Sit down. I want to tell you what we're doing to get ready. Maybe you can think of something I've forgotten." The Domney looked a little skeptical. He may have been sensitive to her general bewilderment. Nevertheless, he nodded as if he also wanted to hear what she might say. At once Houseldon began to describe his specific arrangements for the possibility of battle. She couldn't absorb them. In fact, she only heard every third word. The rest of his explanation was lost in a chorus directed at the Domney. "Duh, it's her fault! No, it's his fault! She did it first! He did it first!" And she couldn't help noticing that even the Domney appeared more interested in the bickering of the children than in Houseldon's preparations. Feeling vaguely irresponsible, but not enough to worry about it, she said once, "Maybe it'll be quieter after supper," then drank her ale and stopped trying to listen. The chaos of getting supper ready seemed to approach a climax as an inner door burst open and a squall of children blew into the room. They were all about Rucha's size and age, too many of them too close together in age to belong to any one family, or any three families. They were all buck-naked, full of glee, and glistening with water, and they were followed by Geraldine, dripping copiously. He had a couple of towels in his hands, but they were too wet to be much use. "Come back here, you little monsters!" he roared. "I'm going to towel you until your heads fall off." Squealing with delight, small, naked bodies scattered in all directions. Teresa hadn't seen Geraldine for most of the day. She looked at him eagerly, and saw at once that he was still clenched and dour, knotted inside himself. Perhaps for the sake of the children, however, he had pushed his hardness into the background, or perhaps they elicited that response from him involuntarily. Perhaps it was something they did for him, rather than he for them. It was enough. She could wait for more until they had a better opportunity together. Giving him her best smile, whether he noticed it or not, she relaxed and let the clamor continue to grow on her, like a milling and vociferous form of contentment. Quis, Houseldon, and the servants snatched up wet children indiscriminately. Soon all of Garridan's victims were caught in adult arms. Stifling a laugh, Quis said to one of the serving women, "Your boys are responsible for this." "I beg your pardon," the woman protested in tart amusement. "I'm sure Russia is the cause. She's the most notorious truant in Houseldon. Ask anyone."
"They're all monsters," growled Garridan. "They're all going to suffer horribly when I get my hands on them."
Doing his best wild gorilla imitation, he began stalking children. With the help of 3 or 4 servants, he succeeded in herding his fugitives from torture and cleanliness out of the room. If he hadn't been so busy, and if she hadn't been so comfortably settled with her tankard of ale, Teresa would have gone after him. She felt an unaccountable desire to kiss him far more seriously than she had kissed Minnick. He came back after a while to join his family, and 6 men who arrived in the meantime, for supper. These men were the leaders of teams which had been organized to perform various functions during the defense of Houseldon. As soon as the meal was over and the table had been cleared, the talk turned to the subject that seemed to be uppermost in everyone's mind, except Teresa's. What kind of attack was coming, and when, and how to meet it? Garridan described a few of the uses of imagery which Master Aramis had already made against Mordant, and the men quickly lost whatever self-confidence they had brought with them to the Dominie's house. Finally, one of them asked, almost timidly, "Is there anything you can do?" He shook his head. "Not until I get a chance to make a mirror."
"But how can such things be fought?" another man inquired. "What can we do?"
"We're already doing it," the Dominie said flatly, as if he were sure. "Everything that can be done. We're doing it." Without looking at her, Garridan added, "Just hope the Lady Teresa is wrong. Just hope he gives us a little time. Today we got ready. Tomorrow I'll fire up a furnace and start mixing sand." To her own surprise, as much as anyone else's, Teresa got up and left the room. She didn't want to hear it. That was all. She just didn't want to hear it. She was too recently come from Arezon, from the Castellan's distrust, and Aramis's cunning, and Gilber's violence. She hadn't had any sleep except for the short rest which had come over her unexpectedly in the grass below the closed fist, and the sense of peace inside her was fragile. It would collapse if she let herself get caught up in the anxiety of Houseldon's defenders, if she let herself get caught up in her own concern for Garridan. Sleep, that was what she needed, not all this talk. In the morning she would be readier, maybe braver. Nodding to the servants she encountered along the way, she retreated to Article's room. It was dark. For a moment she thought about asking someone for help. Then she remembered where one of the room's lamps was, on a small table at the head of the bed. She went to it by the light from the open door, picked it up, and brought it back to the doorway. Another lamp hung on the wall outside. She used it to light the lamp in her hands. When it was burning brightly, she entered the room again and closed the door. A second lamp, lit from the first, helped fill the room with a comforting yellow glow. Amazing how nice Article's cot looked in that light. She visited the bathroom, then took off her clothes and doused the lamp she had set across the room. The early spring chill in the air encouraged her to get into bed immediately, cover herself with clean sheets and sweet blankets. At once she knew she was right. This was what she needed. As soon as her head reached the pillow, the peace inside her seemed to rise up and swell outward. It reached through the house, growing quiet around her. It reached out to Garridan and the men trying to plan Houseldon's survival. It reached up into the deep heavens and across the Care toward Domney's mountains. Silence and rest spread so far in all directions that they carried her away. She went to sleep in such sudden contentment that she forgot to extinguish the lamp on the small table at the head of the bed. That was what saved her from rousing the household and embarrassing herself unnecessarily, that forgotten lamp. In the dark she might have lost her head, might have screamed. For the second time in her life, after she had been asleep for a while, she felt herself being kissed. A strong mouth began to nibble on her lips. A tongue slipped between them, searching for hers. A hand just cool enough to call attention to itself found her hip under the blankets, then rose in a long caress across her belly to her breasts. While the tongue probed her mouth more deeply, the hand began to play with her nipples. Her eyes flew open. In one quick glimpse she saw the curly hair and intent brown eyes of the man kneeling beside the cot to embrace her. She saw that he wasn't Master Aramis or Castellan Levick, wasn't Gilber, or anyone else who terrified her. So she didn't scream. Instead, she swung her arms with all her strength in an effort to fling him away. One of her elbows caught him squarely on the collarbone. With a muffled yelp he fell off her, sprawled to the floor. His arms tried to protect the bandages over his ribs and around his shoulders, but the fall sent a jolt through his fractured bones. For a moment his back arched in real pain. Then he went limp on the floorboards. Looking up at her, and panting carefully as the pain receded, he murmured, "Teresa," in a wounded tone, "what are you doing? I just want to make love to you. You don't need to hurt me." Now that she could see his whole face, she couldn't mistake his resemblance to the rest of the Domne's sons. Judging by his bandages, his cracked or broken ribs and collarbone, his crooked features, he must be Stead. Glaring down at him angrily, she said the first thing that came into her head, "I thought you had too many broken bones to get out of bed." He gave up sounding wounded and experimented with a smile instead. "So did I. But that was before I saw you in the hall, outside my door. So I waited until everyone was asleep. Then I gave it a try. I guess a man can stand almost anything if he wants to badly enough." When she didn't reply, he asked, "Will you help me up? I really am hurt, and the floor is hard." Fortunately, he was wearing a pair of light cotton sleeping trousers below his bandages. If he had been naked, she might have had trouble keeping her composure. Under the circumstances, however, she was able to look at him squarely and say, "If you try to get up, I'm going to kick you until you wish you hadn't." But as soon as she said that, she nearly started laughing. She had once threatened to kick Garadan. In fact, she had kicked him, to make him stop apologizing. "That isn't kind," Stead protested. His expression was lugubrious for a moment. But then another thought occurred to him, and he grinned. "On the other hand, it might be worth it. You won't be able to get out of that bed to kick me without letting me see what you look like. The way you walk makes me think you must look glorious." His grin sharpened. "I've never been turned down by a woman who let me catch even a glimpse of her breasts." "In that case," her desire to laugh was getting stronger, "I won't kick you. I won't get out of bed at all." Stead looked astonishingly like Garadan trying to do an imitation of Master Aramis, with limited success. Keeping herself carefully covered with her blankets, she sat up and indicated the lamp. "I'll just throw burning oil at you." Stead didn't appear to take this threat very seriously. "No, you won't." In an effort to stifle her mirth, she glowered back at him. "What makes you think that?" "You don't really want to hurt me." With no arrogance at all, he explained, "What you really want is a man." She stared at him. "I do?" He nodded. "Every woman does. That's what men and women are for. First they want each other, then they get into bed and enjoy each other." That sounded dangerously plausible. She countered by asking, "What about Garridan? He's your brother, after all, and I came here with him. Don't you consider him a man?" Ah, Garridan. Stead's smile seemed genuinely affectionate. "Of course I consider him a man. If you want my opinion, he's the best one of us all. Oh, he isn't half the farmer Houseldon is. He isn't half the shepherd Wester is. He isn't half the swordsman Artegall is. And he sure doesn't know anything about women. But he's still the best. But that's not the point, is it?" he continued rhetorically. It was remarkable how little arrogance he had in him, how little assumption of superiority. He didn't belittle anyone. "The point is, you don't consider him a man." Teresa's mouth fell open. She closed it with an effort. Suddenly, the situation wasn't funny any more. "I don't?" "You came here with him. He worships every inch of you. If you thought of him as a man, you'd be in his room right now." Nothing in Stead's tone suggested the slightest criticism of Garridan, or of her. His view of the situation was essentially impersonal. "There must be someone else you want." Holding her gaze, he began to ease himself up from the floor. Every moment was obviously painful to him, but the pain only accentuated the appeal in his eyes. "I think you want me," he murmured. "I certainly want you." There was something of Master Aramis in the way he looked at her, an intensity of interest which hypnotized. And he had distinct advantages over the master. He wouldn't demean her. He wouldn't do anything cruel. "I started wanting you as soon as I saw you," he said as he got his feet under him. "Your lips cry out for kisses. Breasts like yours should be fondled until they give you bliss. The place of passion between your legs aches to be pierced. Teresa, I want you. I want to revel in you until your joy is as great as mine." Upright, despite the way his ribs and collarbone hurt, he moved gently toward her. He had some of Master Aramis's magnetism, and his desire was less threatening than the master's. At the same time, he forced her to think of Garridan. "If you thought of him as a man—" She dropped the blankets. Stead's eyes grew bright, and he reached toward her, but she ignored him. Fending his arms away, she left the bed and crossed the room to her clothes. "Teresa?" The shirt and skirt Quis had given her weren't warm enough to hold out the chill. They were warm enough for the time being, however. She didn't want to spend time looking for an alternative. And the boots helped. Stead came up behind her, put his hands on her shoulders. "Teresa?" She turned to face him. "Take me to Garridan's room." He frowned in puzzlement. "Garridan's room? Why do you want to go there? He doesn't want you. He thinks he does, but he doesn't really. If he did, he would be here already." Teresa shook her head. She knew Garridan better than that. "Stead," she said quietly, "I'm not going to threaten you. I'm not going to kick you or set you on fire. I just don't want you. Take me to Garridan's room." Stead blinked at her. "You don't mean that?" Taking care not to hurt him, she moved around him toward the door. Outside, the lamps had been extinguished. She returned to the table at the head of the bed and took the lamp. "Make yourself comfortable," she said. "You might as well sleep here. I won't be back." She was out the door and had started to close it before she heard him pant, "Teresa, wait!" and come shuffling after her. His injuries prevented him from walking quickly. He took a moment to catch up with her. Then he braced himself against the door and paused to rest. His expression didn't make sense to her. Behind the strain of movement he seemed sadder than she'd expected, and happier. "Quis always refuses me," he said, breathing carefully. "I don't understand that. I've tried to tell her how much I want her. That's all that matters. But she always refuses.
I have to admit, though, by degrees his happiness took over his face. She certainly makes me think well of Houseldon. Garridan's room is that way. Grinning, he pointed down the hall. Now she found it easy to smile back at him. To help him walk, she slipped her arm through his. That appeared to confuse him. But of course he had no way of knowing how much he was improved by the comparison to Master Aramis. In any case, he let her assist him, and they went down the hall like old friends. Past 2 corners, and down a long passage, Stead stopped in front of another door. "Here," he murmured softly. Then he put his arm around her waist and hugged her. Touching his mouth to her ear, he whispered, "Are you sure you wouldn't rather come with me? No matter how much he worships you, he can't want you more than I do." Gently she disentangled herself. "Go away," she replied as kindly as she could. "This is too important." He sighed, nodded, shook his head in bafflement, but he didn't argue. A bit morosely he turned and began to shamble down the hall, holding his arms protectively across his ribs. She waited until he was out of sight around the corner. Then, before she had a chance to lose her nerve, she lifted the door latch and let herself into the room. By the light of her lamp she saw that Stead had brought her to the right place. In the wide bed against the far wall, Garridan sprawled among his blankets. Judging by appearances, he had lost a fierce struggle with his covers. Now he lay outstretched in defeat, snoring slightly on the battlefield. Asleep, his face gave up its bitter hardness, the iron of despair. He looked young and vulnerable, and inexpressibly dear. She wanted to go to him immediately and put her arms around him, hold him close to her heart, comfort away everything that hurt him. At the same time, she wanted to let him sleep, let him rest and dream until all his distress was healed. She shut the door behind her gently, so that he wouldn't be disturbed. But the lamp woke him. He didn't flinch or jerk himself out of bed. He simply opened his eyes, and yellow light reflected back at her. Without transition, he no longer looked young or vulnerable. He looked poised and deadly, like a wounded predator. Master Aramis had understood from the beginning how dangerous Garridan was. All at once, the master's policy toward him made sense to her. "Garridan," she murmured in sudden confusion, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. Or I guess I did. I don't know why I came. I couldn't stay away." Then, mercifully, he sat up, and the change in his position changed the way the light caught his eyes. He relapsed to the Garridan she knew, hard and hurt, closed like a fist around the sources of his pain, but none the less human, precious to her. She took a deep breath to steady herself. "There's so much we need to talk about." Like Stead, he was dressed only in a pair of sleeping trousers. Apparently he didn't feel the cold as much as she did. He didn't get up from the bed or reach out to her. Yet when he spoke, his voice sounded like the voice she remembered, capable of kindness, accessible to pain or hope. "After supper, after you left, I went to see Minnick. I wanted to apologize for yelling at him. People shouldn't yell at him, even though he never gets angry about it. Do you know what he said? He said, 'I spent the afternoon with your Teresa. She's nice. If you make her unhappy, you won't be welcome in my house any more.' Minnick said that. My mild brother who never gets angry." Garridan shrugged. "I didn't tell him that I've already made you unhappy." "No," she replied at once. "That's not true," reacting too quickly for thought. "How can you say that?" He watched her impassively. "I look at you, Teresa. I see the way you look at me." "And what do you see?" He held her eyes, but he didn't answer.
I like your family, she protested. I feel comfortable in Houseldon. Ever since you talked me into leaving my old life, you've done more to make me happy than anyone else I've ever known. How can you—" She stopped. It would have been nice if he'd had a fire in his room. She needed an external source of warmth. The darkness beyond the lamplight seemed full of sorrow. Making a special effort to speak calmly, she continued, "Garrison, I think I probably could have made that mirror translate me anywhere. Anywhere I could visualize, anywhere vivid enough in my mind. And I just came from Stead. He touched my breasts. He wanted to make love to me. Why do you think I'm here?" His eyes didn't waver. "You're here because you think I'm wrong. You think I should have stayed in Orison to fight. You think there are still things I can do against Aramis." As he said that, she suddenly knew she had to be very careful with him. Maybe it was true that he had become iron, but iron was brittle. He might break. He was blaming himself. She wanted to cry out, "Oh, Garrison, are you blaming yourself? For Aramis and Gilbert? For the Castellan? For Niall and Quillan? Are you blaming yourself because some of the best minds around you worked so hard to keep you from understanding your talent?" But she couldn't say that to him. He would just turn away. More than ever, she couldn't bear the idea that he would turn away. Softly, she asked, "Why do you believe I think you're wrong?" "I told you." The kindness was gone from his voice. "I can see it in your eyes." "What do you see?" she insisted. "What do you see in my eyes?" For a long moment he hesitated. Then he said roughly, "Pain." She thought she might feel better if she hit him. She might feel even better if she put her arms around him. Yet she stayed where she was, with her back to the door, holding the only light in the room. "That's how I know I'm real. Master Aramis says I was created by your mirror, but that can't be true. If I didn't exist, I couldn't be hurt." "Teresa." He swallowed hard. She had touched him. She thought she could see grief shifting behind the rigid lines of his face. "Nobody says you don't exist. Not even Master Aramis. You're here. You're real. Everything you do has consequences. The question is, were you real before I translated you?" Automatically she wanted to ask, "Have you changed your mind? Do you still think I was real, back where you found me?" But she pushed that question down. "I must have been," she said. King Joyce had told her to reason. "If the place I came from was only created by the mirror you saw me in, then that must be true of every mirror, every image. So when you look in a flat glass, you don't actually see a real place. You see a created copy of a real place. So when I translated myself into the image of the closed fist, I shouldn't have arrived in a real place. I should have arrived in the copy, a different copy than the one you went to. I should have stopped being real myself until somebody translated me back out again. Isn't that right?" The light of the lamp was imprecise, but she seemed to see a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. The shadows there deepened as he listened to her. The sight caused her heart to accelerate a bit. "That's good," he said. "I wish I'd come up with that argument myself. But I don't think it's enough. Aramis will just say, 'That's why translations through flat glass produce madness. The only translation that can be done safely is one between the real world and a created image. Reality is too powerful to tolerate the manipulations of imagery.'" In spite of his clenched condition, he began to sound more like his old self as he talked, more like he was interested in the discussion for its own sake. "So the closer a created image gets to reality, the more dangerous it becomes. And when the image actually copies reality, reality takes precedence. It rips the translation away from the image, and the force of that distortion is what causes madness. She hung on the change in his tone, hoped for it to continue. Almost at once, however, he closed himself again. Teresa, you didn't come here in the middle of the night to debate the ethics of imagery. Is that right? Pained to feel the side of him she wanted to nurture slipping away, she made a mistake. To you it's just a debate. To me it's my life. I can't make sense out of who I am unless I know the truth. Right away she knew she'd gone wrong. His gaze dropped from hers. His eyes filled up with shadows. He didn't need to be reminded that other people were suffering. He was already too sensitive to that. He already believed he had made her unhappy. But she refused to back down. She had come too far to retreat. Instead, she changed tactics. If I wasn't real until you brought me out of that mirror of yours, how did I become an arch-imager? He didn't lift his head. In a muffled voice he said, You know I don't believe that. That's Aramis, not me. Unexpectedly angry, she retorted, Wake up! What do you think we're talking about here? She put the lamp down on a nearby table to free her hands, as if she were getting ready to wrestle with him. Why do you think who I am and where I come from matters? What he believes is going to affect everything he does to both of us. Tell me how I became an arch-imager. Now Garrardin raised his eyes. Studying her closely, and holding himself completely still, as though he feared what she might do if he moved, he replied, I created you. When I shaped my glass, I made you. Almost silently he caught his breath in surprise and recognition. The implications took him aback. I have the capacity to create arch-imagers. Not just arch-imagers, she amended for him. Arch-imagers who can shift glass the way you do. Arch-imagers who can work translations that are irrelevant to what you see in the image. I could create a whole army of them. A whole army of imagers as powerful as Vagel. He wouldn't stand a chance. Staring at her, at the ideas she proposed, Garrardin murmured, No wonder he wants me dead. And that's not all. Gripping her courage, Teresa took the risk. How does he know you don't have glass here? Garrardin jerked his head back, glowered at her in astonishment or dismay. What? How does he know? She forced herself to complete the thought, even though Garrardin's expression made her feel that she was accomplishing the opposite of what she wanted. You aren't busy creating an army of arch-imagers right now. She horrified him. What a pleasure! All she wanted was to help him, to comfort or encourage the Garrardin who had gotten lost and become iron. And what did she achieve? Horror. For a moment he was so shocked that the lamplight made him look as pale as bone. Then he sprang off the bed, rushed to her and caught her by the shoulders, groaned through his teeth as if he were stifling a wail. I've got to get out of here. She stared at him dumbly. He'll send everything he's got after me. If he catches me here, he'll reduce Houseldon to rubble to get at me. It had to be said. She had gone too far to turn back. And this was the point, wasn't it? The reason she had brought the subject up in the first place? Distinctly, she remarked, he has to try that no matter what you do. He stared at her in dismay. He knows you're here, she said, but he won't know it when you leave, unless he has a mirror that lets him see you here. If you run, he won't know it until he's destroyed Houseldon looking for you. I did that. For a moment her eyes filled with tears. She blinked them back fiercely. It's my doing. When I told him about seeing the closed fist in your mirror, I set you up. You didn't know you were coming here. I told him, but I didn't tell you. You were just trying to escape, and hoping you wouldn't end up somewhere you couldn't get back from. He has to destroy Houseldon so that he can stop you, and I set you up for it. Garridan, it's not your fault. None of this is your fault." His face was thrust close to hers. His fingers ground into her arms. But she couldn't seem to read his face. His passion was part of his skull, definitive under his features, yet the flesh over it was so tight and strict that she couldn't distinguish between them. When he spoke, however, his voice shook her as hard as if he had shoved her against the wall. It was strong, compulsory. It had the power to command her. "Teresa, people I have known and loved all my life are going to die because I came here. I swore I was never going to let anybody I loved die ever again." But there was nothing he could do. Houseldon was already as well prepared to defend itself as possible. He was helpless to save anything or anybody. Because he needed so much from her, she didn't cry or apologize or defend herself or get angry. She faced him squarely and said, "I think I would probably feel better if you hit me." He looked like he might hit her. He was angry or desperate enough to hit something. "Why didn't you tell me?" Slowly she shook her head. At least he wasn't closed any more. She had achieved that much. And even fury was preferable to his rigid isolation, his mute hurt. "That's not the point," she countered. "It doesn't matter. I just made a mistake, that's all. I didn't know how important all this is." And later on she had been so embarrassed by her submission to Master Aramis that she found it impossible to speak. "The point is, I had a choice." It seemed loony to speak so calmly when he was in such distress. It seemed loony to prefer anyone's anger. I could have gone anywhere. At the same time, her own misery inexplicably began to become something else, something that bore a crazy and astounding resemblance to joy. She could reach him. She could make him furious. Because of that, everything else was possible. I chose to come here. Garridan, listen to me. Why do you suppose I chose to come here?" He was so angry, so frightened for his home and family and friends, that he could hardly refrain from raging. Involuntarily he bared his teeth. Yet he was still Garridan, still the man who had always done everything he could imagine for her. Panting at the effort he made to restrain himself, he said, "You tell me. Why?" "No." Again she shook her head. "Come on, think about it. Why did I come here?" Through his passion he rasped, "You didn't know where else to go, to escape." "No! Come on, think! I could have gone anywhere. Prince Cregan would have been glad to have me. All I had to do was translate myself out of Orozen, anywhere outside the gates." Now she had him. It was strange how much power she had with him. Her mistakes might result in the complete destruction of his home and family. His reasons for outrage were that good, and yet he felt compelled to try to understand her. He didn't let go of her, but his fingers stopped grinding into her arms. With less fury he said, "You wanted to warn me." "Yes." She didn't smile, yet the inexplicable joy in her started to sing. "I wanted to warn you. Why do you suppose I bothered? Why do you suppose I care what happens here? I didn't know your family. I'd never been here before. Why do you suppose I was willing to come here and face you when I knew it was my fault you were in danger? When I knew you had every reason in the world to be angry at me or even hate me, and there was nothing I could do to change any of it?" Oh, she had him. She wanted to shout it out. She had him. He wasn't iron now, closed and bitter. His fury had receded. He was scrutinizing her intently, perplexed, almost dumbfounded, fundamentally baffled by her, touched by hope. "Think about it," she murmured, to keep herself from crowing aloud. He opened his mouth, but no words came. "You idiot! I did it because I love you!" Then she reached her arms around his neck and pulled herself up to kiss him. He took a moment to recover from the shock. Fortunately, he didn't take too long. Before she could lose the elation singing through her, he clasped her to him and returned her kiss as if his answer came all the way up from the bottom of his soul. The fabric of his sleeping trousers was so thin that she couldn't mistake the way he felt about her, in spite of her inexperience. She kissed him for a long time while his arms strained around her. Then she eased back from his embrace and began to unbutton her shirt. His eyes darkened, as if they were on fire with shadows. A bit awkwardly she kicked off her boots. When she slipped the shirt from her shoulders and dropped her skirt, he caught his breath. Even the hair on his head seemed to burn with desire. Abruptly he jerked down his pants and took her to his bed. He was almost devout in the way he kissed and touched her, torn between wonder and alarm, as if he wanted her so much that he didn't trust himself. As a result, he was tentative when she most wished him to be sure. Master Aramis was right. During the master's brief stay in the dungeon, after the summoning of the conjurers' champion, he had said to her, "Whenever you think of another man, you will remember my lips upon your breasts." That was true. Garridan's touch reminded her of the imager, of his assurance, his willingness to take possession of her completely. And yet Garridan conveyed an intensity that moved her deeply. She felt that she had spent most of her life waiting for this time in bed with him. She could do without assurance. They would learn what they needed to know together. But it went wrong, the way everything went wrong for him. He had discovered his talent for imagery too late, when he was no longer able to do anything with it. Now he discovered her love for him too late. He held her in his arms too late. He had lost the ability to do anything with her. Maybe his own inexperience made him too anxious. Maybe he couldn't stop worrying about Houseldon and his family. She wasn't sure what the reason was, and in a sense she didn't care. She cared only that he swore under his breath and rolled away from her, lay on his back with his fists clenched at his sides and his muscles knotted, trying to withdraw into iron. She watched him lock himself away from her, and her joy began to crumble. For a moment she thought about weeping. Then she got an idea. With the tip of one finger she stroked the hard line of his jaw. "Guess what?" she said, as if they were engaged in a casual and even bantering conversation. "I've just thought of a reason to believe I'm really real." "I already believe it," he muttered from the opposite side of the world. "You know that." "But you don't know why," she returned playfully. "That's the trouble with you. You don't have enough reasons. You just have your strongest feelings. You do everything on faith. I'll give you a reason. People like Aramis say I was created by imagery. I came out of you and your talent when you made that mirror. But if that's true, don't you think you would have created a woman you could have an easier time making love with?" She took him so entirely by surprise that he couldn't stop himself. As unexpectedly as a shout, he burst out laughing. And once he started to laugh, he lost control. "That's perfect," he gasped between gales of mirth. "I'm so confused I can't figure out my own talent. I can't help my family, or my king, or the woman I love. But that's not enough for me. I'm not satisfied with just that." Briefly she heard a note of hysteria in his laughter, and she nearly panicked. But the simple act of laughing seemed to clean the sorrow and self-pity out of him. The more he laughed, the more he relaxed.
No, I'm so confused that when I create a woman to love, I make her so perverse she accidentally betrays my whole life. Then she wants to bed me when I'm so scared I can hardly think. I don't need enemies. As soon as I stop laughing, I'm going to kill myself. Oh, Teresa!
He said her name as if it made him ache. Rolling back to her, he put his hands on the sides of her face to hold her, and began kissing her again. Unquestionably, his kisses lacked Master Aramis's assured passion, but they were sweet and compelling, like the remembered call of horns. And when she remembered horns, the music came back into her. This time it went right. It went right nearly until dawn. When she finally slept, she still clung to him like a promise that she was never going to let him go. At dawn, the house stirred around them, but she and Garridan continued sleeping. Fortunately, Houseldon wasn't relying on Teresa and Garridan for vigilance. When the attack came, the men on watch spotted it immediately and raised the alarm. Shouts echoed like wails among the houses and taverns, the livery stables and granaries. As fast as they could get out of bed, men spilled from their homes, clutching pitchforks and scythes, axes, shepherd's crooks sharpened to resemble pikes, sledgehammers, knives and bucksaws, ordinary clubs, an occasional sword, and more than a few hunting bows. The Domney's 6 trained bowmen took their command positions around the stockade almost instantly. Shouting for his canes, the Domney himself thrashed out of his twisted bedclothes. Houseldon was ahead of his father. The truth was that he had been too worried for sleep. After trying uselessly to rest until after midnight, he had gotten up, put on his clothes. If Quis hadn't restrained him, he would have gone to wear himself out, pacing around the stockade to no purpose. But she had compelled him, almost by force, to sit down and drink a flagon of wine. She had kneaded the knots in his neck and shoulders and back until her hands ached. She had made love to him. After that he pretended to sleep until she let down her guard. Then he got out of bed again. He was in the front room stirring up the fire when he heard the alarm. Roaring in a voice that wasn't made to convey anger or violence, he left the house. For a second he wheeled, trying to find which direction the alarm came from. Then he set off at a run, his beard lifting in the dawn breeze. Teresa groped awake, roused more by the way Garridan exploded out of bed than by the shouts. He seemed to jump unerringly into his clothes, while she fumbled to follow him, catch up with him. He flung the door open before she had begun to button her shirt. Nevertheless, she did catch up with him. Out in the hall he collided with Stead, and had to stop to lift his injured brother off the floor. Stead clung to him for a moment. "Get me a knife," he panted. "I can't run anywhere, but I can fight here if I have to." "I'll tell Quis," Garridan replied as he pulled away. With Teresa beside him now, he reached the front room, shouted Stead's message to Quis, then dashed out of the house. "Where?" he demanded of the first man he met. The man looked too frightened to have any idea what he was doing. "West." "West," Garridan muttered, thinking hard. "So it isn't soldiers. Soldiers would come from the north, the northeast." Teresa saw what he was getting at, but her heart was pounding in her throat, and she couldn't speak. "Aramis is sending imagery against us." She nodded. They ran west among the buildings. Everyone was running west. Houseldon's instructions to Houseldon had been explicit. Women and children, stay at home. Anyone who was too young or too frail or too sick to fight, stay at home. Unfortunately, the people of Domney had lost the habit of taking orders. The streets were crowded with people who shouldn't have been there. Some of the men who were prepared or equipped, or at least determined to fight, had difficulty working their way through the throng. But Houseldon had replied to the alarm so quickly that he was ahead of the crowds. He didn't know he was being imperfectly obeyed. He reached the guard post and climbed onto the platform where the man who had raised the alarm was on watch, in time to see the whole attack clearly. They came in without a sound, except for the rush of their paws and the harsh murmur of their breathing. Strange wolves with spines bristling down their curved backs, a double row of fangs in each slavering jaw, and something like intelligence in their wild eyes. Only a few dozen of them, Tholden thought when he first spotted them. Enough to ravage a herd of sheep, or terrorize a farmstead. Not enough to threaten Houseldon. They won't be able to get past the stockade. Then the leader of the pack sprang at the wall. The wolf seemed to come straight up at him. Leaping at least 8 feet in the air, it got its forelegs over the wall. While its hind legs scrambled for a purchase on the wood, its jaws stretched toward his face. For an instant more horrible than anything he had imagined, Tholden couldn't move. He was a farmer, not a soldier. He didn't know anything about fighting. Deep down in his heart he had always believed there was something secretly crazy about people like Artegall who went into battle with such fierce joy. The man standing on the platform with him had already flinched away. One of the bowmen rushed to bring up his bow, but Tholden just couldn't move. Then hot slaver splashed into his face as the fangs drew near, and something inside him shifted. Although he never thought about it, he was prodigiously strong. And his strength came to his rescue. He reached out, caught the wolf by the throat, and heaved it backward. It fell among the pack, breaking the charge, preventing the wolves behind it from gathering themselves to spring. The pack burst into snarls, a raw, red sound, avid for blood. Jaws snapped. Then the wolves swirled around to regain their momentum so that they could leap. "Bowman!" the Dominie's son cried desperately. "Get some arrows into those things! If they get over the wall—" Not fast enough. Already 3 wolves were leaping, 4, 6, and instead of attacking the guard post directly, they hurled themselves at a part of the wall where there were no immediate defenders. He was appalled by the realization that these beasts knew what they were doing. They were at their most vulnerable while they tried to cross the top of the wall, so they moved out of reach. But an arrow thudded into the chest of the nearest wolf. It fell away, coughing blood. While the bowman snatched up another shaft, someone below the platform threw a hatchet that buried itself between a pair of glaring, wild eyes. Someone else tried to use a pitchfork as if it were a javelin. The tines missed, but the wolf was forced to drop back. 3 down. The other 3 got over the wall. Tholden saw a farmer swing an axe and miss, saw him go down with his throat torn out by an effortless toss of the wolf's head. Luckily the next man struck a solid blow with a club, and the wolf wobbled. While the beast was still unsteady on its legs, one long sweep of a scythe disemboweled it. Defenders arrived as quickly as the narrow streets and the crowds permitted. The second wolf over the wall ducked between 2 hostlers, who nearly brained each other trying to hit it, ripped open the best baker in Houseldon before he could raise his hands, then flung itself at a knot of young boys who had escaped from their mothers. But it went down when an ancient sword in the hands of an old man who remembered the wars struck between the spines protecting its back. The third wolf took an arrow in its hindquarters from a terrified young apprentice bowman. As if it thrived on pain, it killed the young man, bit off another man's hand at the wrist when the man tried to stab the creature with a knife, then raced down an alley toward the heart of Houseldon. At the same time, more wolves sprang to the attack. Only a few dozen of them, Tholden thought. He wanted to tear his hair. A second bowman ran up from the guard post where he had been stationed. Like his comrade, he began picking wolves off the top of the wall as fast as he could knock arrows to the string. But they were only 2. Every time one of them reached for a new shaft, 3 or 4 beasts got into Houseldon. Calling frantically for help, Houseldon leaped off the platform. The other bowmen were on their way, but hampered by the crowds, and the defenders at the scene of attack didn't know how to fight an enemy like this. They got in each other's way. In a sense, the wolves were losing. They would all be killed eventually. But if enough of them ran loose in the streets, they would do terrible carnage before they were hunted down. And if they killed the bowmen, maybe the wolves wouldn't lose. Houseldon snatched an axe from a man who obviously didn't know how to use it effectively. Planting himself in the path of the wolves, he hewed at them as if they were nothing more than a stand of timber. He had no idea what else to do. So he didn't see what happened to the beasts that got past him. He didn't see the arrival of the remaining bowmen, or the efforts they made to thin out the attack. He didn't see the wall of defenders behind him crumble and fail as people panicked and fled, and even men who knew how to wield their weapons went down. On the other hand, he was one of the few people in a position to see that the wolves were only the vanguard of the attack. No one else guessed that. No one else thought about it. The wolves were trouble enough. Cursing the folly which had taken them outside, women rushed back to their homes, hauling their children along behind them. Men dove into hiding. Flocks of chickens fled in a squall of feathers and fright, running crazily in all directions, or battering their way heavily up to the rooftops. The whole west side of Houseldon was in disarray, instructions and defenses forgotten. Suddenly, the street in front of Teresa and Garridon cleared, and they found themselves facing a beast with blood on its jaws and an arrow sticking out of its hindquarters. The spines along its back made it look like a hedgehog of monstrous size. The double row of its fangs made it look like a great shark. Teresa was reminded of riders with red fur and too many arms. The wolf stopped, scented the air. Its eyes seemed to burn with the possibility of intelligence. "It's hunting us," she said. At any rate, she thought she said that. She couldn't tell whether she spoke aloud. "When I push you," Garridon whispered, "go for that house." He nudged her slightly toward the nearest building. "Get inside. Close the door. Try to bolt it." The wolf began to snarl deep in his chest, a sound like a distant rumble of thunder. "What are you going to do?" She must have spoken aloud. Otherwise he wouldn't have answered. "Same thing in the opposite direction." Automatically she nodded, too frightened to do anything else. As if her nod were a signal, the wolf sprang at them, slavering murderously. Garridon hit her shoulder so hard that she stumbled and fell. At least she fell out of the way of the beast's charge. Trying frantically to bounce up from the ground, she jammed her legs under her, pounded up onto the porch of the house, whirled to see what was happening to Garridon. He hadn't made any attempt to do what she was doing. After pushing her aside, he had simply ducked. By the time the wolf checked its spring, landed, and came back at him, he was on his feet facing the creature, poised as if he intended to kick its brains out. "Garridon, get in the house!" So fast that she hardly saw it happen, he jumped sideways. The wolf flashed past him. She heard the savage click as jaws strong enough to crush bone tried to close on him. The sleeve of his jerkin burst into tatters, but there was no blood. Yet. Faster this time, because its second charge had been less headlong, the wolf turned and went for him again. If he had tripped, if he had missed his footing or misjudged the assault, he would have died. No one could do what he was doing, not for long. The arrow in the wolf's hindquarters wasn't enough of a handicap. Nevertheless, he dodged a third time, ripped himself out of the way, ducked and rolled, came to his feet to face the wolf again just before it sprang. Blindly, stupidly, Teresa started back into the street to help him. At that instant, a woman came out of the house in mortal terror. So scared that she could hardly control her limbs, she thrust a pitchfork into Teresa's hands. Then she slammed the door behind her, slammed a bar in place against the door. Teresa took the pitchfork without thinking. Wailing like a madwoman to distract the wolf, she leaped off the porch and did her utter best to spear the beast on the tines. She missed. The wolf was too fast, too smart for her inexpert onslaught. When it came around at her, however, she was able to fend it off almost by accident. It shied away from impaling itself on the pitchfork. As if out of nowhere, the head of a cane whizzed through the air and cracked the wolf across the base of its skull. Coughing a howl, the beast spun and hurled itself on the dominie. Garridan yelped a helpless warning. Teresa froze, holding her weapon as if she had forgotten its existence. The dominie couldn't run or dodge. With his bad leg he could scarcely hobble. But he had a cane in his other hand as well, and when the beast leaped at him, he rammed the end of that stick down its throat. At the same time, Garridan went past Teresa, tearing the pitchfork from her hands in one motion and hammering it into the wolf's back with all his strength. Spiked to the ground, the beast writhed for a moment, snarling horribly and spitting blood on the dominie's boots. Then it lay still. "Thank you, father," panted Garridan. "Glass and splinters! That was close. You shouldn't take chances like that." The dominie balanced unsteadily on his feet. His face was white, yet he contrived to speak calmly. "Some day," he remarked, "you're going to call me Da. I think you'll like it." Garridan shook his head as if he had lost his voice. With one cane the dominie prodded the body at his feet. "How many of them are there?" "Enough to get past Houseldon," croaked Garridan. Teresa had the vivid impression that she was about to faint. Fortunately, Garridan turned and caught her before her knees folded. As the last wolf came over the stockade with an arrow in its heart, the bowman on the guard-post platform yelled, almost shrieked, "Houseldon!" And Houseldon gasped a curse because there was nothing else he could say while he retched for breath. Half the pack had been slaughtered in front of him. Carcasses lay along the bottom of the wall, in piles on both sides of him, among the dead bodies of his people at his back. His axe was covered with blood. His hands and arms ran red. Blood dripped from his beard and soaked his shirt. His eyes held a wildness of their own which bore no resemblance to the feral intelligence of the wolves. How many of them had gotten past him? He didn't know. He didn't know what the people of Houseldon were doing to defend themselves. He only knew that the bowman on the platform sounded frantic. There was more. The wolves were only the vanguard. Forcing himself into motion, he staggered to the guard-post, heaved his bulk up the ladder to the platform. When he looked over the top of the stockade and saw what the bowman was pointing at, his first reaction was one of deflation, almost of disappointment. Oh, is that all? He was gazing across 100 yards of open ground at a cat. Just a cat. One cat. Nothing more. The realization came to him slowly, however, that this cat was bigger than he was. It was at least as big as a horse. At least... Then he noticed that wherever the cat put its paws, the new grass and old leaves caught fire. It had already left a smoldering trail away into the distance, where the wolf-pack had come from, and it was approaching, not rapidly, but without any hesitation, advancing as steadily and inevitably as a storm front. "Houseldon," the bowman murmured like a prayer. "What is it?" This was foolishness, really. Who was he to pretend that he could fill his father's boots, that he could succeed as the next dominie? He didn't understand anything about imagery. The only real accomplishment of his life, from his point of view, was to figure out the best time of year and the best conditions to fertilize apricot trees. unless he counted marrying Quis, or having 5 children. His family was also an accomplishment that gave him pride. "How many arrows do you have left?" he asked the bowman. "None." It was a question the man understood. "I'll have to get them from the wolves." "Don't bother. Go." Tholden pushed him gently. "Get men for the water tubs. If that thing doesn't just break the stockade, it'll burn it down." The bowman clattered off the ladder, sped away. Tholden turned to the other bowman, actually turned his back on the advancing fire-cat. "If you're out of arrows," he said, as if he was speaking to a small circle of friends on an occasion of no great importance, "go rally Houseldon. We need help. If you've still got some left, come up here." No more than 50 yards away, the fire-cat brushed past a discarded corn shock. At once the shock sprang into flame and withered to crisp ash. The platform wobbled as 2 bowmen clambered up to join Tholden. Nodding toward the fire-cat, he said, "Aim for the eyes." "Will that kill it?" asked one of the men, huskily. "Who knows? You got any better ideas?" The man shook his head. His face was taut with fear, but he didn't back away. The bowmen knocked their shafts, strained their bows. Almost simultaneously they let fly. The fire-cat flicked its head aside negligently. The arrows caught fire and became charcoal before their heads could pierce the cat's hide. "I think we need a better idea," the second bowman muttered as he and his comrade readied more shafts. As if he were losing his mind, Tholden turned again and shouted, "Garradin! Where's Garradin?" The first of his reinforcements had begun to arrive. Men who hadn't encountered the wolves. Others who grasped that a greater danger was coming. Some who were so frightened that the bowmen had to goad them along. No one had seen Garradin. A few of the defenders stared at Tholden as if he was speaking an alien tongue. "All right," he rasped. "We'll do it ourselves." The wildness in his eyes was getting worse. Suddenly furious, he roared, "Don't just stand there! Get those water tubs up onto the banquette!" Galvanized by the incongruous desperation in his high, kind voice, the men below him started hurrying. The bowmen exhausted their shafts to no purpose, and jumped out of the way of the water tubs. The fire-cat was so close now that Tholden thought he could feel its heat. Or maybe that was just the sun. The sky was clear and gorgeous to the horizons, and the air was growing warm. With blood running from his face like sweat, he helped several men boost a water tub into position. Just in time. Barely in time. The cat reached the stockade, paused, tested the wood with its nose. Instant flames swept upward, building swiftly from a small flicker to a savage blaze. The hands and arms supporting the water tubs were scorched. Tholden lost his beard and eyebrows. He nearly lost his eyes. Then 2 half-hogsheads went over the wall almost simultaneously, and water hit the flames and the heat with a roar like an explosion. The fire in the timbers went out, but the concussion, as that much water erupted into steam, blasted the men off the platform, off the banquette. Tholden landed on his shoulder and spent a stunned and useless moment staring paralyzed at the sky, while all his muscles locked up around the jolt. It was possible that his shoulder was broken. It seemed possible to him that he would never breathe again. The hard, hot steam disappeared into the air almost immediately, leaving the heavens blue and perfect, untouched. After a momentary delay, the wet wood of the stockade began to smolder. Wrenching air into his lungs, Tholden rolled sideways, got his legs under him. His shoulder was numb. He couldn't move that arm. Flames licked between the timbers. The lashings that held the timbers began to snap. With a howl of heat, the wall caught fire again and blazed up like the blast of a furnace. Tholden and his men staggered backward, stared as the timbers flamed. and the fire-cat thrust its way between the beams as if they were nothing more than charcoal twigs.
"Tholden!"
People screamed.
"Help! Tell us what to do! We don't know what to do!"
"Run!" he coughed weakly. He had never felt such intense fire in his life, never seen anything that terrified him as much as this fire-cat did.
"Run!"
The heat drew tears from his eyes as if he were weeping. Houseldon was built of wood. The whole place would burn.
"Get out of the way!"
Automatically, without thought, he retreated to keep the heat at a distance. The fire-cat ambled after him with an indirect, even nonchalant gait, as if he were an especially tasty and helpless mouse. Moving like a madman, he led the fire-cat in among the buildings. The cat moved to the side of the lane while it followed him. Fire swept up the wall of a granary. Then, with a detonation like a thunderclap, the grain itself took flame. Fire and smoke and blazing grain swirled 100 feet into the air. The merchant who owned the granary lived in a house beside it. He was an old man with a vast quantity of fat and no reputation whatsoever for valor. Yet he ran raging out onto his porch and flung a wash-basin full of water at the cat. The cat didn't notice his attack. Almost instantly the fire consumed him. Tholden retreated as slowly as he could bear, bringing Houseldon's destruction with him. He nearly missed what had happened, when the fire-cat abruptly let out a roar of vexation, perhaps even of pain, and flinched to the side. A bit of flame clung to the pads of one forepaw. The beast hunched over and licked its paw clean. Its tail switched malevolently. When it started moving again, it appeared angrier, more determined. It looked like it intended to pounce on him without further delay. Tholden gaped dumbly, transfixed by the incomprehensible fact that the creature had hurt itself by stepping in a small pile of sheep-dung. As if this information were too much for him, his eyes rolled in his head. His scorched and naked face stretched into a wail. His numb arm flapped against his side. Awkwardly he turned and dashed out of the fire-cat's path, fled between the nearest houses, as if he had vultures beating around his head. The people who saw him go believed that his mind had snapped. The cat didn't pursue him. It was after other prey. Setting homes and shops ablaze almost casually as it went, it continued its malign stroll into the heart of Houseldon, toward Teresa and Garradon. Teresa and Garradon and the Domney heard the screams. They saw fire and smoke blasting into the sky. "Glass and splinters!" Garradon hissed between his teeth. "What's that?" "Not wolves, I'm afraid," muttered the Domney. He nudged the carcass at his feet. "Even wolves like that don't set fires." Alarm cleared the giddiness out of Teresa's head. She took her weight on her legs and tried to think. "Where's Tholden?" Garradon glanced at her. He and the Domney didn't look at each other. One of the bowmen led the rout down the street. Waving people past him, he stopped in front of the Domney. "My lord," he gasped, urgent for breath, "the wall is breached. Houses are burning." "I can see that," replied the Domney with uncharacteristic asperity. "How did it happen?" "A creature of imagery. A cat as big as a steer. It sets fire to everything. It's coming this way." Teresa felt a cold hand close around her heart. Sets fire to everything. Castellan Levick told me about a cat like that. It killed his guards. He sent out 50 men, and it killed them. When they were trying to capture the conjurers' champion. Garradon nodded grimly. Aramis hasn't got enough men, or enough men to spare. Or he can't translate enough of them here without making them mad. So he's using imagery to attack us. trying to slaughter us wholesale instead of murdering us individually. The fires came closer. A warehouse tossed flames in all directions as kegs of oil exploded. The destruction of Houseldon already seemed to be raging out of control. The Domney watched his people flee past him as if the sight made him want to throw up. He kept his voice quiet, however. "You're the only imager in the family, Garridan. How do we defend ourselves?" "With mirrors," Garridan snarled. Teresa thought he looked exactly like his father at that moment, so hard and horrified that he wanted to throw up. "Which we haven't got." Then she caught her first glimpse of the fire-cat. Involuntarily she took a step backward. "Where's Houseldon?" she asked again. She was suddenly afraid that he was already dead. Houseldon was running for his life. His shoulder wasn't broken. If it were broken, it would have started to hurt before this. Nevertheless, it remained numb. He still couldn't use it. It hampered his balance, his gait. Because of it, he ran like a hunchback. Ran between the houses and along the lanes of Houseldon, as if he were terrified. He had forgotten the wolves, forgotten them completely. His desperation didn't hold room for any other danger. One of the houses he passed had had its door torn off the hinges, but he didn't notice that. He didn't hear the dying whimpers from inside, didn't see the beast munching flesh in the doorway. He had no idea what was happening when the wolf left the infant it was eating and leaped at his head. Because of his lurching gait, it missed his head, yet its claws raked his back as it went by him. That pain got his attention. He and the wolf wheeled to meet each other. As fierce as the beast, he faced its charge. Slobbering blood, it sprang again. He had no time for fear or forethought. In fact, he had no time for the wolf. Striding forward as the beast leaped, he kicked it in the rib cage so hard that he ruptured its heart. Then he ran on. His back bled as if it were on fire. Coughing for help, he ran toward the nearest waste pit, where Houseldon accumulated fertilizer for the orchards and fields. He didn't have much time. The people fleeing along the street had scattered. Teresa, Garridan, and the Domney could see the fire-cat clearly now, and it could see them. That was obvious. Its eyes were fixed on them as if at last it had recognized its true prey. Well, of course. Stunned with fright and helplessness, Teresa had been reduced to talking to herself. Aramis wouldn't trust random violence to kill them, and he must be able to talk to that thing. Otherwise, how could he get it to do what he wanted? It might have attacked the champion instead of the Castellan's guards. He probably gave it a description of the people it was supposed to kill. Uselessly, she wondered what kind of description the fire-cat would understand. Could Aramis really talk to it? "Teresa." Garridan had a hand on her arm. He shook her. "Teresa, listen to me. If that creature is after me, you can get away. You've got to get away. Get out of here. Get out of Houseldon. Go north, to the Termagant. Maybe he's got some glass you can use. At least you can warn him. He'll protect you. I'll try to give you as much time as I can." Thanks. What was she talking about? She had no idea. I appreciate that. Words seemed to come out of her mouth without passing through her consciousness first. What if it's after me? How are you going to get away? An interesting question, the Domney put in dryly. Let's discuss it later, shall we? Start running, both of you. If it's engrossed in destroying Houseldon, you might both get away. Abruptly he started to shout, cracking his command at them like a whip. "I said start running!" Both Teresa and Garridan nodded. Neither of them moved. She began to feel the heat of the fire on her face. The fire-cat was so close now that she could have hit it with a rock. It wasn't in any hurry. but it was definitely coming straight for them. Its eyes stared malice. Its tail lashed the dust. She and Garridan and the Domney stood their ground as if they had lost their minds. And the fire-cat stopped. It regarded them warily. They acted like they weren't afraid of it. Why was that? Teresa had the odd impression that she knew exactly what the cat was thinking. Why were they standing there as if fire and fangs couldn't hurt them? What kind of danger did they represent? Beyond question, she had lost her mind, even if the men with her were still sane. While the fire-cat studied them all, she waved her hand at it and said, "Scat! Go away!" She could feel her hair growing crisp in the heat. "We won't hurt you, if you go away." Good. Brilliant. Instead of retreating, the creature crouched to spring. Unexpectedly, Minnick arrived at the Domney's side. In spite of his apparent haste, he didn't seem to be breathing hard. Didn't seem to be breathing at all. Each of his strong brown hands carried a large wooden bucket. Water, Teresa thought. Good idea. Too bad it won't work. The fire-cat certainly hadn't been hindered by the snow when it had attacked Castellan Levick's men. Precisely as if he were following an elaborate set of instructions, Minnick set the buckets down beside him. Gasping and blowing as though his chest were about to burst, Houseldon came into the street. He nearly ran up against the fire-cat's flank. The heat must have been tremendous. He held one of the water tubs hugged in his arms. Full of water, it must have been far too heavy for any one man to lift. Nevertheless, he supported it alone, staggered out into the open without help. There he let the tub thud into the dirt. That dull, hard sound distracted the creature. Dancing aside as daintily as a kitten, it turned to see what he was doing. "Now!" Houseldon croaked hoarsely. Reaching into his water tub with both hands, he scooped a load of sheep-dung into the fire-cat's face. The hard pellets hit the cat's whiskers, cheeks, jaws, eyes, hit and stuck. They were fuel. They burned hotly, but they didn't fall away, as water and wood and even iron fell away. They clung to the creature's fur and flesh. With a scream, the fire-cat did a complete backflip. Immediately it began to scrub at its face, trying to dislodge the fiery pellets. In an instant, its forepaws were covered with fire. Minnick was a little slow. Even in an emergency, he couldn't act without his usual care. On this occasion, however, he was quick enough. Before the cat could turn, he stepped forward and splashed its back with the contents of his first bucket. More sheep-dung. This time, the creature's scream seemed to come from the marrow of its bones. It wrenched itself around in a circle and rammed its burning side into the dirt to extinguish the fire of the pellets. Abruptly, 5 or 6 more men rushed into the street, carrying buckets and baskets and pots of sheep-dung. They hurled more fuel into the cat's flames. Stooping to his tub, Houseldon shoveled up great handfuls of pellets. Minnick emptied his second bucket at the mounting conflagration. Then all the men had to stop, had to draw back. The creature had begun to burn so hotly that they couldn't get near it. Teresa put up her hands to protect her face. With a sizzling noise, like the shriek of meat on a griddle, of hot iron in oil, the fire-cat died horribly, consumed by its own blaze. Houseldon staggered, stumbled to his knees. His scorched and beardless face gaped at the charred carcass. Slowly, the Domney limped around the circle of heat to his eldest son. Minnick, Garridan, and Teresa followed. They were there when the Domney put his arms around Houseldon's bloody back. "As I said,
the Dominie murmured in a voice congested with pride and pain. "The right man for the job." Before Teresa could think of it, Garridan left to go get Quis. Quis took care of her husband grimly. Like the Dominie's, her emotions were too strong and too mixed to let her be calm about Tholden's condition. Standing in the street with his canes propped under his hands, the Dominie rallied his bowmen and put them in charge of the hunt for the remaining wolves. Gently, Minnick helped Stead out of the Dominie's house. Together the brothers set about organizing the evacuation of Houseldon. The Firecat's blaze was too well established to be fought. Even without the distraction and damage of the wolves, with nothing on their minds except the safety of their homes, the Dominie's people might not have been able to beat this fire. But the truth was that they were seriously distracted, badly hurt, and there might be more attacks. When Minnick suggested fighting the flames, the Dominie forbade him flatly. Instead of trying uselessly to save Houseldon, every man, woman, and child who could move himself, lift weight, or accept responsibility was put to work getting supplies and possessions, horses and livestock, infants and invalids, out of the stockade. Garridan ignored all this activity. Taking Teresa with him, he put together a breakfast for the two of them, then found a quiet corner in his father's house where they could eat in peace. Baffled, she asked him what he thought he was doing. "Saving time," he muttered through a cold chicken sandwich. "We've got to eat sometime. Better now than later." That didn't shed any light. She tried again. "What's going to happen?" "They'll go up to the Closed Fist and dig in. With all the stuff they have to carry, they won't get there for 2 or 3 days. But I don't think that matters. If Aramis had anything else ready to attack with, he would have used it by now. I think the first danger is over. And once they're entrenched in those caves and rocks, he'll need an army to root them out." Teresa didn't understand him at all. Dimly it occurred to her that the Closed Fist would be an impossible place in which to work glass. "You keep saying they. Aren't you going with them?" He shook his head and tried to hide the gleam in his eyes. She studied him as if she had become stupid. His home was in flames around him. Soon Houseldon would be reduced to ashes and cinders. The survivors were being forced into hiding. One of his brothers had been seriously hurt. People he had known all his life were dead. Really, it was astonishing how much his mood had improved. He was hard and strong, she could see that. But the grim iron was gone, the bitterness. Last night he had remembered how to laugh. The shine in his gaze promised that he would be able to laugh again. Looking at him, the numbness which too much fear and destruction had imposed on her heart began to fade. Almost smiling, as if she already knew the answer, she asked, "Why not?" He shrugged cheerfully. "I've been looking at everything backward. My usual instinct for mishap. In a sense, what happened today is good news. What Aramis did today is good news. It means he's afraid of us. Too afraid to wait until he can strike intelligently and be sure of killing us. He thinks there's something we can do to hurt him. If he thinks that, he's probably right. He's too smart to scare himself over nothing. All we have to do is find it." Incongruously, while Houseldon burned, Teresa felt some of the past night's joy come back. "Maybe his plans aren't ready," she said. "Maybe we still have time to warn Orison." "Right, and along the way we can try to warn some of the lords. When they know what's going on, maybe the Thale or even the Termagant can be persuaded to do something against him." She couldn't help herself. She jumped up and kissed him, hugged him so hard she thought her arms would break. "Come on, mooncalves," Stead snorted from the doorway. "The fire's already on the other side of the lane.
This house is going next." In response, both Teresa and Garridon started to laugh. They left Houseldon holding hands. By mid-morning, the Domney's seat was little more than a smouldering husk. From his stretcher, Tholden watched the ruin and wept as if he had failed. But his father would have none of it. "Don't be silly, boy. You saved all our lives. Houses can be built again. You saved your people. I call it a great victory. Nobody else could have done it." "That's right, Da," Quis said, because her husband was too emotional to reply. "He'll agree with you when he's had a little rest, if he knows what's good for him." Ignoring embarrassment, Garridon kissed all three of them. Quis and the Domney kissed Teresa. Then Teresa and Garridon went to their horses, the bay and the Appaloosa which had brought them down from the closed fist. "Now it's your turn, Garridon," the Domney announced in front of all the inhabitants of Houseldon. "Make us proud of you. Make what we're doing worthwhile." Then he added, "And in the name of sanity, remember to call me Da." Helplessly, Garridon colored. Teresa wanted to laugh again. "Don't worry, Da. I won't let him forget." When the Domney's people began cheering, she and Garridon rode away to meet Mordant's need.